Chapter 766. Prince Chongqing glanced at Wuxia, then nodded with a smile and said, "Although we have a 90% chance of success, there are still risks. It's not right to ask you to take this risk for no reason. You have the Supreme Tower, so it goes without saying that you can attack and defend at the same time. The true body of heaven and earth scripture is already one of the best body tempering techniques in the universe, and the dragon kill can be used in both melee and long-range attacks. In a pitch-black great hall on a great mountain in the depths of the ghost realm, 13 great heavenly ghost kings and 400 ghost saints were sitting cross-legged on a group of black stone pillars of different heights. When Wuxia was sucked into the mirror of Kunlun, several great heavenly ghost kings suddenly opened their eyes and let out deep hisses. This was the teleportation formation in the Antarctic Xianbing. As long as Wuxia followed the information from the mirror of Kunlun and changed the coordinates of the formation to one of the 13 corresponding coordinates on Pangda Continent, he would be able to return to Pangda Continent without a hitch. Amidst the laughter of the ghosts, the faces of the 3 Buddhas sitting on 3 glowing lotus thrones in the void outside the ghost realm turned extremely unsightly. They stared blankly at the ghost realm shrouded in thick clouds of dark mist, their benevolent and dignified faces filled with ugly, awkward smiles. A faint beam of light flashed in the distance and then disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, 3 huge golden palms were hovering in front of the 3 Buddhas. The index finger of one of the palms was broken by something, emitting a faint golden glow. His divine sense had locked onto the small planet, and the information that followed made Wuxia understand that there were originally 7 teleportation formations on this planet, but 2 of them were destroyed 1,000 years ago, and 1 more than a decade ago. Now, only 4 of them remained intact. Dark Een Celestial Tower was a treasure that Wuxia had nourished with his natal energy, so he naturally could not use it to fight the enemy. The Blood Centipede sword was used to kill, and once unleashed, it would cause blood to flow for thousands of miles. Although it was powerful, its killing intent was too strong. Only the Worldly Phenomenon Tablet contained boundless profundities. It could be used to kill, trap, attack, and defend. Once used properly, it was much stronger than other treasures. With a casual wave of his hand, a square-shaped jade medallion flew out of his hand and fell into Wuxia's hand along with wisps of spiritual light. He shouted in a low voice, "Martial Uncle, I'm back." Wuxia realized that the teleportation formation that was destroyed 1,000 years ago should be the one that brought him to Pangda Continent, not to mention the one that was destroyed a dozen years ago. Of the remaining 4 teleportation formations, 2 were located near the North and South Poles. 1 was located in the depths of the Pacific Ocean, and the last one was located in the Earth Fire Poison Cave at the center of Mount Amei. He glanced at Prince Chongqing and knew that he had activated some mysterious function of the Mirror of Kunlun, using this mysterious power that contained a very strong innate aura to purify his divine soul. Judging by the prince's flushed face as he performed a hand incantation gesture with both hands, he knew that it was a great burden on him to activate this power. Even so, Wuxia's divine soul trembled violently as the information was rapidly injected into it. He felt waves of pain in his divine soul, and cold sweat broke out all over Wuxia's body as he almost screamed in pain. Just then, a beam of silver light sprinkled down from the mirror of Kunlun and gently enveloped Wuxia's body. Wuxia, whose divine soul was almost unable to withstand the impact, felt a refreshing coolness all over his body as an unfathomable and mysterious power penetrated into his divine soul. Instinctively, Wuxia noticed that his divine soul had become more pliable and strong, and the pain had vanished without a trace. Prince Chongqing was sweating profusely as he staggered back a few steps and retracted his hand incantation gesture while trembling all over. Looking at the mirror of Kunlun, which had gradually calmed down, he murmured in a low voice, "Marquis of Eastsea, I hope you're safe and sound." With a thought in his mind, Wuxia cupped his fist and bowed to Chongqing, then injected his divine will into the endless whirlpool of starlight in the mirror of Kunlun. Wuqi's body was shrouded in a silvery light, and a tremendous suction force rushed out of the mirror of Kunlun. Wuqi's body turned into a very fine beam of silver light and plunged into the mirror, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Plumes of smoke and clouds billowed out of the mirror of Kunlun, while countless star maps spun rapidly and transformed into a whirlpool of starlight that rumbled and rumbled in front of Wuqi. As soon as Wuqi sent a wisp of divine will into the star map, the situation of the 840 million mortal worlds mastered by Prince Chongqing immediately rushed into Wuqi's spiritual ocean like a tide. If it had not been for the fact that Wuqi had formed an innate chaotic divine soul, and his divine will have been strengthened several times, the influx of information alone would have crushed his divine soul. A clear divine will was sent into Wuqi's divine will, and he instantly understood the origin and usage of the Jade Medallion. Today, the island was heavily guarded, and burly men in uniforms and armed to the teeth could be seen patrolling among the greenery. Small vehicles of strange shapes dragged mobile missile launchers back and forth, while several radar antennas were erected on the mountaintop in the middle of the island. Wuqi, who had transformed into a beam of silver light, first felt his body become heavy, and a great suction force came from all directions. But he sped up abruptly, and the suction force was easily thrown to the back of his mind. Then, a great sheet of golden light came crashing down from above, and a terrible pressure nearly crushed Wuqi, who had transformed into a beam of silver light. Fortunately, the silver light wrapped around him suddenly lit up, and in the blink of an eye, he tore through the golden light and sped forward. Keeping Chongqing's kindness in mind, Wuqi's divine soul became many times more lively and active than usual under the illumination of the silver light. He easily found the information of the earth, where he was born among the information of these mortal worlds, and was delighted to find that there were still 4 places on this earth that were still glowing with red light. 4 spatial teleportation formations were still intact. But before long, a ghost king suddenly laughed and said, "If he is not going to Panga continent, why are we wasting the effort to stop him? Don't you see that even those 3 ghost kings failed to stop him? Why are we wasting the effort?" Wuqi chuckled and casually thrust his palm out, vanishing the black door in front of him in an instant. It was still the same antique building with green tiles and green bricks. On the plaque hanging over the lintel of the door were 5 dazzling golden characters on a black background. Underhand sect. The 5 flamboyant characters were so arrogant, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, that they looked like 5 evil dragons coiling on the plaque. Although Chongqing had given such an important treasure to Wuqi as a reward for Wuqi's help in delivering the letters, Wuqi owed Chongqing too much, so he had no choice but to desperately deliver the 2 letters to Emperor Xianyuan and Emperor Haozuan. As a direct descendant of Emperor Xianxia, the natural phenomena medallion was used by Chongqing to protect him when he was young. With his formidable cultivation base and the mirror of Kunlun guarding Kunlun Heavenly Pass, the natural phenomena medallion was of no use to him. But for Wuqi, it was an extraordinary treasure. Chongqing walked slowly out of the great hall and looked up at the faint dark clouds and mist that shrouded Mount Kunlun. His long eyebrows twitched slightly as he cried out in a low voice, "Someone, deliver my order! Strike the thunder drums 30,000 times and drive away all the spies in the vicinity." Wuqi's face flickered. With a sway of his body, he was already in front of the gate of the underhand sect's headquarters. But Wuqi was not in a hurry to strike. Instead, he scanned the whole planet with his divine sense, then vanished without a trace. Crown Prince, Tan Lang is ready. The current island did not look like the headquarters of a Jianghu sect at all. It was clearly a heavily guarded military base. In just a few seconds, the silver starlight around him suddenly disappeared, and Wuqi felt a faint chill coming at him from all directions. In the next moment, he found himself in a thick blue Xianbing. It was a circular cave thousands of feet in diameter. A teleportation formation made up of hundreds of giant jade tablets was hovering in the middle of the cave, all of them gleaming faintly. Before long, a deafening rumble that sounded like hundreds of thousands of thunderbolts bursting out at the same time rang out from within Mount Kunlun. The sound waves swept out in all directions, accompanied by ear-piercing screams. Countless dark shadows rushed out of the air around Mount Kunlun, fleeing in all directions with their hands covering their ears. After branding the various incantations of controlling the natural phenomena medallion in the depths of his divine soul, Wuxia flipped his hand and put the medallion back into his body, then bowed respectfully to Prince Chongqing. Although the natural phenomena medallion was an artifact crafted by Emperor Xianxia, the materials it was made of were extremely rare innate spirit items, whose quality was not inferior to Wuqi's blood centipede sword. It was also an innate spirit artifact. After a long while, one of the Buddhas in the center cried out in a low voice, "Order all the guardians in the mortal worlds to kill this man. We must not let him return to Pangu continent through the mortal worlds." This was the natural phenomena medallion, personally crafted by Emperor Xianxia, one of the ancient emperors. It contained infinite mysteries and had the great power to contain the universe and evolve the primordial era. It was one of the secret treasures inherited by the human race and could only be activated by Pangu, sacred energy. If an immortal dared to inject his immortal energy into it, the only outcome would be being turned into ashes by the backlash. Wuxia could not help but sigh in his heart that Prince Chongqing was a kind man, so kind that Wuxia felt a little embarrassed. This was the earth where Wuxia was born. After pondering for a moment, Prince Chongqing smiled and said, "Well, here's a little toy for you to protect yourself with." The jade medallion was 1 foot and 8 inches long, 6 and 3 inches wide, and 3 inches thick. The white medallion was carved with countless images of earth, water, fire, wind, rain, thunder, and even the sun, the moon, and the stars. At first glance, the medallion was crystal clear and glittering, as if all the images were flowing. The natural phenomena engraved on the medallion were so real that even with Wuqi's mighty divine sense, he could not tell how many things were engraved on the tiny medallion. Wuxia produced the Dark Een, celestial tower, and swallowed the jade armor dark turtle flying ship, which carried Huang Liang and the others into it. In fact, he had moved the ship into his interstitial world and knocked out Huang Liang and the others with a mental shock. After opening his mouth and breathing out a plume of purple smoke to swallow the pitch-black Dark Een, celestial tower, Wuxia turned to look at Prince Chongqing. The natural phenomena medallion contained all kinds of celestial phenomena in the universe. As long as one's cultivation base was high enough, one could conjure all kinds of powerful forces of heaven and earth from medallion to attack the enemy or defend oneself. When one's cultivation base reached a very profound level, this natural phenomena medallion could conjure a void of its own and naturally lay down the natural phenomena formation, which could trap or kill with just a thought. When the light faded, Wuxia appeared over a small island in Indonesia. This was where the headquarters of the Underhand sect was located, and where Wuxia spent his childhood and youth. It was a place that left a deep impression on him, and was equivalent to a home in his heart. Chapter 767. When he was in the ice cave in the South Pole, Wuxia scanned the earth with his divine sense and was surprised to find out that the man in charge of the Underhand sect's headquarters was none other than his archenemy, Xianxia. The Underhand sect no longer had the same goal as before. Under Xianxia's leadership, they had become an underground ruler who secretly controlled the entire Nanyang region. What surprised Wuxia the most was that Xianxia's cultivation had reached the core formation realm, and he was only 1 step away from forming the golden core. When Wuqi's divine sense locked onto Xianxia, he was indulging in debauchery in the Underhand sect's headquarters, having sex with a few beautiful girls with skin whiter than snow. After smashing the main entrance of the Underhand sect's headquarters with a single palm strike, the alarm immediately rang, and countless heavily armed men rushed over from all directions. A sharp rebuke was heard coming from the loudspeakers erected on the high ground. In the airfield behind a few hills in the distance, dozens of armed helicopters with streamlined bodies were taking off at top speed, flying straight towards Wuxia. Along with the sound of gun bolts being pulled, nearly 1,000 men surrounded Wuxia. More than 50 military helicopters were circling above him in the sky, with all kinds of anti-ground missiles hanging on their wings, glinting faintly under the sunlight. Wuxia looked at the helicopters as if nothing had happened. The maximum power of these missiles was only equivalent to the full power of a core formation cultivator, and to him, it was not even enough to scratch an itch. Even the strongest thermonuclear weapon on Earth, the hydrogen bomb, which weighed tens of millions of tons, was only equivalent to the full power of a 36-tier heaven immortal. This was the limit of power that humans in the mortal world could possess. How could Wuxia take these weapons seriously? The mortal world was created by the ancient Buddhas and primordial immortals using the bodies of fallen ancient fiend gods and some natural treasures. It was a tool for them to raise humans. Humans in the mortal world could not possess too much power, and the thermonuclear weapon was the most extreme power they could possess. As if nothing had happened, Wuxia glanced at those men who were on high alert, then sighed and said, "Xianxia, are you still not coming out?" A deep laughter could be heard coming from afar. Xianxia, who was calm and composed, had put on a set of black training clothes and was surrounded by dozens of middle-aged men as he swaggered out. Xianxia, who was staring at the sky, let out a cold and arrogant laugh and said, "Since you're able to sneak into this place and destroy the main entrance of my underhand sect, I can see that you're quite capable. Unfortunately, these abilities are not enough. I'll give you two options." Snorting coldly, Xianxia stretched out 2 fingers and said, "1. Submit to me obediently, and you'll be able to enjoy endless glory and wealth in the future. As for the last one, kill yourself so that you don't fall into my hands and suffer the endless torture." Wuxia sighed, shook his head, and returned to his original appearance. It had been nearly 20 years, but Wuxia's appearance hadn't changed much. Apart from his aura and temperament that had matured a lot, his face was still the same as before. The passage of time did not leave any trace on his face. For someone like him who had the cultivation base of a golden immortal, time was powerless against him. Wuxia, who was wearing the DU uniform, had his hands clasped behind his back. His long hair was gently fluttering in the sea breeze behind his back. He squinted at Xianxia and sighed. "Xianxia, do you still remember me? How did you survive the Machu Picchu explosion back then?" Xianxia stared blankly at Wuxia, who had returned to his original appearance. He kept blinking his eyes, as if he couldn't believe what he was seeing. At the same time, he was trying to recall who this face belonged to. After a quarter of an hour, he finally asked hesitantly, Is it Wuxia? You're still alive? You son of a bitch? How could you still be alive?" All of a sudden, Xianxia roared hysterically. He pointed at Wuxia and yelled, "How could you still be alive?" In the past, the Lord of Tao used the talisman given by the immortals to travel back in time. Only then was he able to reform our bodies and souls, even though we had been destroyed by the explosion. You're just 3 mortals, and you were dragged into the grand universal teleportation formation. How could you still be alive? With his hands clasped behind his back, Wuxia stared at Xianxia coldly. He waited for him to calm down, then said indifferently, "Master and Xiaobai, they're dead. Their souls have merged with mine and will never be separated again in this life. I thought I'd never have the chance to see you again, but the heavens have eyes, and I'm finally back." The strange atmosphere between Wuxia and Xianxia made all the armed men in the surroundings tense up. Wuxia's strange tone made a few of the men who had their guns pointed at Wuxia cramp their fingers, and they immediately pulled the trigger. When the gunshots rang out, over 1,000 men who were aiming at Wuxia pulled the triggers at the same time, sending countless bullets whistling towards Wuxia. Xianxia had a hideous smile on his face, but his smile turned into extreme shock in the blink of an eye. A circle of faint black flame burst out from Wuxi's body, and all the bullets that got close to him were devoured and corroded by the black flame. Not a single bullet could get close to his body. The helicopters in the sky had also unleashed 36 waves of missiles, and over 50 of them had unleashed over 1,000 air-to-ground missiles at the same time. Raging flames and smoke blanketed Wuxi's body, and the scorching flames converged into a blinding white light that enveloped him. But the purgatory demonic flame around Wuxi's body started rolling, and all the flames and shrapnel were devoured and melted by the black flame. Even the sound of the missiles exploding was devoured by the black flame. The sound of more than 1,000 air-to-ground missiles exploding was actually about the same as the sound of firecrackers. The situation on the battlefield was simply extremely strange. Lightly clapping his palms, Wuxi said coldly, "So many years have passed, and the arms of those black market traffickers have not improved at all? I can't blame you, as how could those animals that were raised in captivity give you so much improvement? Not bad. The power of these missiles is slightly stronger than a full force attack from a core condensation cultivator. Not bad." Xianxia's eyeballs almost popped out from his eye sockets. He looked at Wuxi in horror and subconsciously took a dozen steps back. Everyone on the scene backed off in panic because they saw something unbelievable. After being shot by thousands of missiles, not only did Wuxi not suffer any injuries, even the ground around him was not affected by the explosions. It was as if the black flame around him was a bottomless black hole that devoured all the explosive power and shrapnel. Amidst the hurried cries of alarm, the fiend flame of purgatory around Wuxi transformed into tens of thousands of spirit snakes and shot out. They tore through the air with shrill whistling noises and hit the bodies of the armed men, burning them into balls of pitch-black flame. The blazing fireballs flew everywhere, and heart-wrenching screams could be heard from every corner of the island. Under the scanning of Wuxi's powerful divine sense, nothing that happened in the underground bases deep within the island could escape Wuxi's eyes. Countless snakes, formed by the black flames, pierced through the thick rock layers of the island and burned into the underground bases below. The armed men who were busy working near the submarines and small warships were screaming in fear. The flames were burning fiercely, and not long after that, a loud explosion could be heard from the bottom of the island. It was the sound of the ammunition and fuel stored deep within the island being detonated. In the blink of an eye, the tens of thousands of armed men on the island were killed by Wuxi. Only Xianxia and the dozens of middle-aged men behind him were left. Wuxi gently patted on Ao Buzen's shoulder. Ao Buzen, who had long lost control of his killing intent, let out a deep dragon roar. He suddenly transformed into a giant black dragon that was hundreds of feet long, opened his mouth, and swallowed a middle-aged man beside Xianxia. Along with the sound of chewing, a large amount of blood flowed down from the corner of Ao Buzen's mouth. He squinted his eyes and stared at Xianxia, chuckled, and said, "Hee, Lao Tzu would never have thought that my lord was actually born in the mortal world." Wuxi patted Ao Buzen's slightly protruding belly, then smiled at Xianxia and the others, who were dumbfounded, and said, "If I may ask, where did all the elders and fellow disciples of the underhand sect go?" Xianxia's body was trembling. He said with a trembling voice, All dead." Wuxi furrowed his brows and asked in a deep voice, "All dead?" A middle-aged man beside Xianxia suddenly knelt on the ground and screamed. This was all done by sect leader Xianxia. He said that those elders and disciples didn't help him when he was in trouble, so he asked Miao Yuan to kill them all. This has nothing to do with us. Wuxi's unfathomable methods, as well as the sudden appearance of the legendary real dragon, had scared Xianxia and the others so much that their minds went blank. Without Wuxi asking, they told him everything in detail. All in all, the underhand sect today was no longer the underhand sect that Wuxi was familiar with. All the disciples that Wuxia was familiar with had been killed in Xianxia's Great Purge. The current underhand sect had become a tool for Miao Yuan to control the South Sea and to plunder all kinds of natural treasures. It had become a tool to serve his own personal interests, and it no longer had the original purpose of the underhand sect. Wuxia lowered his head and pondered for a moment, then shook his head. He casually waved his hand towards the underhand sect's main altar. Along with an ear-piercing sound, a tattered wooden plaque flew out from the altar. This was the ancestral plaque of the underhand sect. After Xianxia had purged the entire sect, this ancestral white wooden plaque was thrown away in the storeroom to gather dust and was replaced by this huge golden plaque. Gently rubbing the wooden plaque that had accompanied the underhand sect for many years, Wuxia said in an indifferent tone, "Uncle Master Xianxia, I've rebuilt the underhand sect on Panga Continent. Once I've massacred Green City, I'll bring this plaque to Panga Continent and place it at the entrance of the underhand sect I've built." With a relaxed smile, Wuxia shook his head and said, "The descendants of the underhand sect will not die, but you will die." Xianxia was startled. He roared and retreated at top speed. But how could Wuxia let him escape? The blood centipede sword tore through the air with a sharp whistling sound. A beam of blood-red light swept out, cutting Xianxia and the people around him in half at the waist. All the hills and forests on the island were broken and shattered by the sword's ferocious sword energy. He casually struck down, unleashing a bolt of thunder that turned the entire island into ashes and sank to the bottom of the ocean. With a sway of his body, Wuxia had crossed thousands of miles in the blink of an eye and arrived above Green City. "Taoist Miao Yuan, an old friend has come to visit. Why aren't you coming to see me?" Wuxia patted his battle robe and changed it into an ordinary Taoist robe, while he stuffed Ao, Buzin, and the dragon python sisters into his sleeve. A deep bell toll rang out from the deep valley behind Green City, and a dozen white sword beams cut through the clouds and approached. Chapter 768. The leading white sword beam moved nimbly like a snake, gliding lightly over the thin layer of clouds, and approaching Wuxia. A young Taoist amidst the sword beam cried out, "May I ask which fellow Taoist has come to visit us? What business do you have with Uncle Master Miao Yuan?" A blood-red gleam flashed across Wuxia's eyes as he stared at the approaching sword beam. Incense smoke drifted in the air in front of Mount Xianxia. Countless believers were shuttling back and forth between the Taoist temples and monasteries. Taoists and monks, both real and fake, were selling all kinds of talismans and ornaments to pilgrims, believers, pedestrians, and tourists, while some rich people were offering generous incense money in the Great Hall. It was a scene of prosperity and peace. But behind Mount Xianxia, a faint killing intent lingered between heaven and earth. Wuxia's killing intent had enveloped the entire back of the mountain. Narrowing his eyes at the dozens of incoming sword beams, he sighed and said in a low voice, "I'm here to kill, not to make friends with you. I've found you, Taoist Miao Yuan." With a casual wave, the blood centipede sword turned into numerous blood threads and fell from the sky, which transformed into a large net of light that wrapped around the dozen white sword beams. As Wuxia's mind turned inward, the sword beams shattered, and the Taoists in the sword beams let out cries of horror and despair. Countless pieces of flesh and bones, no more than an inch in circumference, sprayed out along with a great deal of blood. The Taoist souls were torn to pieces by the blood centipede sword. "Why don't you come out and see me, Taoist Miao Yuan?" "Haha, you actually have an immortal talisman bestowed by an immortal? An immortal talisman that can trace back time? You are really lucky." Wuxia laughed in a deep voice. His laughter was not loud, but it easily spread through all the caves and blessed lands in the back of the mountain, as well as all the Taoist temples hidden in the rocks, streams, and valleys. A deep bell chime rang out, and from the peaks of many peaks in the back mountain of Xianxia, plumes of clouds rose high into the sky, transforming into a dense cloud barrier that enveloped the entire back mountain in the blink of an eye. Colorful Buddha light and immortal light were swirling above the cloud barrier. On the cliffs of the front mountain of Qing City, countless tourists were exclaiming at the same time. They took out all kinds of cameras and other things to take pictures of the rare scene. They had no idea of the terrible killing intent hidden in the magnificent scene, or the great danger lurking behind the light. Wuxia floated in midair, not moving at all, allowing the mountain guarding formation at the back of Xianxia Mountain to pull him in. Spirit light flowed ceaselessly in the depths of the white clouds. The clouds around Wuxia tumbled and rolled, dragging him into the most powerful formation gate of the defensive formation in the back mountain of Qing City. White clouds coiled around the mountain, and only a dozen lofty peaks could be vaguely seen. Each peak was filled with Taoists in green robes and monks in yellow or red kasayas. Obviously, the Taoists in the back mountain of Qing City made up the majority. Among every 10 Taoists, there was only one Taoist. After all, Qing City was a holy land for Taoist League, and most of the cultivators living in seclusion in the back mountain were Taoists. The cloud that blotted the sky condensed into several dozens of huge cloud flags around Wuxia. When the flags fluttered, a tremendous force came out of them, restraining Wuxia's body, while a large sheet of spirit light transformed into countless flying swords, wheeling and wheeling around him. The flying swords formed from these spiritual lights were extremely cold and sharp, and they were no different from treasured swords forged from metal. Apart from the flags and the flying swords that could take lives, there was also a large patch of dark clouds hovering above Wuxia's head, in which bolts of lightning could be vaguely seen gathering. Beneath his feet was a large patch of red cloud, from which blazing flames shot into the sky. The red flame contained wisps of poison, which was the poisonous flame of the earth drawn from the depths of an underground cave. Wuxia nodded his head inwardly, thinking that this was a pretty good formation. It had the means to imprison people, the murderous intent of the flying swords, and the heavenly lightning and earthly fire to prevent people from escaping. If there was a powerful magical artifact guarding the eye of the formation, no heaven immortal below the 30th tier would be able to escape, and even if a mid-tier heaven immortal could break it, it would take him some effort. However, in front of Wuxia, who was an expert in all kinds of formations, the defensive formation in the back mountain of Qing City was really not strong enough. His divine sense swept across the vast back mountain of Qing City, locking onto all the Taoists and monks, as well as the cultivators who were cultivating in seclusion in the cave abodes and secret caves. Wuxia did not want to waste time talking to these cultivators. The blood centipede sword had already transformed into countless blood threads and shot out into the air. Each of the blood threads was several miles long and more than 100 times thinner than a strand of hair. The blood threads leaped up and down like the wind, easily tearing through cloud flags, flying swords, and even mountains in their path. The cultivators who were looking at Wuxia from the mountains near and far were horrified. One by one, they summoned their flying swords and magical artifacts to meet the blood threads pressing down on them. But the blood centipede sword was an innate spirit artifact, and it was extremely powerful. How could these acquired magical artifacts resist it? The flying swords and magical artifacts were shattered, and the bodies and souls of the monks and Taoists were shattered as well. These cultivators from the back mountain of Qing City only had 3 to 5 inferior-grade magical artifacts, so they were no match for the blood centipede sword. From a moment Wuxia threw out the blood centipede sword to the moment he killed all the cultivators around him, it had taken him no more than a deep breath. The strongest among the thousands of cultivators were peak-level nascent soul cultivators, and the weakest were only at the early stage of the Khanate realm. They had thought they would be able to see a good show of exorcism, but little did they expect that Wuxia, the fiend, would easily send them all to their souls. A furious roar came from a mountainside of a distant mountain. Namo Amitba, how dare you, evil creature! Wuxia laughed and cried out in a deep voice, Namo Amitba? Which Buddha is that? Amitba? He, is that one of the incarnations of Lord Buddha in the mortal world? As he roared, Wuxia pointed a finger out. Countless blood threads merged into one, transforming into a blood-red centipede that was several miles long and covered in bright scales. Then it shot toward the mountain. With a flash of blood, the mountain was torn to pieces by the centipede's sharp claws and fangs. 3 red-robed old monks, who had just transformed into a beam of Buddhist light and flew up from the mountainside with their relics on top of their heads, howled miserably. Their bodies were devoured by the centipede, and the relics on top of their heads were about to fly away, but they were also smashed to pieces by a few beams of blood. Their flesh and energy essence were forcibly absorbed by the blood centipede's sword, turning into tiny specks of dust that drifted down from the sky. Cries of alarm came from the distant horizon. In that direction were 7 old Taoists in lavender Taoist robes, whom Wuxia had long since locked onto with his divine sense. Like the 3 old monks who had flown out, these 7 old Taoists were all in the realm of nascent divinity. In a mortal world like Earth, which was specially used to raise humans, the realm of nascent divinity was already the strongest cultivation base a cultivator could possess. These cultivators who were taken to the Tao League and the Buddhist League were all very talented, or perhaps they were devout believers in their previous lives. That was why they had the fortune to set foot on the path of cultivation in this life. When they cultivated to the peak stage of the nascent divinity realm, they would face their first heavenly tribulation as heaven immortals. Once they successfully passed the tribulation, they would leave the mortal world and ascend to the celestial court or the pure land of the Buddhist League. This kind of ascension was the kind of ascension that the people in the mortal world were familiar with. All the cultivators who had transcended the heavenly tribulation would be forcibly taken to the celestial court or the pure land of the Buddhist League, where they would become the immortal officials of the celestial court and the guardians of the Buddhist League. The itinerant cultivators in the outer heavenly realms still had a choice. They could choose whether to serve the celestial court or the Buddhist League, but the cultivators in the mortal world did not even have the chance to choose. They had to become low-grade existences under the command of the celestial court or the Buddhist League. Wuxia snorted coldly and pointed a finger out. The blood centipede sword turned into a blood-red beam and shot whistling through the air, slashing toward the 7 old Taoists. The 7 old Taoists snorted coldly in unison. With a wave of their hands, a dozen dazzling magical treasures flew up and flew toward the blood centipede sword. The grade of these magical treasures was very good. 90% of them were upper-grade magical treasures, and 3 of them were lower-grade spirit artifacts. But the blood centipede sword was an innate spirit artifact that surpassed gold immortal artifacts and could fight against primordial artifacts. With a gentle twist of the blood-red beam, the dozen magical treasures were crushed to pieces. With a thought in Wuxia's mind, the blood-red beam circled around the 7 old Taoists and cut their fleshly bodies in 2. The 7 old Taoists cried out in pain as their foreheads exploded and their bloody nascent divinities were about to flee with mystic arts. But when facing Wuxia, a gold immortal, these nascent divinity cultivators were like paralyzed toddlers trying to escape from a black hole. It was simply impossible. Wuxia clenched his fist, and the void suddenly closed inwardly. A tremendous pressure came crashing down, and the old Taoist nascent divinities were crushed to pieces by the collapsing space before they could even let out a scream. "Why aren't you coming out to see me, Taoist Miao Yun? How long are you going to hide in that underground cave?" Wuxia's soft cry turned into a thunderclap and exploded in the ears of Taoist Miao Yun, who was hiding under a mountain. The deafening sound shook him so much that blood spurted out of his 7 orifices and he shrieked miserably. At the same time, the mountain above him exploded into countless pieces of rubble that sprayed in all directions, revealing the underground cave where Taoist Miao Yun had been cultivating in seclusion. Clutching his ears with both hands, Taoist Miao Yun fell to the ground and twitched. Suddenly, a spirit talisman floated up from his body. The talisman, stained with his blood, flickered and burned in the wind, then turned into a jade ruby scepter and flew straight up into the sky, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Before Wuxia could react, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky, and a colorful aurora suddenly appeared over Mount Green City. The aurora, which could only appear in the polar regions, had actually appeared over Mount Green City. Countless tourists in the front of the mountain burst into loud cheers. The aurora was magnificent and ever-changing, and the colorful glow enveloped the back of Mount Green City in an instant. A bright light, invisible to the naked eyes of mortals, flashed in the aurora, and 3 immortals clad in dark purple Taoist robes rushed out of it. "How dare you intrude into the mortal world and stir up trouble? The immortal monarch has given the order that you will die today." The 3 immortals, who were at the peak of the first tier of Heaven Immortal Realm and only 1 step away from becoming a Gold Immortal, raised their hands. 3 crimson flying swords, shrouded in raging flames, transformed into 10 miles long fiery dragons that slashed down towards Wuxia's head. A deep Buddhist chant rang out as 3 arhats strode out of another bright light and cried out in a deep voice, "By the decree of the Bodhisattva of wisdom and wisdom, Miao Ing, wisdom and wisdom of the world. What are you waiting for?" The 3 arhats raised their hands as well. 3 Vajra scepters transformed into a Vajra pagoda that stood 10 miles tall and smashed down towards Wuxia. The flying swords and the pagoda glowed brilliantly as a mighty pressure swept out in all directions, causing the peaks of the back of Mount Green City to crumble. How could the mountains of the mortal world withstand the destructive aura of peak-level Heaven Immortals and Golden Arhats? Wuxia grinned and gently stamped his foot. An invisible force pierced through the ground and killed the howling Taoist Miao Yuan and all the cultivators in the back of Mount Green City. The 3 Heaven Immortals and 3 Arhats who descended from the mortal world flew into a rage. They shook their weapons and charged at Wuxia with all their might. Chapter 769. 3 Peak-Level Heaven Immortals, 3 Peak-Level Arhats, 3 Flaming Flying Swords, 3 Golden Pagodas. A golden light towered into the sky. Wuxia smiled as he looked at the tide-like attacks coming at him from the golden light. With hands clasped behind his back, his eyes shone brightly as he fixed his eyes on the 3 golden arhats who were swooping down at him. Shrouded in the 9th heaven Bingding pure yang true flame, the flying swords that could melt gold and iron and destroy all evils, the flying swords hacked heavily at Wuxia's head. Amidst the jarring sound of collision, not even a single strand of Wuxia's hair was broken. On the contrary, fist-sized nicks were left on the 3 flying swords by his head, and cracks as dense as spider webs covered the dazzling bodies of the swords. The 3 swords forged by the Grandmaster craftsmen of the Celestial Court were shattered, and the 3 Heaven Immortals, who were performing incantation gestures and chanting spells to attack Wuxia with immortal spells, coughed up blood and retreated. The immortal swords they cultivated with their lives were destroyed, and their nascent divinities were shaken as well. The powerful immortal spells they had been preparing to unleash suddenly lost control and backfired. It was as if they had been struck head-on by the immortal spells they had unleashed with all their strength, and the impact had left cracks in their internal organs. Amidst the cries of alarm, the golden pagodas transformed from the 3 Vajra scepters smashed down toward Wuxia's head with the force of Mount Tai. Wuxia remained motionless, letting the pagodas hit his head one after another. Amidst a deafening rumble, sparks flew out from Wuxia's scalp, and the golden pagodas shattered, turning into countless pieces of pure gold that shot out in all directions. The force of the pagodas hitting Wuxia was hundreds of millions of kilograms, but when they smashed into Wuxia's head, the force that came out from under Wuxia's scalp was 1,000 times that of the pagodas. These pagodas couldn't bear the counterforce of hundreds of billions of kilograms. The pure and brutal physical force shattered the pagodas into pieces, and the 3 great Buddhist treasures immediately turned into broken trashes. The Arhats roared furiously as they leaped to Wuxia's side, swinging their fists at him in the shape of dragons and tigers. Their fists were like dragons, and their roars were like tigers. The three golden Arhats were all at the peak of the Arhat realm, and they were only half a step away from the realm of Bodhisattva. The golden Arhat body that they had tempered had the power to move mountains and drain the seas. With a gentle shake, they could shake the stars. Now that the three of them were attacking Wuxia with all their might, they were confident that their fists could penetrate Wuxia's body. Wuxia allowed their fists to land on his body. He didn't even activate his magic power to defend his body. He just took a slight breath, and the muscles on his body caved inwards before suddenly bouncing outwards. The three great Arhats howled miserably. Their fists fell on Wuxia's body, but Wuxia's muscles caved inwards, and their fists, which contained infinite power, missed. Then Wuxia's muscles bounced back, and a counterforce that was 10,000 times stronger than the force of their fists swept back like a raging wave. The Arhats only felt a sharp pain coming from their fists, followed by their arms, shoulders, and then their whole bodies. After spending countless reincarnations, spending countless generations in the mortal world, accumulating an unknown amount of virtues, and exchanging an unknown amount of power of faith, the supreme-grade golden body of Arhat that had finally formed shattered like a pile of sand. Countless golden powders scattered in all directions, then were sucked into his stomach. The true fire of life burned fiercely inside Wuxia's body, and with a roll of chaotic energy, the three golden Arhats turned into pure heat that circulated throughout his body, making his body a little stronger. Not bad at all. Wuxia praised delightfully. Finally, both of his hands began to move. His right hand swung out like lightning, and the 9 fist-sized, sparkling, and translucent white sariras were lightly flicked by him. The true souls of the Arhats and the relics were shattered by him, and the relics, which contained a very strong spiritual sense and mind power, were casually swallowed by him. The chaotic energy wrapped around the swallowed relics and quickly digested them into a rolling heat flow that rushed straight into his spiritual sea. Wuxia's spiritual soul lit up, and his spiritual sense became a little stronger. The shattered fragments of the true souls of the Arhats were sucked into Wuxia's spiritual soul, and the memories of the three Arhats were quickly absorbed by him. Those miscellaneous life experiences were discarded by Wuxia, and he focused on the cultivation method of the 3 treasures almighty salvation scripture that the 3 Arhats practiced. The 9 chapters of the 3 treasures almighty salvation scripture could allow an ordinary mortal to cultivate to the level of a 15th tier gold immortal. If he wanted to develop to a higher realm, he would need the following scriptures and mystic arts. The inheritance these 3 Arhats received was not complete, but they were only top-level Arhats now, and had not yet stepped into the realm of gold immortals. Yet, they already had the mystic arts that could allow them to cultivate to the level of a 15th tier gold immortal. After defeating the 3 great Arhats with ease, Wuxia grinned at the heaven immortals in the distance, their faces pale. "Since you're here, don't leave." With a wild laugh, a strong gust of wind behind Wuxia quickly condensed into a green hurricane. Activating the wind-controlling technique of the Song of Gale, the gust of wind transformed into 3 palm-sized green wind blades that whistled toward the chests of the 3 heaven immortals. The Song of Gale came from the inheritance of Reverend Gale, an almighty expert who cultivated to the realm of primordial with his own strength. So, how could the cultivation technique he inherited be trivial? The peak-level heaven immortals could not fight back against the wind blades unleashed by Wuxia. They could only watch helplessly as the wind blades came right in front of them, and 3 golden arrows of blood shot up into the sky. Wuxia had killed the heaven immortals with just 1 strike. Like a bolt of lightning, Wuxia plunged into the bodies of the heaven immortals, whose glabella was split open. Then, he ripped off the storage rings on their fingers and used his divine sense to forcibly break the defensive restrictive spells on the rings. "Poor bastards," cursed Wuxia in exasperation. When he saw that the flying swords unleashed by the 3 heaven immortals were very powerful and of the grade of a top-grade heaven immortal artifact, Wuxia thought the 3 heaven immortals must be very rich. To his surprise, their storage rings were empty, with only a few dozen mid-grade immortal stones and a few bottles of life-saving immortal pills. There was not even a single upper-grade immortal stone. Instead, there was a golden scroll in each of their rings, on which were promissory notes written by the three poor heaven immortals. Wuxia did not know whether to laugh or cry when he read the promissory notes with his divine sense. It turned out that in order to craft the three mighty immortal swords, the three of them had pulled together all their belongings, but they still did not have enough materials. Therefore, they had borrowed a lot of materials from the heaven's master blacksmith, Xianxia, to craft the swords. Xianxia? Xianxia is actually a master blacksmith of the celestial court? Wuxia raised his eyebrows and laughed in a low voice. Well, you're out of luck for lending money to these three poor bastards, and so am I. You can't get back at me for this. With a wry smile, Wuxia put away the three immortal artifact-grade storage rings and crushed the promissory notes into pieces. Only now did he realize that the immortals of the celestial court could only use the various immortal artifacts provided by the celestial court. If they wanted powerful immortal swords, they would have to spend a huge amount of materials to customize them from the master blacksmith of the celestial court. It showed that the celestial court was not a paradise. At least, there were some poor bastards in the celestial court who owed huge debts. Grinning coldly, Wuxia glanced at the back mountain of Green City, which had been turned into a pile of rubble by his brief battle with the heaven immortals and Arhats. Shaking his head indifferently, he spun, transformed into a wisp of white smoke, and flew toward the Arctic. He had killed Taoist, Miao Yun, Shangwan Yi, and all the cultivators of Green City behind him, and wiped out all his old friends in the Underhand sect. He no longer had anything to do with Earth. It was time for him to return to Panga Continent and focus on his own plans. The past was over. Now his friends, his lover, and everything here were all on Panga Continent. That was his foundation. Taoist Miao Yun, who was once so powerful that even Wuxia and others could not resist him, was now crushed to death by Wuxia like an ant. Looking back on his encounters over the years, Wuxia felt that life was like a dream, and it was really incredible. It was a gold immortal fruit that could not be attained by a proper cultivator even after spending several eons. Yet it had fallen into his hands so easily. The fate of the heaven and earth was ever-changing, and it was truly terrifying and lamentable. As he sighed with emotion, Wuxia felt that his heart was extraordinarily clear and bright. His state of mind, which was a little erratic, had become as bright as a Vajra relic, and had become extremely hard. No external object could ever shake his state of mind. Flying under the blue sky and white clouds, over the blue sea, with the wind whistling past his ears, Wuxia felt refreshed and calm. He had never been in such a good state. He flew slowly approaching the Arctic Circle. The teleportation formation he had used to come here was at the South Pole, but Wuxia did not plan to use it. It was his instinct, and an excellent thief would never use the same route. More than 100 kilometers away from the North Pole, Wuxia stopped over a thick layer of ice. Wuxia nodded with satisfaction when his divine will penetrated the thick layer of ice and found nothing unusual. It was the effect of the magical restrictive spell laid out by Prince Chongqing and others. The spell was inherited from an ancient god who served the Yellow Emperor, Xianxia. His special ability was to fuse all things with the heaven and earth, completely erasing the energy fluctuations of these objects. Unless there was a special incantation, outsiders would not be able to find the hidden items. The teleportation formation at the North Pole was hidden with such a spell. Wuxia glanced around and softly recited a spell. As Wuxia recited the spell, a tiny gap silently opened up in the layer of ice below, from which a faint energy fluctuation sprayed out. The teleportation formation was right below, and as Wuxia recited the spell, it was automatically calibrating its coordinates and locking onto the direction of Panga Continent. Just as Wuxia was about to sneak into the ice and return to Panga Continent, a fat figure quietly emerged from behind him. Little benefactor, You are fated to meet the Buddhist League. The fat monk, with a smile on his face, casually pressed his palm against Wu Qi's back. A tremor ran through Wu Qi as an extremely pure and blazing Buddhist energy rushed into his body, shattering his internal organs in an instant. The monk chuckled and said in a low voice, "I am Buddha Futu, the one who presides over the 840 million mortal worlds under the decree of the Lord Buddha. Little benefactor, you have killed 3 of my arhats, so you are fated to meet the Buddhist League." The smile on Buddha Futu's face was amiable, but his attacks were like a storm. 18 palm strikes landed all over Wu Qi's body, causing his bones to creak and his body to plunge into the ice like a meteor. A deafening rumble rang out, and with Wu Qi at the center, the entire North Pole disintegrated. The ancient Xian Bing cracked, sending huge icebergs flying into the sky. Waves around the North Pole rose tens of miles high, and the whole Earth trembled slightly because of the blow. Chapter 770. All his internal organs had ruptured, but he did not suffer too much pain. When Wu Qi was smashed into the ice, he had spread out the chaotic energy in his body. His internal organs had turned into a vast and pure chaotic energy that circulated through his body. At the same time, the bloodline of the divine beast, the ancient black water-true ape, was stimulated, and his body was quickly transforming into that of a true ape. His internal organs, muscles, bones, and even blood vessels and meridians were rapidly transformed. All the structures in his body were turned into chaotic energy and then reformed into body tissues that were completely different from those of a human body. The divine beast transformation of the 7 foundation elevating technique had given him an incredible tolerance to all kinds of injuries. As long as the chaotic energy in his body was not depleted, and as long as he could still exercise the mystic art, any injury would be healed by the subsequent transformation, as long as he exercised the divine ability. The collapsed iceberg submerged Wu Qi's body, which had suddenly grown to hundreds of feet tall. Seawater rose into the sky and splashed onto Wu Qi's huge, black ape body, and an endless power came from the seawater. The ancient black water-true ape, like the legendary water god Gong Gong, was a divine beast born from the first wisp of innate true water aura. It was born with the innate divine ability to control all the water energy in the world, and was said to be a fearsome divine beast that could never be defeated as long as there was a water source nearby. But this was the North Pole of the Earth. Beneath the thick ice was endless seawater. An enormous amount of water element energy rushed into Wu Qi's body while cheering. Underneath the several tens of feet long and thick black hair, his sturdy muscles were bulging. Every single muscle was roaring like a raging dragon, and the muscle fibers were twitching violently, producing loud noises that sounded like the explosion of a cannonball. Through the thick ice and seawater, Wu Qi's scarlet eyes stared fixedly at the chubby Buddha Futu, who was wearing a big smile on his face. A sneak attack from behind? How could a mighty Buddha launch a sneak attack from behind? If the Buddha could kill Wu Qi, he would have nothing to complain about. However, the sneak attack from behind by a mighty Buddha had only cost Wu Qi a little bit of his chaotic energy. This was too humiliating. Moreover, as the endless water energy kept pouring into his body, Wu Qi was rapidly transforming it into chaotic energy. With the black water true ape's control over water energy, the water energy pouring into his body was thousands of times faster than Wu Qi could absorb it himself. As a result, the little bit of chaotic energy he had just lost had long been replenished. The 7 foundation elevating technique was truly marvelous. Wu Qi laughed soundlessly. Hovering over him, the poor Buddha Futu pretended to put his palms together and chanted a Buddhist mantra. "Merciful Buddha, have mercy. You also annihilated the descendants of Xianxia. This is a crime worthy of 10,000 deaths. Forget it, forget it. This penniless monk will send you to the afterlife and let your soul dissipate, completely eliminating the suffering of the mortal world." Buddha Futu pressed his right palm forward, and a white lotus flower bloomed in his palm, from which a 33-storied golden pagoda slowly shot out of the lotus flower. As soon as the pagoda touched the wind, it grew thousands of feet tall and radiated a dazzling golden light. Every inch of the pagoda was carved with the true forms of countless Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, Arhats, Vajras, and many other saints of the Buddhist League. Pure and powerful Buddhist energy was producing deep rumbles that sounded like a tsunami. The pagoda was Buddha Futu's true form, a pagoda discovered by the Lord Buddha in the chaos, and had accompanied him when he was still a golden arhat. From an arhat to a bodhisattva, and from a bodhisattva to a Buddha, he had gone through countless tribulations and finally stepped onto the throne of the Lord Buddha, becoming the supreme leader of the billions of Buddhas in the universe. Buddha Futu had been protecting Amitabha throughout the immeasurable eons. Therefore, after Amitabha became the Lord Buddha, he did not hesitate to use his blood essence to transform the pagoda, allowing Buddha Futu to transform into a human and become a Buddha. Then he asked him to guard the mortal world, the foundation of the Buddhist League. Buddha Futu had accompanied Amitabha for countless eons and was his absolute confidant. Therefore, he was the most suitable person to guard the mortal world. It was also because Buddha Futu had cultivated his Buddha body from a pagoda that he was not as particular as other Buddhas, and his means of doing things were no different from those of demons. He only cared about the result in everything he did, and that was why he sneaked up on Wuxia from behind. As soon as the pagoda appeared, a terrible Buddhist energy transformed into a golden torrent and pressed down on Wuxia's head. A pleased smile came over Buddha Futu's face. In his opinion, anyone who dared to infringe on the interests of the Buddhist League was an evildoer, a vile spawn. Be it an evildoer or a vile spawn, there was no need for such things to exist, as they could just be killed. Therefore, other Buddhas of the Buddhist League would often use their mighty divine abilities to subdue some unusual demons and make them their guardians. But Buddha Futu had never had any unusual demons serving him. As the Buddhist energy came whistling down, Wuxia let out a wild laugh. His huge body, shrouded in water energy that looked like black dragons, tore through the ice and flew up into the sky. The black water true ape, who had grown to about 10,000 feet tall, threw his head back and let out a furious roar. Countless bodies of water on Earth responded with a deafening roar, and an immeasurable amount of water energy transformed into numerous dragons that streaked across the void and pounced toward Wuxia. With two streams of water energy in his hands, each hundreds of feet thick and 100 miles long, as if he were holding two giant dragons, Wuxia grinned hideously at the dumbfounded Buddha Futu, then waved a stream of dark water energy backhandedly and smashed it toward the golden Buddha's power that was pressing down from above. A deafening boom rang out, and the purest innate water energy held the golden Buddhist power firmly in midair. No matter how hard Buddha Futu exercised his divine abilities and mystic arts, and the golden torrent kept tearing through the black water vapor, the water element was soft. No matter how many layers of water vapor were destroyed, there was still an endless supply of water vapor. So Wuxia was not afraid of Buddha Futu's war of attrition. Then Wuxia waved his other hand, and the 100-mile-long black dragon let out a deafening roar of rolling waves. Amidst the roar, a dark shadow flashed past, and Wuxia's heavy blow landed on Buddha Futu's chest. A deafening rumble rang out. Buddha Futu's Xianxia emitted 7 layers of light to protect his body, and a vast amount of water vapor exploded in front of his chest. Buddha Futu was knocked hundreds of miles away, but he was not injured at all. Buddha Futu was Amitabha's absolute confidant, and the Xianxia he wore had an extraordinary origin. Amitabha had personally asked the current great celestial emperor of the Celestial Court, who had ordered countless immortals under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Court to gather the clouds and all kinds of innate energies into thin threads, which were then jointly made by the experts of artifact refinement from the Tao League and the Buddhist League. The seemingly ordinary Xianxia was inlaid with a total of 49,000 mysterious pearls, and its various restrictive spells were extremely powerful. With this Xianxia on, Buddha Futu could escape unscathed even if he was attacked by more than 10 opponents of the same cultivation base. With a strange laugh, Wuxia sprung up and chased after Buddha Futu. The ocean was full of water vapor, and the black water true ape was a divine beast born to control water. With the help of the water element, Wuxi's speed was so fast that it was impossible to catch him. In just a blink of an eye, he had come behind Buddha Futu, raised his huge fist, and smashed it at the latter with all his strength. It was a well-known fact to all cultivators under the heaven that dragons had strong, fleshly bodies. However, in this world, there were many divine beasts that possessed innate divine powers that were several times stronger than the dragon race. For example, the black water true ape was one such innate divine beast. An adult black water true ape could easily suppress a true dragon that had a higher cultivation base than itself with brute force. For the black water true ape, the so-called divine abilities of shifting the stars were as easy as eating and breathing. Deafening rumbles kept coming from the sky. Wuxi's fist landed on Buddha Futu, sending him flying forward. Then, with a sway of his body, he came in front of Buddha Futu and punched him again, sending him flying backward. After throwing thousands of punches in a row, Buddha Futu's Xianxia kept bursting with dazzling light. Several layers of protective light were shattered by Wuxia, but his body did not fly more than a mile away. Wuxi's speed was frighteningly fast. No matter where Buddha Futu was sent flying, he would rush to his side and punch him back. Buddha Futu was battered by Wuxi's heavy fists. He cried out and tried to recite a spell or perform an incantation gesture to teach Wuxia a lesson, but every time, his dharma was broken by Wuxi's heavy punches. The poor Buddha Futu had a very high status in the Buddhist League. Ever since he was transformed into a human by Amitabha, he had never experienced such a fierce fight. Although he had the experience of subduing demons and devils, he only relied on his cultivation base of a Buddha to bully some little demons and devils who were not even heaven immortals. In terms of combat experience, Buddha Futu was like a blank sheet of paper. So, he was so flustered by Wuxi's random punches that his mind went blank, and he even forgot how to fight back. He even forgot that his true form was a pagoda. If he had remembered this and summoned his true form, with the pagoda's incredible defense, how could Wuxia get close to him? The aggrieved Buddha Futu was beaten by Wuxia for a full quarter of an hour, until he was dizzy and forgot where he was. Fortunately, the Xianxia he was wearing had an amazing defense. No matter how many punches Wuxia threw at him with all his might, none of them could touch his skin. Just as Buddha Futu was hesitating whether to ask his master, Amitabha, for help, Wuxia opened his mouth and spat out the natural phenomena medallion. A gust of wind mixed with countless heavenly thunders and earthly fires roared out of the small jade medallion, sweeping Buddha Futu into it in a flash. Terrible explosions kept ringing out. The natural phenomena medallion was a powerful magical artifact crafted by the ancient sacred emperor Xianxia himself, and its wind, fire, and thunderbolts were all made from the purest innate energy source. As soon as the gust of wind, heavenly thunders, and earthly fires hit the Xianxia, 6 of the 7 layers of light on it were shattered. Before Buddha Futu could react, a plume of dark smoke rushed out of the top of Wuxi's head. The dark-Een celestial tower whistled and poured down a great sheet of starlight, slowing down the flow of time around Buddha Futu by 100 times. Buddha Futu's body stiffened, and he froze to the spot. Meanwhile, the blood centipede sword had already slashed at his waist with a sharp blood-red beam. With a crisp crack, the last layer of light on Buddha Futu's Xianxia shattered, and the blood centipede sword tore through his body and cut him in half. Amidst a miserable howl, Buddha Futu's upper body transformed into a beam of golden light and flew back into the pagoda. Wuxia threw his head back and roared, then opened his mouth and swallowed the lower half of his body, which had turned into golden liquid. The pagoda flew whistling into the void and disappeared, while Wuxia hurriedly flashed into the teleportation formation onto the North Pole. The formation flickered with a bright light, and in the blink of an eye, Wuxia vanished without a trace. Chapter 771. Not long after Wuxia left with the teleportation formation, Buddha Futu, whose face was ashen and his fat body had shrunk by 3 times, returned to the sky above the Arctic Pole with a gust of fragrant wind. The part below his waist that had been chopped off had already regenerated, but he had used up too much of his vitality. At this moment, he looked shriveled like a dried bamboo shoot. He no longer had the plump aura from before. That vile creature! Buddha Futu trembled with rage as he pointed a finger at the teleportation formation that had quietly turned to dust. Clearly, Wuxia had returned to Panga continent with the teleportation formation, and he had immediately activated the formation's defensive mechanism, causing it to self-destruct. A gust of wind blew by, and in the next moment, a young novice monk, who looked to be only 13 or 14 years old and had red lips and white teeth, appeared beside Buddha Futu. With a smile on his face, the young novice monk glanced at the icy layer of the Arctic Pole, which had been turned into a mess by the battle, then shook his head and sighed softly. With a gentle wave of his hand, a sheet of light swept across the place, and the Arctic Pole was restored to its original state. "Listen up, Futu," the young novice monk chuckled. Buddha Futu hurriedly stood still and looked at the young novice monk with blinking eyes. The young novice monk shook his head and said, "This is a lesson for you. If you still can't refine your true form into a human, you'll have to suffer more next time. Your current body is just the condensation of a wisp of my true spirit. Although you have the cultivation base of a Buddha, your body is too weak. If you don't refine your true form into a golden body and fuse it with your true spirit, you'll never be able to fight a real, almighty expert." The young novice monk sniffed, narrowed his eyes, and shook his head with a sigh. "It will be shameful if an enemy as strong as a gold immortal can hurt a Buddha like you." Buddha Futu answered with a frown. A beam of golden light rushed out of the top of his head, and the pagoda that stood thousands of feet tall appeared once again. He looked up at the pagoda in distress and scratched his head helplessly. His true form was this pagoda. Although he was in a human form now, it was only the condensation of a wisp of his true spirit. Only by working hard in his cultivation, cultivating his true form into a golden body, and fusing his true spirit with a golden body, could he finally be considered as a real Buddha. But how sturdy was his body? How much effort would it take to refine him into human form? It had been several eons since Buddha Futu was enlightened by Amitabha, but even after he had spent so many eons refining his true form, the pagoda was still a pagoda, and there was no sign of it transforming into a human form. Glaring at Buddha Futu, who was wearing a bitter face, the little monk gently pressed his palm on the top of his head. A beam of faint golden light with a strange aroma was injected into Buddha Futu's body, causing his shriveled body to inflate like a balloon. In the blink of an eye, he had returned to his fair, chubby appearance. The essence chi that had been cut in half by Wuxia had completely recovered and was even stronger than before. Buddha Futu put his palms together and bowed respectfully to Xianxia. "Thank you, revered one." This handsome and seemingly harmless little monk was none other than the current leader of the Buddhist League, the spiritual sustenance of millions of Buddhas, the most powerful almighty expert in the Buddhist League, Lord Buddha Amitabha. Narrowing his eyes, Amitabha said in a deep voice, "All right, let's call it a day. Since things have come to this, we must act according to our plan. Even if someone intervenes, what can they change?" With a cold snort, Amitabha turned into a breeze and faded away, leaving only a faint voice echoing in the air. "Focus on carving your foundation, Futu. This is the foundation of your Tao. In this mortal world, if there are people who like to cause trouble, just let them do it. This is the general trend, and there's no need to pay attention to these trivial matters. Once this is done, the glory of the Buddhist League is right in front of us, and we'll settle everything with them one by one. Amitabha's voice faded away in the air, leaving behind only a sigh that seemed to be filled with hesitation and even a hint of panic. But no one heard the sigh, and even if they did, they would not believe what they heard. Was Amitabha hesitating? Was Amitabha panicking? How was that possible? What could make him hesitate? What could cause him to panic? Buddha Futu cackled. He glanced around, then locked his hands into a Buddhist incantation gesture and cried out in a deep voice, "Forget!" A beam of golden light swept across the earth, erasing all the memories and records related to the battle just now. The memories of all the people in this mortal world were wiped clean by Buddha Futu, and all living beings continued to develop according to the will of the immortals and Buddhas. Not to mention what Amitabha and Buddha Futu had done on Earth. After rushing into the teleportation formation, Wuxia quickly transformed into a stream of light and sped toward Panga continent. A beam of silver-green starlight flickered rapidly on his body. It was a beam of light left on him by the mirror of Kunlun, which had increased his speed by countless times. The long journey to Panga continent, which should have taken him a very long time, had taken him less than a breath of time. The pressure around him lightened abruptly, and in the next moment, Wuxia appeared in a valley covered with green grass on Panga continent. Without bothering to look at the surrounding scenery, he hurriedly pressed his palm on the teleportation formation, activating the self-destruction restriction of the teleportation formation. The teleportation formation on the North Pole immediately self-destructed. This was what Prince Chongqing had specifically told him. If anyone found out he was using a teleportation formation, he must destroy it immediately. Wuxia could understand the key to this. You had a very strict control over Panga continent. If ordinary immortals wanted to enter Panga continent, they had to go through the immortal passes jointly set up by the You and the Celestial Court, and could only stay on Panga continent briefly after going through a strict inspection. However, the teleportation formation constructed by Prince Chongqing and the others could bypass the supervision of the immortal passes. It would not be a good thing if any of them were to be controlled by the immortals. As soon as the formation was destroyed, Wuxia suddenly felt a great heat flow erupting out of his body. Just now, he had severed Buddha Futu's fleshly body, which was not his actual fleshly body, but formed from a wisp of his true spirit fused with the immense willpower of his believers. In fact, Buddha Futu's fleshly body could be regarded as a nascent soul with the overall strength of a Buddha. Therefore, when Wuxia devoured half of Buddha Futu's body, there was no flesh and blood essence in it, only an enormous stream of pure willpower, which contained a great deal of Buddha Futu's memories. The time Wuxia spent in the teleportation formation was so short that the willpower he had devoured did not have the time to explode. When he was teleported to Panga continent and destroyed the exposed teleportation formation on the other side, Wuxia relaxed his mind, and the golden juice he had devoured immediately took effect. The willpower of the Buddhist League, which was enough to burst Wuxia's body, surged violently inside him. The chaotic energy quickly devoured it. But it was the willpower transformed from half of Buddha Futu's body, which was equivalent to half of Buddha Futu's cultivation base. Wuxia's cultivation base was only equivalent to that of a 5th-tier gold immortal, while Buddha Futu was a real primordial expert. Although Buddha Futu was only a 9th-tier primordial expert, half of his cultivation base was enough to burst hundreds of thousands of Wuxia to pieces. Wuxia was sweating profusely. He felt as if tens of thousands of suns were exploding inside him, and both his body and divine soul were about to be destroyed by the terrible force. For a moment, Wuxia was very upset. He had lost his mind just now by devouring half of a Buddha's body. Wasn't he courting death? Countless information rushed into Wuxia's divine soul. Buddha Futu's body was the condensation of his true spirit, and when Wuxia devoured half of it, he had also devoured many of his memories. Among the information that rushed into Wuqi's divine soul were all the techniques of the 33 boundless heavens Buddha's expiation scripture cultivated by Buddha Fudu himself, and all the essences of the great light indestructible Amitabha treasure scripture cultivated by Lord Buddha Amitabha. Wuqi felt as if a huge pie had smashed onto his head. Buddha Fudu's cultivation technique was of no use to Wuqi unless he had a pagoda of his own. But Amitabha's great light, indestructible Amitabha treasure scripture was a supreme mystic art of the Buddhist League. Apart from Amitabha himself, only Buddha Fudu, who had followed him for countless eons, knew all the techniques of this mystic art. Even Amitabha's many disciples, including many Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, only practiced the various divine abilities of the Buddhist League derived from the great light, indestructible Amitabha treasure scripture. Compared to the mystic art cultivated by Amitabha himself, it was like a drop of water in the ocean. Now that Wuqi's body was in danger of exploding, he could not care less about anything else, and whether there would be any bad consequences after practicing Amitabha's cultivation technique. He took a deep breath and immediately sent the chaotic energy in his body into his interstitial world, leaving only his empty body behind. His enormous divine will guided a wisp of raging Buddhist willpower into his forehead, and Wuqi sat cross-legged in a remote valley, surrounded by green grass, and began to practice Amitabha's special cultivation technique with all his might. A faint ringing of a bell came from Wuqi's heart. In an instant, Wuqi's skin turned pale golden, and a tiny wisp of white light began to flicker between his brows. The enormous divine will in his divine soul was quickly transformed into the willpower of the Buddhist League. Wuqi began to recite the mantra of the Buddhist League, circulating his cultivation technique again and again according to the great light indestructible Amitabha treasure scripture. It truly deserved to be called Amitabha's special divine ability. When Wuqi began to practice this cultivation technique, the enormous willpower, which was completely out of his control, immediately turned into an obedient little lamb. It flowed through Wuqi's body according to his will, and at last, all the willpower was sucked into his forehead. Deep and powerful ringing of a bell kept ringing out from Wuqi's heart, sounding like the evening drum and morning bell, emanating a profound and thought-provoking aura. The golden hue on Wuqi's skin grew brighter and brighter, then gradually turned obscure, and finally turned into an ancient and heavy dark golden color. As Wuqi chanted the name of Buddha, 3 extra faces suddenly grew out of his head, facing east, south, west, and north. His body was shrouded in a faint golden light, and then 6 more arms poked out of his body. With 4 faces and 8 arms, his aura was solid and round, like an indestructible Amitabha pearl. His energy essence was completely restrained inside his body. About 1/10,000th of the enormous willpower from Buddha Fudu had been digested by Wuqi, which had directly elevated Wuqi's magic power, cultivation base, and fleshly body to the level of a second-tier gold immortal. Once Wuqi had fully absorbed the enormous willpower hidden between his brows, he would be standing on the threshold of the realm of primordial. Coupled with the skeleton of the ancient immortal that was gradually digesting and absorbing in his body, Wuqi's overall strength would certainly undergo a tremendous change if he was given a little time. On top of that, he had also formed the golden body of the Buddhist League, and the Dharma idol with 4 faces and 8 arms contained endless magical effects. Even Wuqi needed time to study its various mysteries. Taking a deep breath and dismissing the Dharma idol, Wuqi grinned and stamped his feet. An underground energy vein surged, and he had exercised the Kwafu chasing the sun step and left quickly. In just a few leaps, he was already 10 billion miles away. Chapter 772. Following the map in Chongqing's Jade Slip, Wuqi ran wildly across Panga continent. Yuxiong Plain was the birthplace of the Yellow Emperor, Xianyuan. But now, he was no longer in Yuxiong Plain, and Liangzhu had become the capital city of Diyu. The former sacred emperor of a human race had become the most powerful man on Panga continent and even played a decisive role in the entire universe. His residence had been moved to the land of the sacred emperor, located far to the north of Yuxiang Plain. Sensing the surging underground energy veins, Wuxia transformed into a gust of wind, a ball of light, and a gust of wind that was no different from the blazing energy in the veins, driving the Quafu chasing the sun step forward. With every step he took, he covered hundreds of millions or even billions of miles, and with every pulse of the energy veins, Wuxia was sent far away. With every step he took, a huge amount of Pangu, sacred energy, rushed into Wuqi's body, quickly cleansing and tempering his fleshly body, making it stronger and stronger. Tempered by the Pangu sacred energy, Wuqi's fleshly body grew stronger and stronger, and the temperature in his body rose higher and higher. Wrapped in chaotic energy, the remains of the ancient immortals refined by Wuqi's natal true flame were melting rapidly. Wuqi's bones were becoming stronger and stronger, and with every step he took, his overall strength was undergoing a tremendous change. Even the willpower between his brows became active because of Wuqi's rapid running. Controlled by the great light indestructible Amitabha treasure scripture, it kept turning into fragrant sweets that flowed through Wuqi's body, strengthening his fleshly body, his divine sense, and everything else. The Quafu chasing the sun step was one of the great divine abilities of the human race, and only a few elite human warriors could comprehend the pulse of Panga continent and master it. Running around Panga continent with the Quafu chasing the sun step was the fastest way for these elite warriors to improve their cultivation base. Every step they took was equivalent to sitting in meditation and cultivating for months. Therefore, when they were free, the greatest hobby of the truly formidable warriors on Panga continent was to roam around the continent. Feeling the pulsation of the earth veins and the strong wind blowing past his ears, he raised his head and saw that the stars in the sky had turned into extremely thin silver beams of light. Wuxia ran to his heart's content. It took him half a month to reach the vicinity of Yuxiang Plain from the deep valley, and another month to the north. At last, he came to a vast mountain range. This mountain still had a primitive and wild aura. There were huge, ferocious beasts and fierce birds everywhere. The poisonous insects and snakes on the ground were especially huge. There were grass snakes that were thousands of feet long, centipedes that were hundreds of feet long, mosquitoes that were the size of water tanks, and many other strange creatures. This mountain range was also the most dangerous place in the north of the U. It was called the North Ridge, and it stretched for 1 trillion miles. Beyond the North Ridge was the territory of the legendary Northern Black Emperor. The Northern Black Emperor was an almighty figure who had existed since the creation of the world. The ancient gods under his command were all ominous deities who represented plagues and disasters. Most of the most ferocious and violent mountain spirits and water monsters under the heaven were gathered under his command. The reason why the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan had finally settled his residence in the North Ridge was to keep a close watch on the Northern Black Emperor and prevent his subordinates from harassing Yu. A loud rumble echoed out from the ground, and a blast of air spread out in all directions. Amidst the explosion, Wuxia appeared. Drenched in sweat, Wuxia took a few deep breaths. After running for 1.5 months, his body was emitting a terrible heat that could melt even gold and iron. His skin had turned red, and blood was flowing rapidly in his veins. The sound of blood rushing through his veins was comparable to the sound of waves in the Xianxia River. After looking at the mountain range that stretched for 1 trillion miles, Wuxia took out the jade slip given to him by Prince Chongqing, which recorded the exact location of the land of Sacred Emperor, and crushed it. A beam of light shot out of the jade slip and transformed into a jade-colored portal in front of Wuxia. He strode into the portal, and the scenery around him changed. In just a flash, he was teleported to the depths of the North Ridge. The entire area within 1 trillion miles of the North Ridge was sealed off by the Yellow Emperor Xuanyuan's restrictive magic. As long as one cast the corresponding magic near the North Ridge, he would be teleported to the vicinity of the land of Sacred Emperor. Otherwise, even if Wuxia had the exact coordinates of the land of Sacred Emperor, it would take him more than half a year just to cross the North Ridge, which was still a barren landscape. Prince Changqing had specifically instructed him to come to the land of Sacred Emperor first and ask for an audience with the Yellow Emperor, instead of delivering a letter to Yuxiong Plain. The information must be sent to the Yellow Emperor first, and only then could it be sent to the Human Emperor. Wuxia had no idea what Prince Changqing was thinking. Perhaps this was simply some kind of tradition. Twitching his lips, Wuxia cast away the strange thoughts in his mind. In any case, there were too many messy traditions into you, and there were all kinds of strange things that he could not do. Standing on a towering mountain peak, Wuxia gazed into the distance. 1,000 miles ahead of him was the land of Sacred Emperor. It was a cone-shaped mountain that stood 1,000,000 miles tall and nearly 100 million miles in circumference at its foot. Later, it was cut in half by a mighty deity who served the Yellow Emperor Xianxia with a battle axe, and the cone-shaped mountain became a round platform. Hundreds of millions of humans lived on the flat mountaintop. After being transformed by the divine abilities of many almighty experts, the plain on the mountaintop had become fertile with water and grass. Wuxia gazed into the distance at the land of Sacred Emperor, where the common people were herding livestock and farming in the boundless fertile land. It was a beautiful scene of idleness and leisure. This man-made plain was the land of Sacred Emperor. The part of the mountain that was chopped off by the great deity was raised into the air, hovering hundreds of miles above the land of Sacred Emperor. This mountain was protected by countless restrictive spells and was densely covered with countless palaces and pavilions. This mountain, which was renamed Xianyuan Peak, was the current residence of the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan. According to Prince Changqing, Xianyuan Peak had been refined into a very powerful magical artifact, capable of severely wounding a primordial immortal with a single strike. It was one of the trump cards that the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan used to deter the Northern Black Emperor. Over the course of countless eons, many of the Northern Black Emperor's subordinates who tried to sneak into the Yu and stir up trouble had suffered greatly at the foot of this Xianyuan Peak. As Wuxia was gazing at the scenery in the land of Sacred Emperor, a long cloud suddenly emerged over it. 12 four-wheeled chariots forged from bronze, pulled by heavenly horses with wings on their backs, were approaching at top speed, accompanied by rumbling thunderclaps. Every single bronze chariot was extremely huge, and every piece of equipment on it was extremely heavy. They gave off a ferocious and barbaric aura. The heavily armored warriors standing on the bronze chariots all had ferocious faces and fierce gazes. They looked like a group of murderous butchers who had been imprisoned for countless years. The chariots came whistling up to Wuxia. The heavily armored general on the leading chariot pulled out a bronze spear that was 20 feet long, pointed it at Wuxia, and roared, "Tell me your name and purpose of coming here, boy. If you intend to trespass into the land of Sacred Emperor, you're dead. No matter who your parents, Lao Tzu, are, no one can protect you. I swear on the souls of your ancestors that if you intend to trespass into the land of Sacred Emperor, I'll chop off your head, pierce your heart, crush you, and feed you to the wolves." The general's cultivation base was about the same as Wuxia's, a second-tier gold immortal. In to use terms, he was a peak-level 8-star cultivator of the second Panga Heaven, close to the level of 9 stars. If he were in Liangzhu, he would already be qualified to be a general, but in the land of Sacred Emperor, he was just the leader of a patrol team. Wuxi's heart skipped a beat as he glanced at the hundreds of heavily armored warriors on the 12 chariots behind the general. Even the coachman was a peak-level 9-star cultivator of the first Panga Heaven, which was equivalent to a peak-level Heaven Immortal, while the hundreds of heavily armored warriors were all second Panga Heaven cultivators. Twitching his lips, Wuxia turned to look at the land of Sacred Emperor. The vast expanse of the land of Sacred Emperor was shrouded in a dense purple mist, so dense that mortals could see it clearly with their naked eyes. The Pangu's sacred energy here was even denser than that in Liangzhu, so one could imagine how good the cultivation conditions of the humans living here would be. In particular, the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan was a sacred emperor of virtue acknowledged by the heavenly Tao. With the immeasurable virtues, he had attained an immortal body and had an endless lifespan, just like those immortals. A sacred emperor of virtue like this could always unleash his sacred light of virtue to illuminate the surroundings. Under the protection of his sacred light, the lives of his soldiers were longer than those of ordinary people. Therefore, it was understandable that he had amassed a large number of experts and used such a powerful general as the leader of a patrol team. Glancing at the general, Wuxia bowed and said, "I, Tan Lang, the Marquis of East Sea Province of the Yu, have come to see the Sacred Emperor on the order of Crown Prince Chongqing. I have an important military intelligence." The general paused for a moment, then cried out, "An important military intelligence from Crown Prince Chongqing? Show me your proof of identity." Hastily, Wuxia flipped his hand and produced the seal of the Marquis of East Sea Province, as well as his waist medallion. Then he flipped his palm, and a clump of purple flame burst into flames. It was the true flame of the human warriors, which could only be produced by compressing and purifying the Pangu, sacred energy inside one's body, to the extreme. Apart from the strongest human warriors, even those Buddhas and primordial immortals could not cultivate this true flame of the Panga clan, which was called the true flame of Panga province. Not bad at all, lad." The captain gave the ball of flame in Wuxia's palm a fierce look. Then, with a pair of razor-sharp eyes, he gazed at Wuxia's face, which looked like a 17 or 18 years old youth. He let out a strange laugh and said, "I think you're younger than 50? I can't believe your cultivation base has caught up with that of Lao Tzu. TSK, how many pills did you take to get to where you are today?" The general sighed with emotion, then grabbed Wuxia's hand and pulled him onto the chariot. "Hold on tight, brothers," he cried out. "Let's go back at once. It's been a long time since Crown Prince Chongqing sent us any military intelligence. We can't afford to waste any more time." The chariot whistled through the air, filling the sky with thunderbolts as it sped toward the void where they had appeared out of thin air just now. In the blink of an eye, the chariot had plunged into a dense, restrictive barrier. Suddenly, Wuxia's eyes lit up. A huge mountain hovering in midair, as well as hundreds of nearby mountains, appeared in front of him. They had arrived at Xianyuan Peak, the residence of the Yellow Emperor. Chapter 773. While Wuxia was running around Panga continent, the internal strife of the Yu clan in Zhong province was in full swing. On the day when Princess Zhonglu came to visit, Yu Miao and Yu Miao had a sudden conflict, and the Yu clan was officially divided. As the current clan master of the Yu clan in Zhong province, Yu Miao undoubtedly had a great advantage. On the spot, he ordered the Yu clan's private army to besiege Yu Miao and his companions. Tens of thousands of soldiers attacked together, and the families of Yu Miao and the elders who were close to him were caught in a terrible situation. Most of their relatives lived in Yu clan's mansion, and at Yu Miao's order, more than 70% of them were captured alive. Yu Miao and the elders had escaped from Zhongning City without a hitch, but most of their relatives were under Yu Miao's control. Yu Miao was in charge of the righteous cause, as well as the Yu clan's private army and other forces. Even some of the Yu clan's allies could only communicate with Yu Miao, the clan leader. Therefore, Yu Miao and the dozen elders around him, who represented the Yu clan in Zhong province, were at a complete disadvantage. Over the past month or so, Yu Miao, who was in a good mood, had been chasing after Yu Miao and suppressing him. Those who had won in the struggle for power in the 30 provinces were all captured by Yu Miao's men. Those who were quick to react could still escape, but those who were slightly slower were captured alive on the throne of prefecture overseer by Yu Miao. All the powerful clans in Zhong province were watching the internal strife of the Yu clan. Such internal struggles for power and profit within clans were not uncommon in Great Yu, but few of them were so bloody and vivid. Yu Miao's ruthlessness and the speed of his fall were a classic example of the internal strife of the Yu clan. Originally, there were many wealthy clans in Zhong province who wanted to fish in troubled waters and gain some benefits. But when the Yu clan in Liangzhu suddenly sent dozens of elders and a large number of experts to visit Yu Miao, all these people who were eager to make a move obediently withdrew their hands. The Yu clan in Zhong province could be offended as much as they wanted, and the Yu clan in Liangzhu could not fight back. Anyone who dared to provoke Yu clan in Liangzhu could go ahead. But even Bo Zhongfu did not have the strength to compete with Yu clan in Liangzhu, which was an important power of the Yu's Directorate of Celestials. After more than a month of turmoil, Yu Miao's apparent power had been taken over by Yu Miao. The positions of prefecture overseer of 30 provinces, the power of all the branches of Yu clan, and the channels of interest of Yu clan in Zhong province were all taken over by Yu Miao's people. As a result, Yu Zong was accused of colluding with immortals with ulterior motives, and Bo Zhongfu issued an official order to capture him. Under the starry night, under the starlight, Princess Zhang Lu floated above a dark cloud with ominous fluctuations emitting from her body. Her enormous divine sense swept through the surroundings like flowing mercury. Her divine sense had completely enveloped the entire state in front of her, and she was searching inch by inch for anything suspicious. A dozen generals with the cultivation bases of the 5 and 6 stars realm of the second Peng of Heaven were quietly guarding Princess Zhang Lu in 3 serpent flying ships with thousands of soldiers. These generals and soldiers were the trusted men sent by Gao, King Yufeng. When King Yufeng heard that Wuxia was ambushed and dragged into the void, he flew into a rage. While complaining about it to Emperor Haozuan, he also sent his spies to gather information about the East Sea province. When Gao learned that Yu Miao was colluding with some powerful nobles of Zhong province to seize the East Sea province's interests, his temper flared up, and he immediately used all his connections in the imperial court to make the fiercest response to the matter. That was why the Yu clan in Liangzhu was able to infiltrate Zhong province so smoothly, and why Princess Zhang Lu had thousands of elites around her. Yu Miao's quick fall had something to do with Gao's outburst. He had misjudged the position of Wuxia in Gao's heart, and the impression Wuxia had left in the hearts of some people into Yu. When he did something he should not have done to the foundation of the missing Wuxia, the reaction from all sides immediately sent the Yu clan in Zhong province, which he represented, into an irrecoverable state. Princess Zhang Lu suddenly sneered. She recited a few incantations in a deep voice, and a chilly wind suddenly swept across the world. The bone-chilling cold wind covered the province below. This was a 6th-grade province under the jurisdiction of the central province. The one who ruled this province was the Yi clan, a local clan in the central province. After Bo Zhongfu took over Zhong province, the Yi clan had submitted to him as quickly as possible. After a round of flattery and swearing of loyalty, they had succeeded the former prefecture overseer who had fled and gained the ruling power of the province. Among those nobles who had colluded with Yu Miao to share the interests of the East Sea province, Yi clan was the most active one. In the revenge launched by Princess Zhang Lu more than a month ago, the province ruled by Yi clan was the most miserable one. All the crops, pasture, and vegetation in the province were eaten up by locusts in just 3 days. Then, a plague suddenly broke out, infecting more than 90% of the billions of people in the province and rendering them bedridden. In just over a month, the province was on the verge of collapse. But tonight, Princess Zhang Lu sensed with her divine sense that Yu Miao and a dozen elders of Yu clan, who were wanted by Bo Zhongfu, as well as the members of Yu clan who had followed them out of the mansion, were all hiding in a secret chamber in Yi clan's mansion. The air of the whole province was densely filled with plague viruses invisible to the naked eye. These viruses were evolved from the divine power of the avatar of the god of Scourge that Princess Zhang Lu had condensed. They were not ordinary viruses. They came and went without a trace, and they did not carry any energy reaction. They looked like living things, but also like inanimate objects at the same time. Unless it was cast by a god whose divine power was incompatible with divine power, ordinary magic and divine ability could not prevent them from being corroded. However, these tiny viruses were equivalent to Princess Zhongli's clones. Her divine sense could control them at any time, and she could know everything that happened within 1,000 feet around them. The viruses had mixed with the air of the whole province, and there was no place in the province that could escape the detection of Princess Zhongli's divine sense. Yu Miao and the others were in the secret chamber of the prefecture overseer's mansion. Princess Zhongli had clearly sensed their aura. Yu Miao had even borrowed the power of the ghost god he worshipped and sealed off the surroundings of the secret chamber with several powerful magical artifacts. But in the face of Princess Zhongli's pure divine abilities and mystic arts of ancient gods, Yu Mu's defensive mechanisms were like sieves with holes everywhere and could not work at all. Under the control of Princess Zhongli's divine sense, the concentration of the plague viruses in the air around Yu Miao and the others was getting higher and higher, gradually reaching a level of quantitative and qualitative change. In the secret chamber, which was spacious but extremely narrow and oppressive, Yu Miao sat cross-legged on a hassock, his face pale. A dozen elders of Yu clan also sat blankly on the hassock, all looking at the secluded elder who sat in the middle. The current head of Yi clan, Yi Tianyan, who was also the prefecture overseer of the 6th grade province, was sitting awkwardly off to one side, sweat trickling down his body like running water. Yi Tianyan really did not want to entertain Yu Miao and his companions, who looked like stray dogs. But Yu Miao and his companions were just too strong for Yi clan to resist. Yu Miao had made it clear to him that if he did not take them in, all the members of Yi clan would be killed. Therefore, Yi Tianyan had no choice but to let them stay in the prefecture overseer's mansion. At the thought of those important members of Yi clan who had been cast with vicious restrictive spells and had their lives in Yu Miao's hands, Yi Tianyan had an urge to cry. Why did he listen to Yu Miao's bewitchment when he had nothing better to do? Why did he scheme for the territory of the East Sea? All the crops and vegetation in his territory had been wiped out by the plague of locusts. Not to mention this year, there would be no harvest for years to come. 90% of the people were bedridden and dying, and they could die in large numbers at any time. 90% of the people would die suddenly. Such a thing had never happened in the history of the Yu. It was not hard to imagine what would happen to Yi clan if such a thing happened in the history of the Yu. The wrath of the human emperor. At the thought of it, Yi Tianyan felt a chill run down his neck. Yu Miao and his clan were the bane of all existence. Yi Tianyan clenched his fists tightly, and he had an urge to fight Yu Miao. It was all Yu Miao's fault. If he had not bewitched him, how could Yi clan have been dragged into such a great trouble? But what kind of deity was guarding the East Sea province? The Marquis of East Sea province had been sucked into the void and disappeared. How could the East Sea province still make such a terrible counterattack? All the nobles of Zhong province who had colluded with Yu Miao to divide the interests of the East Sea province had suffered all kinds of natural disasters in their territories. Which god of disaster had Yu Miao offended? The secluded elder of Yu clan sat cross-legged on a hassock with his head bowed in silence. After a long while, he nodded slowly and said, "Now that things have come to this, there is only one way to save the Yu clan of Zhong province. The main clan in Liangzhu cannot completely wipe out this branch of the Yu clan of Zhong province. We just need to bow our heads, admit defeat, and give some compensation to the East Sea province. With that, the matter can still be solved." Yu Miao's face fell. "Great-grandfather, how can we bow our heads and admit defeat?" he asked through gritted teeth. The secluded elder and the other elders turned to look at Yu Miao at the same time. How could they bow their heads and admit defeat? The best way was to hand Yu Miao over to take the blame. These elders hated Yu Miao as well. Why did he have to torture Wuxia? It was one thing for him to kill Wuxia, but not only was he not killed, the Yu clan of Zhong province was on the brink of total decline. At the thought of their clan members who were captured alive by Yu Miao's order, these elders felt a sharp pain in their hearts. Although they had escaped, most of their clan members had fallen into the hands of the enemy. That was equivalent to wiping out their bloodline. Yu Miao could see the hostility in these elders' eyes, and a surge of anger rushed to his head. He rose to his feet angrily. Just as he was about to scold these elders who had lost their position, he suddenly felt that there was something wrong with the air around him. The air suddenly turned blue, as if it was filled with a thin layer of smoke. He took a deep breath, but not a single bit of oxygen entered his body. Instead, countless tiny things that gathered together and made the air sticky like glue rushed into his body. As soon as they entered his body, these horrible things, which were so tiny that they could not be detected by divine will, quickly grew and multiplied by relying on the nourishment of his blood essence. Before long, they had filled his blood vessels and internal organs. Yu Miao cried out in shock. Beside him, Yi Tianyan's body swayed and fell heavily to the ground. All that was left of Yi Tianyan was a thin layer of human skin. In just a breath's time, all of Yi Tianyan's flesh and blood had been devoured by the plague virus. Thick blue smoke spurted out from Yi Tianyan's cracked skin. This was the plague virus formed from all of Yi Tianyan's blood essence. The secluded elder was horrified. "The enemy is here. Go out and talk to them," he cried out hoarsely. Puff! The elder opened his mouth and let out a mouthful of blue blood. Wisps of blue smoke rose from the blood he spat out. The faces of the elders in the secret chamber fell instantly. Chapter 774. Under the starlight, Princess Zhonglu, who was clad in a black palace dress and had her long hair hanging loosely over her shoulders, looked so pale that her face was almost transparent. A thin layer of fluorescent light enveloped her petite body, making her look like a ghost who harvested souls at night. She stretched out her arms, her fingers moving nimbly in various incantation gestures. Amidst her deep chanting, all the plague viruses in the entire province began to gather in the prefecture overseer's mansion. As the night breeze blew, the blue torrents kept pouring into the mansion, converging on the secret chamber where Yu Miao and the others were hiding. The plague viruses transformed from the divine power of the god of Scourge were cunning and vicious. Wherever they passed, the houses corroded and collapsed, and the rocks weathered and turned into sand. If Princess Zhonglu had not controlled the viruses to avoid the common people along the way, the provincial capital would have long been turned into a land of death. Shrill howls rang out from the mansion. Amidst their shrill cries, all the people of Yi Clan turned into hollow human skins. Their flesh and blood nourished the plague viruses, which turned into plumes of blue smoke and soared into the sky, then turned around and rushed back to the mansion. The members of the Yu clan who were hiding in the mansion were moaning in pain as well. The viruses were corroding their bodies and devouring their flesh, blood, and energy essence. Their cultivation base was much stronger than the members of Yi clan, so their energy essence was very strong. With enough energy essence for the plague viruses to devour, they could live longer. However, as their blood vessels and internal organs were gradually infected by the viruses, the pain became longer and longer. Howling and screaming, they ran around the mansion in agony. The avatar Princess Zhonglu had condensed could not only control the plague viruses, but also the so-called God of Scourge, who could cause any calamity. A member of the Yu clan, who was running wildly, suddenly stepped on empty air. A stone step under his feet broke, and he lost his balance and fell to the side. A muffled thud rang out as the poor man's temple hit the sharp corner of the stone step. His head exploded like an egg, and his brain sprayed a few feet away. Another member of the Yu clan was holding his belly and rolling on the ground, groaning in pain. Suddenly, the roof above his head collapsed, and a huge rock with the circumference of dozens of feet fell whistling down, flattening him like a pancake. One of Yu Miao's grandsons could not bear the severe pain in his body either. Roaring furiously, he performed an incantation gesture with both hands and recited an incantation, summoning the power of the ghost god he worshipped, turning it into a ball of raging fire and wrapping him up. He wanted to burn away the plague virus that was invading his body and at the same time destroy the virus that was growing in his body. However, the pain in his body suddenly increased by more than 10 times. It was a pain that exceeded the limit of what a normal person could endure. As soon as his fingers loosened, the spell that had just taken shape immediately exploded. Raging flames spewed out of his 7 orifices, and not long after, he was burned to ashes. One of Yu Miao's sons, who was as fat as a toad, struggled to pull out a bottle of detoxifying and life-saving pills with both hands. With great difficulty, he uncorked the bottle and fished out 2 pills the size of pigeon eggs, stuffing them into his mouth. But as the saliva in his mouth was sucked dry by the plague virus, the 2 pills did not turn into juice. Instead, they rolled down his throat. The 2 pills blocked his throat shoulder to shoulder, forcibly choking his windpipe. A perfectly fine person was stuck to death by 2 life-saving pills. His luck was really bad to the extreme. In just the time it took to finish a pot of tea, more than half of Yu Miao and the dozen or so elders of Yu clan had died because of all kinds of strange things. It was as if the god of plague had possessed them, and they died in all kinds of strange ways. Yu Miao and the others, who had witnessed it with their own eyes, could not believe that their clansmen could have such bad luck. This was the divine power of the god of Scourge. Every move and word of a person who was targeted by this divine power would bring disaster to himself, and any external factors would become the cause of the disaster. Unless there was a divine power that could restrain the divine power of the god of Scourge, the person who was targeted by this divine power would be subjected to all kinds of strange tortures, and it would not stop until the person was tortured to death. There were many divine powers that could restrain the god of Scourge, but the Tao of ghost and deity cultivated by Yu Miao and the others did not have the corresponding magic. Although their overall strength was much higher than that of Princess Zhonglu, they could do nothing to stop the golden body of the god of Scourge that was wantonly killing their clansmen. A loud rumble rang out as a large gap suddenly cracked open in the ground. 2 of Yu Miao's descendants fell into the gap, their necks broken. Seeing that he had lost 2 more descendants, Yu Miao's eyes turned bloodshot. With a furious roar, he suddenly transformed into a gust of chilly wind and sped straight toward Princess Zhonglu, who was hovering in midair. Princess Zhonglu narrowed her eyes, which were as bright as the stars in the sky. She gently performed an incantation gesture with her little hands and pressed them toward Yu Miao. Calamity! Suddenly, an iron-billed bird appeared in front of Yu Miao, who was sprinting at full speed. It was a bird that could fly very fast, and its beak could break gold and iron, as well as penetrate all kinds of restrictive spells. Into Yu's army, there was a kind of magic-breaking bolt made from the long beak of an iron-billed bird. Yu Miao dared to swear on the souls of 18 generations of his ancestors that there was not a single iron-billed bird within 100 miles of him just now. But as Princess Zhonglu cried out softly, the iron-billed bird suddenly appeared in front of him, flying at full speed. The iron beak, measuring 1 foot and 2 inches long, accurately pierced into Yu Miao's mouth. A muffled noise rang out as the bird's long beak and neck came out from the back of Yu Miao's neck. Yu Miao's teeth were smashed by the iron beak, and blood mixed with broken teeth flowed down, staining the unlucky iron-billed bird. This was the horror of the god of Scourge's divine power. As long as one was targeted by it, all kinds of strange disasters would fall from the sky, and there was no way to guard against them in advance. Yu Miao, who was groaning in pain from his lungs, had no time to rush to Princess Zhonglu. In a flurry, he pulled the iron-billed bird out of the bird's mouth. The hard, coarse iron beak rubbed against his wound, causing his muscles to tremble and cold sweat to pour down his back. With a flip of his palm, a clump of black flame filled with an evil aura pressed heavily against the hole in his neck. Amidst the sizzling sound of skin and flesh being burned, Yu Miao had burned his wound into a bloody mess, temporarily protecting the fatal wound with this cruel mystic art. But before he could do so, a beam of five-color divine light rushed out of the top of Princess Zhongli's head. The golden body of the god of Scourge sat cross-legged in the magnificent shrine, its eyes emitting two extremely thin beams of evil light that locked onto Yu Miao's body. The golden body of the god of Scourge slowly raised its finger and snorted at Yu Miao. Suddenly, a meteorite appeared over Yu Miao's head and fell at high speed. The meteorite measured about 1,000 feet in diameter and was entirely composed of extremely dense metal essence. Even a palm-sized piece of metal essence weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. So the weight of this meteorite was indeed frighteningly heavy. Yu Miao felt the fierce wind coming from the top of his head. He looked up blankly at the falling meteorite, and his pupils constricted to the size of a needle tip. "Bastard!" he roared at the top of his voice. For a moment, Yu Miao was filled with grief and speechless pain. Why was this huge meteorite coming straight at his head? He had just been severely wounded by the iron-billed ibis, and the pain had numbed his mind. How could he have the time to resist the bombardment of this meteorite? Just as Yu Miao was about to be smashed into a pulp by the meteorite, the secluded elder, shrouded in a thick blue mist, was already flying toward him furiously. Surrounded by a layer of misty flame, the secluded elder resisted the invasion of the blue plague virus. Then he slapped his palms into the air. Two giant hands, each about 1,000 feet in circumference, emerged above Yu Miao's head with a deafening rumble. They grabbed the meteor, neutralized its tremendous impact, and casually tossed it aside. The secluded elder stared fixedly at Princess Zhonglu and said through gritted teeth, "The primordial Tao of divinity? Hee, you've actually awakened the bloodline of the ancient god? What you've condensed is the avatar of the god of Scourge, isn't it? No wonder my clan members have suffered such heavy casualties. You're so cruel, little girl." Princess Zhonglu twitched her lips, sneered proudly, and said, "Cut the crap, old fogey. If not for you plotting against my husband's territory and looking at your hideous appearance, how could I have the time to waste on you? I don't want to waste my time with you. Anyway, all the members of the Yu clan in Zhong province must die today." Then she performed an incantation gesture with both hands and recited a spell in a deep voice. Princess Zhonglu performed an incantation. All of a sudden, the secluded elder's body exploded one after another. Bloody holes the size of fists kept appearing on his body, and his flesh and blood were flying in all directions. The powerful incantation he had just prepared to unleash suddenly went out of control and backfired. A circle of ghosts shot out from his palms and attached themselves to his body, biting and gnawing at him. The secluded elder's shriveled body shrank rapidly, and all his blood essence was quickly sucked away by those ferocious ghosts. Yu Miao let out a shrill roar. "How presumptuous! How dare a weak girl, like you say, you want to wipe out the Yu clan? Elders, let's kill this demoness together. We can't let her continue to wreak havoc." While Yu Miao's voice was still echoing in the air, a dozen elders, whose bodies were also exploding, had transformed into wild gusts of wind and rushed toward Princess Zhonglu. The plague viruses in their bodies turned into small bombs that kept exploding. Their bodies were not as strong as those of the Yu's warriors, and their fragile bodies could not withstand the power of the explosions. In just a few breaths of time, they were almost completely blown to pieces. As Yu Miao's cry rang out, these elders gritted their teeth and endured the severe pain while silently reciting spells to summon the ghosts and deities they worshipped. The only thought in their minds at the moment was to gather all their forces and kill Princess Zhonglu as quickly as possible. Princess Zhonglu gave a cold snort and gently waved her hand. At the same time, the dozen military officers sent by Gao gave a loud cry, and except for two who stayed at Princess Zhongli's side, all the other military officers rushed toward the elders, whose bodies were badly mutilated. Suddenly, a bright light flashed in the distant sky, and a dozen large flying ships were flying toward them at lightning speed. Yu Miao had come with a large army of Yu clan. Now that he had fallen out with Yu Miao, he had to kill him and not give him another chance to stir up trouble. This was the opportunity for Yu Miao to take complete control of the Yu clan in Zhong province. How could he let it go so easily? Surrounded by 3 parties, Yu Miao and his company were in a desperate situation. Chapter 775. The sky was filled with dark blue viruses, which had turned into thick blue clouds and covered the void, swallowing even the light of the stars and the moon. Yu Miao and the other elders of the Yu clan in Zhong province stood blankly in the void, staring blankly at the army that had surrounded them. Yu Miao, Yu Huai, and Yu Mu had arrived with his only son and grandson, but his wife was nowhere to be seen. In addition to the 3 of them, there were thousands of elite soldiers clad in black leather armors. They were the private army that the Yu clan in Liangzhu had urgently dispatched to support Yu Miao. There were also a dozen old oracles with white hair and beards hovering in the sky, looking down at the besieged Yu Miao and his companions. They were the elders sent by the Yu clan in Liangzhu. The 3 strongest elders had already stepped 1 foot into the realm of supreme oracles, and if it were not for the fact that their lifespans had run out and they could no longer find any pills that could prolong their lives, they would all have the confidence to become supreme oracles. With 3 experts like this joining hands, even if Yu Miao and his companions had a secluded elder among them, there was no way they could turn the situation around. Princess Zhang Lu hovered in front of Yu Miao and his companions, her hands tucked under her sleeves as she stared coldly at them in silence. Yu Miao and his companions were already in a hopeless situation, so she did not want to waste her breath on these old men. Had it not been for Yu Miao's desire to seize Wuxi's property, Princess Zhang Lu would not have had the time to deal with him and his companions. She was so busy helping the people of the 6 states settle down their people that her feet could barely touch the ground, and she had no time to waste on Yu Miao and his companions. Princess Zhang Lu twitched her lips and took a few steps back on her cloud as she watched Yu Miao arrive with the army of elites from the Yu clan in Liangzhu. She looked at Yu Miao with great interest, wanting to see what means he would use to kill Yu Miao and his companions. Yu Miao laughed bitterly. Trembling, he pulled out a pill bottle and crushed it, then took out 2 pills and tried to shove them into his mouth. However, he almost instinctively glanced at the golden body of the scourge floating above Princess Zhang Li's head, and then stuffed the 2 pills back into his sleeves. Just now, he had seen with his own eyes that his unlucky child choked to death by a pill. He didn't want to die in such an ugly way. He breathed a sigh of relief, then looked at Yu Miao and said in a deep voice, "Do you really dare to use the power of Liangzhu to kill me?" This was already a violation of the laws of the Yu clan. If everyone is like you, using the power of the main clan to bully the branch bloodlines, wouldn't the rules of the Yu family be corrupted and chaotic? Yu Mu sighed softly. With his hands clasped behind his back, he looked at Yu Miao, shook his head, and said, "We've been fighting for so many years, but I've never been able to defeat you. But this time, you've made a mistake. You've targeted the foundation of the Marquis of East Sea Province, which has infuriated the master of Yin Tian Palace of the Secret Palace. He has sent a memorial to the Human Emperor, and the Human Emperor has ordered us to clean up the scum of Yu clan like you." Laughing grimly, Yu Miao continued in a deep voice, "If the territories of every Marquis of the Yu province are divided before their life and death is determined, won't it make the hearts of countless Marquis of the Yu province bitterly disappointed? Great Elder, by doing this, you have actually destroyed the foundation of the Yu clan." Yu Miao's face twisted into a frown. Gnashing his teeth, he stared at Yu Miao and said in a deep voice, "How could Tan Lang come back alive?" A bright gleam flickered in Yu Miao's eyes. "How can you be so sure that he is dead?" he asked with a cold grin. Yu Miao's face flickered slightly, and his eyes flickered, not daring to meet Yu Miao's eyes. Grinning coldly, Yu Miao nodded slowly and said, "I see. So, you are colluding with the traitors who plotted against the Marquis of EC Province?" Yu Miao, The evidence is conclusive, and you can't hide it in front of so many people. Princess Zhang Lu nodded her head slowly and sneered under her breath. No wonder Yu Miao was jumping up and down and colluding with people to plot against the East Sea province as soon as Wuxia disappeared. It turned out that he had received some solid news and could confirm that Wuxia was dead. Did that mean that Yu Miao knew who plotted against Wuxia from behind? With a cold snort, Princess Zhonglu raised her head proudly and said in a cold voice, "Yu Miao, confess yourself. Who was the person who colluded with you? If you can confess everything, I can." After pondering for a brief moment, Princess Zhonglu shook her head and said, "You have to remove the roots when you are cutting the weeds. It's impossible for you to leave a few descendants, and all your people must be killed. However, Zixian can give you an intact corpse. This is the best treatment Zixian can give you." The corner of Yu Miao's mouth twitched. Princess Zhang Li's words were too much for him to bear. He gave Princess Zhang Lu a quick glance, wondering why such a delicate little girl could be even crueler and bloodier than him in words. How could she be so skilled when it came to the business of wiping out an entire clan? After a long silence, Yu Miao suddenly burst into wild laughter. Shaking his head, he said, Well, I can't blame anyone for my loss. It's me who has underestimated that little Tan Lang. If I had known this, I would have killed him with a thunderous force. How could this disaster have happened?" Glaring at Yu Miao said in a ferocious voice, "Was it Palace Master Yin Tian who personally reported to the human emperor that Liangzhu should meddle in the affairs of Yu clan and Zhong province? Hee, that old fool Yuchen sure knows how to borrow power. Congratulations. The Yu family of the Central Region can only obediently merge with the Liangzhu Yu family. Congratulations to our Yu family for becoming even stronger." While chuckling, Yu Miao pointed his finger at Yu Miao and said, "Yu Miao, I'll kill you, your son, your grandson, your parents, and all the people who are directly related to you by blood. One day, I'll kill that old bastard Yu Chen with my own hands. If I'm unlucky and he doesn't live that long, then I'll definitely dig up his grave and grind his bones to ashes." Yu Miao laughed wildly, so much so that his saliva was spraying out of his mouth. He looked like a madman. Yu Miao looked at Yu Miao in confusion, wondering why he could still talk so arrogantly at this moment. Didn't he notice that the 3 elders with the highest cultivation base sent by Yu clan and Liangzhu could easily kill Yu Miao and his companions? Even if that secluded elder from Yu clan and Zhong province was here, he could never be a match for 3 elders who had stepped into the realm of supreme oracles. Princess Zhang Lu vaguely sensed that something was wrong. She performed an incantation gesture with both hands under her sleeves, and the shadow of a silver lotus quietly emerged between her brows. The 5-color divine ray behind her gradually condensed into a hazy lotus-like airwave, which swirled and swirled in the air. A cold, sharp aura kept spreading in all directions, cutting through the nearby void and leaving black marks on the surface of the void. The innate gold and silver lotus was quietly activated, and together with the 5 thunders immortal zither that had been fused with the spatial breaking pearl, Princess Zhonglu was ready to respond. Meanwhile, the golden body of the god of Scourge hovering above her opened its eyes slightly. A dense gray divine power swirled around it, emanating an ominous aura that made one feel suffocated, as if some strange calamity would befall Yu Miao and his companions at any time. Yu Miao laughed even more crazily, waving his hands and shouting at the top of his voice, Good. I admit defeat today, but there's still a long way to go. Let's wait and see." Haha. Yu Miao, do you think you've won? I should have made up my mind long ago. Since the Yu has been heartless to me, of course I can be heartless to the Yu. Yu Miao's words made the faces of Yu clan's elders fall, including the secluded elder from Yu clan and Zhong province. All the leading figures of Yu clan looked at Yu Miao in horror and snapped, "Yu Miao, what do you think you're doing?" Even the most insane subject of the Yu, even Feng Lingling, who was executed by the human emperor, did not dare to say that he would be heartless to Yu just because Yu had been heartless to him. By saying that, Yu Miao had not only turned against the Yu clan in Liangzhu, but also stood against the entire Yu dynasty. With a cold snort, Yu Miao held his head up proudly and waved his right hand. An immortal talisman shrouded in purple mist appeared out of thin air in his palm. He coughed a mouthful of blood onto the talisman, and it suddenly burst into flames. "Patriarch! Patriarch!" Yu Miao cried out as he threw his head back. Plumes of purple smoke rose from the burning talisman, forming a huge arched door over Yu Miao's head. A huge gourd shrouded in scorching flames flew whistling out of the arched door. Standing hundreds of feet tall, the gourd slowly turned its head and sprayed out a stream of crimson flame from its mouth. Amidst the flame, hundreds of thousands of flying swords, each the size of a little finger, shot out, leaving countless tiny sword beams in the air like a rainstorm. Accompanied by a deafening roar of wind and fire, the overwhelming flame and the rain of swords fell down. Except for Yu Miao and a dozen elders of the Yu clan in Zhong province, everyone else was engulfed by the flame and the rain of swords. Yu Miao and the others cried out at the top of their lungs. Caught off guard, they were caught in the flame, and the crimson flame burned them badly. The armors of the heavily armored soldiers were burned red, and some were even melted into molten iron on the spot. The rain of swords had a terrible penetrating force, so much so that even the three strongest elders of the Yu clan in Liangzhu had dozens of tiny holes pierced through their bodies. Apart from Princess Zhonglu, everyone present was wounded. Even though Princess Zhonglu had secretly unleashed the innate gold and silver lotus to protect herself, the rain of swords still made the five-color divine light around her tremble violently. The piercing force of each tiny flying sword was like the weight of Mount Tai, forcing Princess Zhonglu to stagger and fly backward, unable to come up with an effective response. A deep, cold laugh rang out. Immediately after the huge gourd, an immortal dressed in a Taoist robe strode out of the arched door. Judging by his appearance, he was none other than Immortal Gourd, the mastermind behind the Gourd Immortal Market. Immortal Gourd stretched out his hand and transformed it into a huge golden palm, grabbing Yu Miao and the other elders of the Yu clan in Zhong province. He gave Yu Miao a cold glance and said in a deep voice, "Yu Miao, it seems you have some ability. The foundation of the Yu clan in Zhong province has been completely taken away by you. Yu Miao will settle the score with you in the future. I won't fight a junior like you, lest people laugh at me for bullying the weak." Yu Miao and the other members of the Yu clan in Liangzhu stared at Immortal Gourd as if they were looking at a ghost. Yu Miao pointed at Immortal Gourd and cried out in shock, You are." Immortal Gourd gave Yu Miao a ferocious smile, then suddenly burst out laughing and said, "I'm true Immortal Gourd. Haha, don't tell me you know me?" Laughing wildly, Immortal Gourd climbed onto the huge gourd, ripped open the void, and was about to leave. Chapter 776. King Xianxia interrupted Liu Bang and said coldly, "This girl has formed her golden body of the ancient god, and she belongs to me." Princess Zhonglu pointed her finger at true Immortal Gourd and cried out softly, "Go!" In the imperial court of the Yu, colluding with an immortal was a felony punishable by the extermination of one's entire clan. As the former head of the Yu clan in Zhong province, Yu Zong had cultivated the body of an immortal, and this was a major event that could bring disaster to the entire Yu clan in Liangzhu. If the powerful clans in Liangzhu learned that a member of the Yu family had become an immortal, they would definitely join forces to condemn the Yu family. By then, the Yu family would be humiliated as well. Countless raindrops fell from the sky, and the axe condensed by the gray smoke was shattered into pieces by the raindrops summoned by Yinglong. Princess Zhonglu let out a clear cry, and the flying sword condensed of gold element energy in her palm shot toward Yu Zong's chest in a silver beam of light. At the same time, the divine ray of five-colored light behind her tumbled, and the energies of earth, water, fire, and wind tumbled and turned into a colorful mountain that smashed down toward Yuzong's head. Wherever the mountain passed, all the natural energy was absorbed by it. Yuzong, who bore the brunt of the attack, felt his body sink as all the natural energy around him was sucked dry by the mountain, and his overall strength was instantly suppressed by 30%. Princess Zhonglu snorted lightly. The gray divine energy that was swirling around the golden body of the god of Scourge suddenly transformed into a huge axe that was tens of feet long. The divine ray of five-colored light rushed up and injected into the gray axe, filling it with all the colors and making it look like it was carved out of crystal. She extracted the innate gold element energy from the lotus and injected it into the axe, and soon, the surface of the axe was coated with a dazzling silver gleam. Princess Zhongli's face turned blue with anger. She snorted coldly and continued to extract the gold element energy from the lotus. A silver gleam flickered in her palm as she compressed the rich gold element energy into a flying sword that gleamed with a cold gleam. She was about to unleash the flying sword and attack UK with the invincible sharpness of the gold element energy. But Yu Miao's gourd was obviously a rare spirit item, and its flame was the nemesis of gold element energy. Therefore, Princess Zhongli's flying sword might not be able to hurt him. Lu Bang laughed. A sinister light flashed in his eyes as he summoned the primordial chaos sky covering flag and threw it at Princess Zhonglu. On a lofty mountain thousands of miles away, Lu Bang and King Xianxia were sitting opposite each other, drinking merrily. Their gazes were focused on Princess Zhonglu across the distance of thousands of miles. Suddenly, Lu Bang threw down the wine vessel and sighed with pleasure. How can I let such a beautiful girl wander the world and suffer the hardships of being battered by the wind and rain? I have a tender heart for the fairer sex. Why don't? He slapped the gourd beneath him, and a jet of flame sprayed out of its mouth. The sticky, gelatinous flame transformed into a huge umbrella behind true immortal gourd, shielding him from all directions. The large umbrella, made of raging flames, spun rapidly, and the dimensional blade heavily chopped down on the large umbrella, producing a crisp sound. Although the large flame umbrella was cut in half and dissipated into the air, the dimensional blade was also neutralized by the surging flames. After a slight flash, it exploded with a strong light and disappeared without a trace. Laughing strangely, UK said with mixed emotions, "If the oracles of the U cast aside those lousy rules, any supreme oracle would be able to reach the peak of gold immortal realm in just 1,000 years. TSK, the lifespan of a supreme oracle will run out one day, but when one becomes a heaven immortal, he or she will have an infinite lifespan. Compared to that, I'd rather become an immortal." The elders of the Yu clan in Liangzhu also understood the stakes. Ignoring the injuries they had suffered from Yu Miao's surprise attack, they took out various bone talismans and activated them, using their most powerful mystic arts to attack Yu Miao. But now, both of them had taken a fancy to Princess Zhonglu at the same time, and they refused to let go of each other. Lu Bang could not help but sigh and say, "Well, why don't we just kill them, lest we hurt our friendship?" Accompanied by a jarring whistling sound, the axe transformed into a silver beam of light and went straight toward True Immortal Gourd's head. True Immortal Gourd's face flickered. He threw UK and the others aside and pressed both hands on the gourd beneath him. A deafening rumble echoed out as a great plume of flame sprayed out of the gourd's mouth. The thick and viscous flame twisted and twitched in the air, quickly condensing into a huge sawtooth scythe that flew toward Princess Zhongli's axe. Regardless of what the exclamations of UK and the others meant, Princess Zhonglu just waved her hand. A jarring noise of shattering rang out in the void, and a pitch-black blade of light, about 100 feet long, slashed toward True Immortal Gourd with a shrill whistle. Wherever the blade of light passed, countless tiny rifts were torn open in the void, from which came gusts of energy that could be seen with naked eyes, blowing the surrounding mountains to pieces. The winged dragon was also an ancient deity. Even though the winged dragon that True Immortal Gourd had summoned out was only a soul. It possessed astonishing power. Each of its raindrops weighed tens of thousands of kilograms. When they struck the great axe, the axe released a deep howl, and large swathes of gray energy were peeled off from the surface of the axe. Furthermore, Dragon was an ancient god and belonged to the category of auspicious gods who bless the weather. Although its divine power could not completely restrain the power of the god of Scourge, it had a pretty good weakening effect. His face unsightly, UK gritted his teeth and bellowed. Throughout the generations of the Yu clan in Zhong province, only the former clan leader, Yumu, has a beast soul of Dragon. True immortal gourd you are really. Upon hearing Yumu's words, Yumu, whose face had also turned extremely unsightly, waved his hand and cried out, "Somebody, capture this traitor who has betrayed to you and joined the immortal Tao, dead or alive. Yumu has colluded with immortals and is plotting against us. Kill them all." Both men exchange a glance, their gazes flickering with flames, but neither of them was willing to give in. An existence like Princess Zhonglu, who had awakened the bloodline of an innate god and formed the golden body of an ancient god, would bring great benefits to both immortals and the experts from the Yu. For King Xianxia, if he could marry Princess Zhonglu, he would be able to keep her bloodline in his clan, and in the future, there would be more descendants who could awaken the bloodline of a god. It was of great significance to the strength of King Xianxia's bloodline. True immortal gourd cried out in surprise. He turned to look at the dimensional dagger unleashed by Princess Zhonglu, then suddenly nodded and said with a smile, "Little girl, your cultivation base is not that great, but I can't believe you have the ability to tear the void. That's amazing, but it's a pity that your cultivation base is too weak." True immortal gourd gave a cold snort. Countless tiny, faint golden flying swords shot out from the gourd amidst the raging flames. The countless tiny flying swords kept striking the multicolored axe, causing countless tiny sparks to fly out from the axe. The flying swords and the axe exploded in midair after colliding with each other, but with each collision, the axe dimmed a little. In just 3 seconds, at least 1,000,000 tiny flying swords had slammed into the axe, shattering the 5-colored divine light in it. In the end, only the gray axe, condensed from the divine power of the god of Scourge, was left to hack at true immortal gourd. In the face of the bizarre and unpredictable divine power of the god of Scourge, true immortal gourd dared not to be careless. Scorching flames rolled out of his body and merged with the flames rising from the gourd. A beam of red light shot up from the top of his head, reaching a height of a few miles. Gradually, a circular halo as bright as a mirror emerged in the red light. The silhouette of a winged dragon emerged from the halo. The miles-long dragon raised its head and roared into the sky, then opened its mouth and breathed out. Immediately, countless raindrops emerged from the air, striking on the gray axe like arrows. Yumu laughed aloud, then pointed at Princess Zhonglu, whose face was slightly pale, and said, "Your divine abilities and mystic arts are pretty good, but it's a pity that your cultivation base is a little too low. I'll spare your life today, and in the future, I'll seek revenge on you. When that time comes." Yumu patted Yumu's shoulder and said coolly, "Remember this girl's face. She has awakened the bloodline of an ancient god, and she is a rare match for you. All your children and grandchildren are dead. If you can give birth to a child with her, his aptitude will definitely be excellent." True immortal gourd gave Yumu a cold look and said with a cold grin, "That's right. I'm Yumu, the 7th-generation great ancestor of Yumu, the former clan leader of Yu clan in Zhong province, and the current true immortal gourd. In those years, I had already stepped 1 foot into the realm of supreme oracles, but my life was coming to an end. Therefore, I joined the Tao League and practiced the art of energy refinement. In 10 years, I attained the nascent divinity realm. In 30 years, I became a heaven immortal, and in just 1,000 years, I became a gold immortal." Yumu smiled respectfully at Yumu and said, "Everything will be as you said, Patriarch. This girl has formed the golden body of an ancient god, and she is indeed a perfect match for you." Seeing that true immortal Gord was about to flee with Mu and the others, Princess Zhang Lu arched her brows. Her anger soared to the top of her head, and a bloodline twitched on her forehead. It was fine if true immortal Gord wanted to save the other elders of Yu clan, but she could not let Mu leave safely, as he had been pestering Wuxia. "What good trick? You are a good girl. Why don't you become my partner in dual cultivation?" Just a moment ago, he had said that Princess Zhonglu was a perfect match for Mu. Now that he saw Princess Zhonglu was so amazing, he was immediately tempted. He gave a strange cry, and the soul-living dragon hovering above him let out a deafening roar as it swung its claws toward Princess Zhonglu. Mu and Mu exchanged a glance. Mu shook his head lightly and said, "He only learned of my existence in the last 100 years. Why am I explaining all this to you? Anyway, if I save Mu and the others today, someone will come to settle the score with you in Liangzhu in the future." The blade and the axe clashed against each other. The incomparably sharp, innate gold element power split the blade into two, but the raging flame swept up, and a large layer of the silver light on the axe was also burned away by the high-temperature flame. The silver light suddenly dimmed down, revealing the multicolored surface of the axe underneath. Amidst a muffled rumble, a few mountains between Princess Zhonglu and true immortal Gord were smashed into dust by the energy storm, while the dimensional blade, unleashed by Princess Zhonglu with the help of the Five Thunders immortal Zither, had reached a place less than 10 feet behind true immortal Gord. Pointing at Mu growled, "Mu has been colluding with you all this time, only by killing Mu and his companions on the spot, then taking the initiative to apologize to the human emperor, as well as a few itinerant sects, and pushing all the blame to them, could he avoid Yu clan's passive position. No matter how strong Yu Miao's current cultivation base was, he was determined to kill Yu Miao on the spot, no matter what the price was." King Xianxia pondered for a moment, then finally nodded. Chapter 777. The ancient tree was the dragon blood rejuvenation wood, which was rare even in the ancient times. It was the only strange tree in the world that had no upper limit on its size. Born in the void, it would grow 1 centimeter larger every 10,000 years, and the longer it grew, the larger it would grow. As long as no one cut it down, it could continue to grow without an upper limit. This giant tree was 30,000 miles tall, and the thickest part of its trunk was 3,000 miles. The widest part of its crown and roots was over 100,000 miles in circumference. Judging from its size, this was probably a magical tree that had been growing since the beginning of the world. While Wuxia was curiously studying the giant tree, a young man and woman clad in white Taoist robes were seen flying up from the top of a mountain not far away. Riding on the back of the dragon, a young man and a young woman clad in white Taoist robes were laughing merrily, driving the wind and pushing the clouds away as they flew into the distance. "Oh, Zixian is fighting someone? Let's wait for a few more days. When I'm done with what I have to do, I'll go back to Zhong province and settle the score with Yu Miao. Before I go back, you better not break the bones of that old fellow, Yu Miao. With his old age, how can he withstand a few brutal blows from you? But why did you have a conflict with Yu Miao? Could it be that he has done something again?" Nevertheless, in the mouths of these two bull-headed men, those ores were like popcorn-like snacks. They chewed these ores with big mouthfuls, causing a loud, creaking noise. After chewing the ores into pieces, they swallowed them into their stomachs, then grabbed other ores and threw them into their mouths. While Wuxia was still worrying about Yu Miao, fearing that he would not be able to take revenge on him when he returned to Zhong province, he did not know that Yu Miao's entire clan had been killed by Princess Zhonglu. Now, the Yu clan in Zhong province represented by Yu Miao was at the end of its tether. If it had not been for Yu Miao's sudden appearance, the Yu clan in Zhong province would have been completely wiped out. When would he be able to avoid all kinds of fights in the outside world, and let the people around him have such a paradise? But when he thought of the identity of the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan, Wuxia sighed again. Perhaps only an almighty expert with such an identity could enjoy such a free and unfettered life. However, even with Emperor Huang Xuanyuan's identity and strength, didn't he have things to worry about? The juice of the dragon blood rejuvenation tree was bright red, and its smell was like the blood essence of a true dragon. That was why there were two words in its name, dragon blood. The so-called spring rejuvenation was that it was constantly absorbing and spitting out the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The roots of the tree were spraying the spring rejuvenation spring all the time, which was a kind of spirit liquid that could keep a person's appearance and energy in a youthful state forever, and could even revive withered flowers and trees. If the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan really had nothing to worry about, why did he send Prince Chongqing to the Ghost Realm? Their fleshly bodies were extremely strong. Wuqi had an intuition that, in terms of fleshly body alone, even if he combined his true body of heaven and earth, the dragon transformation script, and the dragon kill technique of a second-tier gold immortal, he was still not as strong as these two big fellows. The bronze chariot sped forward. Along the way, Wuqi saw many ancient immortals, who were laughing and wandering among the mountains around Xianyuan Peak. They were either riding dragons, phoenixes, or other divine beasts and immortal birds as their mounts. They were drinking and having merry gatherings with their friends. They were definitely not as nervous as the immortals in the outside world. They were not like the immortals in the outside world who would draw their swords against each other for a piece of spirit stone. Carefully, Wuqi approached the two muscular bull-headed men, who stood over 60 feet tall. Both of them looked very unusual. Their exposed skin had a metallic luster, and they did not look like they were made of flesh and blood. Their footsteps were sonorous and powerful, and when Wuqi looked at their feet, he could tell that they were two huge ox hooves. Their feet looked as if they were made of metal, and when they bumped into the rocks, sparks flew out in all directions, making Wuqi's scalp go numb. The general who led the patrol team gave them a glance and said with a smile, "Oh, they're known Yunsheng and Greenleaf Immortal, good friends of the Sacred Emperor." Glancing at Wuqi, who deliberately put on a stunned expression, the general laughed and patted Wuqi on the shoulder. "Don't make such a fuss, lad. They're good friends who fought side by side with the Sacred Emperor. The ancient immortals are different from the immortals of today, very different. Known Yunsheng and Greenleaf Immortal have the right to enter and leave Liangzhu. Do you understand now?" Wrapped in a long cloud, the bronze chariot sped through the void, leaving a cloud tail that was miles long behind as it sped towards Xianyuan Peak. But what about the immortals of today? They paid more attention to polishing their fleshly bodies, nascent divinity, and strengthening themselves. They crazily plundered all natural energies and natural treasures to nourish themselves, and would do anything in pursuit of strength. They had embarked on a completely different path from the free and unfettered ancient immortals. After sighing with emotion for a while, Wuqi shook his head. The immortals who occupied the outer heavenly realms now were once a branch of the ancient immortals. But these ancient immortals who lived on Xianyuan Peak had kept their hearts of innocence, and they still regarded themselves as human beings. Therefore, they could freely enter and leave Xianyuan Peak and Liangzhu. But these immortals of today were greedy, brutal, despicable, and selfish. Therefore, they had embarked on a path that was completely different from the ancient immortals, and had become the enemies of the entire human race. The ancient immortals ate rain and dew, and their hearts were clear and without any impurities. They could mobilize the great power of heaven and earth with their very weak strength. They had mastered power, but they did not blindly pursue it. Instead, they used their great strength to drive away wild beasts, demons, and protected the weak human race, making countless contributions and virtues in the process of the rise of the human race. Their cultivation method pointed directly to the great Tao of communicating with heaven and earth. Although it did not improve their cultivation base, in terms of mobilizing and borrowing the laws of heaven and earth, Even the current primordial immortals were no match for them. As mentioned earlier, Xianyuan Peak was refined from the upper half of the land of Sacred Emperor and looked like a conical peak from a distance. It was a majestic mountain. Although it was only half of the mountain, it was still hundreds of thousands of miles high and tens of millions of miles wide at the foot of the mountain. There were countless exotic flowers and plants on the mountain, and palaces and pavilions of various sizes dotted the mountains and forests. Compared to the old-fashioned and almost rigid architectural style of the Yu, the buildings here had countless more variations. While leading Wuxia to the top of Xianyuan Peak, the two fellows would grab some supreme-grade ores that gleamed with a metallic luster from time to time and stuff them into their mouths. Wuxia recognized these ores. Xianyuan Peak was full of treasures, and these ores were supreme-grade minerals that were rarely seen in the outside world. They were all excellent materials for crafting supreme-grade gold immortal artifacts, which showed how sturdy they were. When Princess Zhang Lu killed someone, Wuxia seemed to sense something in his heart. He jerked his head back and glanced in the direction of Zhong Province. Dozens of mountains of various sizes hovered in the sky around Xianyuan Peak, slowly rotating around it. These mountains were of different colors, materials, and sizes. The largest was half the size of Xianyuan Peak, while the smallest was only a dozen miles high and hundreds of miles in circumference. Among them, there were mountains made of pure gold, pure silver, pure jade, and pure crystal. There was also a mountain that was made of an incomparably huge ancient green tree. Sparkling and translucent water splashed out from the roots of the tree. They were a pair of immortals, and their aura was simple and obscure. Clearly, they were ancient immortals who practiced ancient techniques. Ancient immortals were different from the cultivators and immortals of today. They focused more on comprehending the Tao of nature and borrowing the power of nature instead of accumulating their own strength. The cultivation base of this pair of ancient immortals was probably equivalent to that of today's 30th tier heaven immortals. But when they fought, it was likely that they would exert a power no weaker than that of ordinary primordial immortals. These gods came in all kinds of strange shapes, some with the body of a beast and the head of a human, some with the head of a beast and the body of a human, some with the body of a beast and the tail of a snake. Most of them were smiling as they mingled with the ancient immortals, drinking and drinking together, competing with each other in magic, or traveling together. Their carefree and happy appearance made Wuxia very envious. Wuxia exclaimed as he pointed at the man and the woman and cried out. Being able to enter and leave Liangzhu was equivalent to being an important minister of the Yu. Known Yinsheng and Greenleaf Fairy were unknown in the myths and legends that Wuxia knew, but they were actually comrades who fought side by side with the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan. Wuxia looked at the two of them with great fascination. How great would it be if he could obtain their cultivation techniques? In addition to these carefree ancient immortals, there were more ancient gods coming and going around Xianyuan Peak, and more than 30% of them were the bloodline of the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan. The Yellow Emperor Xianyuan had become a sacred emperor with immeasurable virtues, and he was in love with women from various clans. All of the children he gave birth to were extraordinary, and each of them had obtained a portion of the power of the heavenly Tao. All of them were gods. Prince Chongqing, for example, was a direct descendant of the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan. He was born with great divine abilities, but he was different from ordinary humans. Wuxia broke out in a cold sweat. How could Xianyuan Peak be guarded by Qiyu? Amidst the rumbling of thunder, the bronze chariot sent Wuxia straight to Xianyuan Peak. Outside one of the mountain gates of Xianyuan Peak, a few minotaurs clad in exquisite armors asked Wuxia a few questions, and then 2 minotaurs led Wuxia up Xianyuan Peak. Meanwhile, the patrol team that brought Wuxia here turned around and continued their patrol. They could not easily climb up Xianyuan Peak if they had nothing to do. The Dragon Blood Rejuvenation Tree was so huge that it could secrete a considerable amount of spring water every day. Judging from the lustrous spring water that enveloped Xianyuan Peak and the dozens of mountains around it, it could be seen that the people living on the mountain did not show any signs of aging. One could also imagine how vigorous and plump the flowers and trees on the mountain were after being nourished by the spring water. Qiyu. The two burly men stared at Wuxia and said, "We are from the Qiyu clan." "What's so strange about that?" "Ugh, why are you looking at me like that? You're asking for a beating." These ancient immortals did not care about their own cultivation base. What they paid attention to was the communication and integration with the heaven and earth, and the unfettered mind they pursued. Their own strength was very weak, and some ancient immortals had even barely reached the level of 36-tier heaven immortals, barely able to live forever. However, their minds had already become one with the heaven and earth, and every move they made was in accordance with the heavenly Tao. Once they let loose, their destructive power would be absolutely extraordinary. "May I ask how I should address you, seniors?" Wuxia had a feeling that something was wrong. These two bull-headed men were too similar to a certain name in his memory. Chapter 778. Qiyu was not only the name of a man, but also the name of an ancient clan. The members of the Qiyu clan had the human body of a human and the head of a bull. They were born with bronze heads, iron foreheads, and iron bones. They were the race with the strongest fleshly bodies in the world, and their fighting prowess was amazing. They fed on sand and ores, and they could absorb the metal essence in the ores and fuse it into their bodies, forging their muscles and bones to be countless times tougher than metal. The strongest members of the Qiyu clan were not afraid of weapons, and they had the power to move mountains. They were the most fearsome warriors on the battlefield. In the past, one of the Qiyu clan's kings rebelled. He first defeated the Yin Emperor Shennong with a sneak attack, and then rose an army to fight with the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan for control of Panga Continent. This battle made the Qiyu clan famous, but it also caused the Qiyu clan to be almost wiped out. Fortunately, Emperor Huang Xianyuan always had Qiyu people on duty. When Emperor Huang Xianyuan went out, the Qiyu people would be his personal guards and guards. Even when Qiyu rebelled, this group of Qiyu did not betray the Yellow Emperor, so they kept the Qiyu clan. After so many years of development, the Qiyu clan had grown stronger in Xuanyuan's territory, and they had regained some of their former glory. It was the first time Wu Qi saw the legendary Qiyu clan. He gave them a curiously measuring glance, and as a result, the straightforward Qiyu thought he was provoking them, and nearly gave him a good beating with their fists. Fortunately, Wu Qi had the ability to talk nonsense. Perhaps because these Qiyu had eaten too many metal ores, their skulls were extremely strong and thick, but their brains were not enough. They were overjoyed by his nonsense, and it did not take long for them to regard Wu Qi as a close brother. Laughing and joking, the two Qiyu led Wu Qi to the top of Xianyuan Peak. Along the way, they pointed out the people living on the dozens of mountains near and far, and told him about the checkpoints of various sizes along the way, where there were deities on duty. The two Qiyu were open-mouthed, so they immediately told Wu Qi the secrets of these deities, including the color of their underwear. Wu Qi was amazed by the story. How could an outsider hear such a secret? Thus, he found out from these two ox-heads that although the great god Zhong and Li were tall, mighty, and had tyrannical combat strength, they were extremely henpecked. He also heard that god Yinglong, who had helped the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan in the war against Qiyu, had just given birth to his 999th son. But his youngest daughter was a rebellious girl, and she had fallen in love with a mortal on Panga Continent. She was now in her human form and having a good time with him. Then, Emperor Huang Xianyuan was having a headache about the marriage of his youngest princess. It was said that the princess was brave, and the only condition for her to choose her husband was to defeat her. However, since she was a child, she had beaten all the deities on Xianyuan Peak, and many mighty deities and generals had fled upon hearing her name. As a result, None of the descendants of the Yellow Emperor's civil and military officials of the right age dared to provoke the little princess. God knew where these two ox heads, who ate ores as their delicacies, got so much gossip. Along the way, Wuxia listened to them talking about the secrets of the people on Xianyuan Peak. He listened with great interest, and his eyes shone brightly. Amidst the gossip, the two ox heads brought Wuxia to the front of Xianyuan Palace on the top of Xianyuan Peak. It was obvious that the palace was designed by those ancient immortals. It was simple, dignified, and steady, but there was an air of elegance and magnificence in every detail. It was not as fancy as those immortals' buildings, but it was not as rigid as the buildings of Dayu. Wuxia had always thought that the architects of Dayu were specialized in making bricks. No matter what palace it was, it looked like blocks of bricks from a distance. Xianyuan Palace was pale gold all over. The main hall was dozens of rows in front and back, and the main hall was towering and tall. Clouds and mist were full of spiritual qi, and huge stone pillars stood everywhere. Dragons such as true dragons, flood dragons, qi dragons, horn dragons, and winged dragons were entwined on them. Ancient strange trees, such as Langxian trees, were planted everywhere. Phoenixes were perched on the towering wudong trees, and Baifeng was perched on the fiery ironwood trees. Countless divine beasts and birds added a bit of mystery and magnificence to the palace. In the square in front of Xianyuan Palace, a large group of ancient immortals were gathered together, laughing and laughing. They were either playing chess, playing the zither, or setting up a huge stone table and waving their brushes and splashing ink. Naturally, there was a sense of nature among them. There were also some burly divine generals wandering around the square, mingling with these ancient immortals who had nothing to do. The huge square was a mess with people everywhere. There were even some gods who had deliberately kept their beast forms running around in the crowd. The cries of various beasts and birds filled the ears. The square looked like a vegetable market on earth. No matter how one looked at it, it did not look like a place where a saint emperor of the human race lived. Two ox-headed men, carrying a stiff-faced Wuxia, pushed their way through the disorderly ancient immortals and divine generals, and came to the front gate of Xianyuan Palace. Two burly men, who were over 1,000 feet tall and had extremely well-developed muscles, were leaning lazily against the gate of the Xianyuan Palace. Each of them held a huge wine jar in their hands, gulping down mouthfuls of wine. Even from a long distance away, Wuxia could smell the strong aroma of wine coming from the jar. It was a truly supreme-grade wine, not something that the sour soup served in Dayu Palace could compare with. Wuxia could not help but curse the damn tradition of Dayu Palace in his mind. Even the subordinates of the Saint Emperor had been drinking this supreme-grade wine for a long time, so how could they still have the nerve to fool people with that old vinegar soup when serving banquets? The two burly men guarding the front gate of Xianyuan Palace had huge bodies, and compared to them, the two Qiyu, who stood 60 feet tall, looked like little mice. They did not even notice that someone was standing right in front of them. As for Wuxia, who was taller than an ordinary man, the two burly men did not take him seriously at all. They did not pay any attention to him at all. They only raised their wine jars and kept drinking, letting out thunderous burps from time to time. Under Wuxia's dumbfounded gaze, one of the ox-headed men pulled out a long-handled axe, flipped it over, and smashed the little toe of the burly man on the left with the back of the axe. A deafening boom rang out. Wuxia estimated that the force of the axe was about the same as the impact of the meteor that had destroyed Ningbo City many years ago. The face of the burly man, who was drinking wine to his heart's content, suddenly turned purplish red. He lifted the wine jar stiffly, and it took him the time to finish a pot of tea before he let out a miserable howl that shook the heaven and earth. Hello! The burly man threw away the wine jar and jumped to his feet, holding his toes. He looked down angrily at the two ox-headed men and growled, "You bastards! I'm going to strip you naked and throw you into the dark cold pool at the back of the mountain to soak for 3 days and 3 nights. I'm going to skin all your hair. The ox-headed man with the axe raised his head valiantly and cried out, "There's an urgent military situation. It's a messenger sent by Crown Prince Chongqing. Hurry up and go in to deliver the message. If you delay Crown Prince Chongqing's important matter, your buttocks will blossom." The burly man, who felt a sharp pain in his toes and wished he could skin the two ox-headed men alive, was stunned for a moment. "Oh," he answered timidly, then ran into Xianyuan Palace to deliver the message. Wuxia stared blankly at the scene in front of him. Why did he feel that all the people on Xianyuan Peak were a little stupid? Of course, being simple-minded was a negative word. You could say that these people were simple, honest, kind, and pure. But when a person was too simple, honest, kind, and pure, what else could you be if you weren't simple-minded? The burly man, whose toe was kicked hard and probably had a slight bone fracture, ran into the palace to deliver the message, while the burly man, who was leaning against the palace gate and drinking with him, turned a blind eye to the burly man, raised his wine jar, and poured wine into his stomach. Meanwhile, the two ox-heads who were responsible for bringing Wuxia to Xianyuan Palace leaped onto the wine jar held by the burly man, curled up their bodies, and hurriedly leaped into the jar to drink. The burly man stood at 1,000 feet tall, and the wine jar in his hand was over 300 feet tall. When the 60 feet tall ox-headed men jumped into the jar, the wine jar was big enough for them to use as a swimming pool. The sound of wine being gulped kept ringing out. Wuxia scanned the wine jar with his divine sense and found that the two ox-headed men had actually finished all the wine in the jar in just 3 breaths of time. Then they fell to the bottom of the jar with their bellies propped up and their eyes rolled back. Judging from their flushed faces, it seemed that they were very drunk. Inwardly, Wuxia gave them a thumbs up. They were the best, absolutely the best. How should he describe the people of Xianyuan Peak? In any case, Wuxia could not find the words to describe them. Before long, the burly man who ran into Xianyuan Palace just now came running out and cried out, "Prince Chongqing's messenger, come in quickly. The sacred emperor wants to see you." "Ugh, where is he? Where is he? Where is the messenger?" The burly man's eyes went wide as he stared blankly into the distance. There was no one in front of him. Wuxia, who stood over 8 feet tall, gave the burly man a helpless look. He reached out a hand, grabbed a finger-thick strand of leg hair on the burly man's leg, and pulled it out by the root. Feeling the pain, the burly man angrily lowered his head and glared at Wuxia. Only then did he wake up with a start. Apparently, he had just seen Wuxia. Wuxia pointed a finger at his nose feebly and said with a wry smile, "I'm Tam Lang, Marquis of the Wuxia province, and I'm Prince Chongqing's messenger." The burly man blinked his eyes in surprise, then said with a frown, "Such a tiny messenger? How much effort did it take you to come here from the ghost realm? You must be exhausted from the journey, right? TSK, how could Prince Chongqing be so cruel? How could a tiny man like you come all the way here?" Shaking his head, the burly man reached out and grabbed Wuxia, then strode into Xianyuan Palace. Wuxia was rendered speechless by the burly man. What the hell is this? Can't I be a messenger just because I'm small? That was what the burly man was thinking. The smaller a person is, the slower they run? How could those primordial experts feel when they saw that? The burly man brought Wuxia and sprinted for a long time. Along the way, they passed by several dozens of lofty and solemn palaces and saw countless strange and bizarre things. Finally, they came to a great hall sitting on top of a huge stone platform, shrouded in clouds, mist, and purple mist. The burly man put Wuxia down, then led Wuxia into the hall with a solemn expression. But a casual step from the burly man was enough for Wuxia to jog for dozens of steps. Wuxia could not help but shake his head helplessly. The burly man's words did make sense when he could not use any divine abilities or magic. He hurriedly followed the burly man up the tall stone platform and walked into the majestic hall. The hall was large enough to accommodate tens of thousands of people of the burly man's size, so it was easy to tell how large the hall was. Some old men clad in black and white robes stood sparsely in the hall. At the far end of the hall was a throne, on which sat an old man with a benevolent face. He looked no different from any other old man, and was staring at Wuxia with a gentle look in his eyes, devoid of any pressure or gleam. Wuqi's heart skipped a beat, and he dropped to his knees almost instinctively. Your humble subject, Wuxia, pays respect to the sacred emperor. Chapter 779. Clad in an ordinary white linen shirt, a pair of boots made of fine grass, and a hairpin made of stone, this was the sacred emperor of the human race, the Yellow Emperor Xianxia. There was no towering arrogance or awe-inspiring majesty. He simply sat there like an old man who had just been chatting with his neighbor, and there was no sign of a legendary mighty figure around him. In the face of such a yellow emperor, Wuqia felt that he could not lie in front of him, so he simply told him his real name. The Yellow Emperor smiled. He gently patted the armrest of the throne and said, "Du is the new Marquis of East Sea Province. Isn't his name Tan Lang?" Wuqia knelt down and bowed to the Yellow Emperor. "Wuqia is my real name, and Tan Lang is my master's name," he said in a deep voice. "Oh, I see." The Yellow Emperor nodded and smiled, no longer asking about the matter. It was just a name, and it was not a big deal at all. Whether Wuqia was called Tan Lang, Lu Xiaobai, or simply Xianxia, Li Si, Wang Ermatzi, they were all the same to the Yellow Emperor. They were all his descendants, and it was not a big deal. "What news does Changqing want you to bring me?" Spreading his arms, the Yellow Emperor smiled at Wuqia and said, "I haven't heard from Changqing these days. I've sent many people to contact him, but the 3 Buddhas of the Buddhist League are guarding outside the Ghost Realm, cutting off the passage between Panga Continent and the Ghost Realm. No matter how hard I tried, they couldn't get through. How are you going to come back?" Wuqia fished out a jade slip from under his sleeve and handed it to a spirited old man in white who stood next to the Yellow Emperor, Xianxia. He was less than 3 feet tall and looked very spirited. The Yellow Emperor called him Feng Ho. Was he the man who created the compass chariot and broke Chiyo's fog formation when the Yellow Emperor was fighting Chiyo? It was said that he was the #1 artifact craftsman and craftsman serving the Yellow Emperor. He had invented all kinds of strange things, and all kinds of powerful armaments manufactured by Great Yu's military court were based on his ingenious ideas. Feng Ho carefully took the jade slip and handed it to the Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor narrowed his eyes and stroked the jade slip. Then his expression changed abruptly. Wuqi's heart skipped a beat. A military intelligence that could make the Yellow Emperor change his expression like this was obviously not a good sign. Cold sweat oozed out of Wuqi's back. A planet to settle the heroes of various races from the mortal world? Was it not the same as the myriad immortals planet where the people of the 6 dynasties lived? 372 such planets were actually destroyed. Who was the culprit? Emperor Huang Xianyuan lowered his head and pondered for a long time. He shook his head and sighed. "I've been too occupied by the Black Arch these days, so I've neglected this. Myriad Immortal Alliance has been wreaking havoc on Panga Continent for years. Duyu's attention has been drawn there as well. I'm afraid they haven't found out about this." Emperor Huang Xianyuan snorted coldly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Wuqia suddenly felt an endless pressure sweeping through the huge palace like a blade. He felt a chill all over his body, as if invisible blades were stirring up his internal organs. The invisible pressure ignored Wuqi's divine abilities and mystic arts and went straight into his body, causing his blood and energy to surge and making him feel very uncomfortable. Wuqia could not help but be shocked. With just a thought from Emperor Huang Xianyuan, Wuqi's cultivation base as a second-tier gold immortal was almost non-existent in front of him. What realm had his cultivation base actually reached? After a few cold laughs, Emperor Huang Xianyuan sighed and said, "That's not all. I've only suffered a little loss. But the emissaries of the Green Emperor, the Black Emperor, and the White Emperor have been colluding with those old fogies in the past few years." What are they trying to do? A bunch of old fogies actually came to Empress Hua's palace And those bald donkeys actually blocked the main entrance of Empress Hua's palace for a year? What are they trying to do? Hearing this, Wu Qi's heart trembled. There was no need to mention Green Emperor, White Emperor, and the Black Emperor. They were all ancient, mighty figures who had existed since the beginning of the primordial world, terrifying existences who had gone through countless tribulations without falling. They were much older than Emperor Huang Xianyuan. As for the old fogies mentioned by Emperor Huang Xianyuan, Wu Qi could not estimate what kind of people they were. To Wu Qi, Emperor Huang Xianyuan was already a legendary figure, and he really did not know what kind of people those so-called old fogies were. As for who the master of Empress Hua's palace was, there was no need to mention it. In the ancient times, many great sages worked together to create humans, and those great sages only created human bodies. The one who filled the human bodies with souls was the master of Empress Hua's palace, Goddess Nuwa. A few bald donkeys dared to block the main entrance of Empress Hua's palace for a year? Was it the current Lord Buddha of Buddhism, Amitabha? Did he have the courage to do so? If it was not Amitabha, then who was it? Could there be someone in the Buddhism League who was stronger and had a higher status than Amitabha? Staring blankly at Emperor Huang Xianyuan, Wu Qi heard many questions in his murmur. But it was clear that no one was willing to explain them to Wu Qi. After all, he was only to you a little marquis of EC province. Those who were qualified to meddle in these affairs had to be kings of the imperial clan like King Yangshan, who held great power and had a strong enough cultivation base. Just as Wu Qi's eyes darted back and forth, unable to figure out what was going on, Emperor Huang Xianyuan gently waved his palm and sent out a gentle but powerful force to help Wu Qi up from his knees. "You don't have to go to Liangzhu," said Emperor Huang Xianyuan in a deep voice. "I'll tell Emperor Haozuan what happened here. Not even Emperor Haozuan can do anything about it, so it's not something that you can meddle in." After pondering for a moment, Emperor Huang Xianyuan narrowed his eyes and asked Wu Qi, "I learned a few days ago that a group of divine beasts had stopped you outside Yuxiong Plain?" Wu Qi was taken aback. Then he slapped the back of his head. A plume of dark smoke rose from the top of his head, and the dark celestial tower flew out with a deep whistle. A gust of cold air sprayed out from the bottom of the tower, and the unconscious divine beasts who had come to pick a fight with Wu Qi, including Bai Zhu and Bai Er, flew out of the tower, and even the two-star golden rhinoceroses fell heavily to the ground. Since Wu Qi had subdued these divine beasts, he had imprisoned them in the dark celestial tower. Because of the restrictive force, all their souls had fallen into a deep sleep, so they had been unconscious all this time. Emperor Huang Xianyuan sneered. "What a great scheme. The death of a mere sovereign of the myriad immortal alliance is nothing to me, but I can't believe they want to drag the descendants of Green Emperor, White Emperor, and Black Emperor down with him, including Prabhadaratna Buddha. What are they planning to do with such a small sacrifice?" Wu Qi stood to one side and said nothing. He was quickly analyzing the details of the matter from Emperor Huang Xianyuan's words. Emperor Huang Xianyuan frowned and looked up at the ceiling of the hall. There was a star map of the sun, moon, and stars on it. All the stars in the star map were slowly moving according to the orbit of the real stars in the sky. It was mysterious and full of an indescribable charm. After pondering for a long time, Emperor Huang Xianyuan finally said, "Leave these divine beasts here, Wu Qi. I have a use for them." With just one sentence, he was about to take away dozens of gold immortal divine beasts that Wu Qi had subdued, but Wu Qi did not complain at all. He said respectfully, "You can do whatever you want with them, Sacred Emperor." Emperor Huang Xianyuan smiled. After rummaging in his sleeve for a while, he grabbed 108 swords that looked like they were made of blue crystal and threw them to Wu Qi. The swords, which were as light as goose feathers, flew to Wu Qi's side and slowly floated around him. Emperor Huang Xianyuan smiled and said, "Here are 108 Kunwa swords. Later, I'll ask Fengho to teach you the sword formation, and you need to do something for me." With a shake of his hand, A black jade medallion fell into Wuqi's hand. This is a medallion that allows you to enter and leave Liangzhu at will, Emperor Huang Xianyuan said coldly. It allows you to move in and out of Liangzhu at will, as well as mobilize millions of soldiers at will. Take good care of it, and keep an eye on Liu Bang, the special envoy of the Celestial Court for me. No matter what he does, keep an eye on him, or sabotage all his actions. If you can find out anything valuable from Liu Bang, I'll definitely reward you handsomely. Wuqi stared at Emperor Huang Xianyuan in horror. What did it mean to reward him handsomely? Just these 108 Kunwu swords alone were priceless treasures, not to mention the rewards he would receive in the future. This was the Kunwu sword forged by the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan from the red copper of the Kunwu Mountain in order to conquer Qiyu. It was a sharp weapon that could easily cut the strong bodies of the Qiyu clan in half. Wuqi wondered how powerful these 108 Kunwu swords could be when used with a sword formation. Wuqi fell to his knees, bowed to Emperor Huang Xianyuan, and said, "I'm willing to die for your sacred emperor." Emperor Huang Xianyuan smiled and shook his head. "There's no need to die for me. Just put your heart into it." Feng Ho summoned Wuqi to the fiend's slaying sword formation and sent a messenger to inform Emperor Haozuan about what happened here, so that he can cooperate with Wuqi to deal with Liu Bang. Tell Emperor Haozuan that as long as he can keep an eye on Liu Bang and prevent him from stirring up trouble into you, it will be a great merit. A look of worry flashed across Emperor Huang Xuanyuan's face, and then he smiled faintly and said, "As for the others, Zhong, Li, prepare the chariot and follow me to Empress Hua Palace to see Goddess Nuwa. I wonder if we can make it in time. They have been preparing for so long. If Changqing hadn't noticed something wrong, I'm afraid we would still be kept in the dark when they make their move. I hope Goddess Nuwa can continue to protect the human race this time." With a long sigh, Emperor Huang Xianyuan flicked his sleeve, and in the blink of an eye, Wuqi and the short Feng Ho were sent out of the great hall by a gust of wind. Staring blankly at the great hall in front of him, Wuqi could not help but wonder what was recorded in the jade slips. Apart from the destruction of the 372 planets and the deaths and injuries of the heroes of various races brought over by King Yangshan and the others from the mortal worlds, could it be that Prince Changqing had found something else wrong? The 13 great heavenly ghost kings of the ghost realm had sealed it off, and the 3 Buddhas of the Buddhist League had blocked the way in the void outside. It was worth pondering what they meant. Now that some people had begun to block the gate of Empress Hua Palace, did it mean that their plan was aimed at the human race? Wuqi was deeply worried, but when he saw the 108 Kunwu swords floating around him, his mood suddenly became better. Kunwu swords were a famous divine artifact from the ancient times. How powerful were they exactly? Chapter 780. As soon as Wuqi and Feng Ho were sent out of the great hall, they heard a melodious, immortal tune ringing out of it. Surrounded by thousands of ancient immortals and tens of thousands of deities, 6 flood dragons pulled a dazzling chariot and rose into the sky, spewing clouds of light and auspicious mist. The Yellow Emperor, Xianyuan, had changed into an emperor's outfit and was emanating a great pressure that no one dared to look directly at him. Sitting in the chariot with a sullen face, his vast aura made the entire Xianyuan peak tremble. A ring of golden light radiated out from the back of his head like a sun, radiating tens of thousands of miles in circumference. A dense purple mist spewed out of it, blotting out half of the sky. It was a glorious scene that could not be described with words unless one saw it with one's own eyes. The fleet flew hundreds of miles up into the sky, surrounded by purple clouds. The bronze chariots came whistling over, surrounded by the front, back, left, and right of the fleet, flying up into the sky together. Each of the 4 armies had 100,000 chariots, and each chariot was manned by 2 chariots, 1 divine general, 12 deities, and 36 soldiers. The total number of the 4 armies was more than 10 million. Wuqi sucked in a cold breath. The man in the linen robe and straw sandals just now was not the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan. This was the aura that the sacred emperor of the human race should have. Once he set out, he would be guarded by tens of millions of deities, and the light of virtue would illuminate the void. Compared to this majestic aura, the sovereign of the myriad immortal alliance, and the Buddhas of the Buddhist League, whom Wuxia had seen in the past, who were also shrouded in auspicious light and auspicious mist, could not even compare to the little finger of the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan. With his excellent eyesight, Wuxia saw that wherever the chariot passed, all the natural barriers in the sky that could give even gold immortals headaches disappeared. Whether it was the wind, the lightning, the Xianbing, or the aurora, they all calmed down in front of the chariot. Wherever the golden aura passed, the natural barriers that sealed off the sky above Panga continent dispersed like snow being poured into boiling water, and the natural energy became peaceful. As he stared at the Yellow Emperor's chariot in a daze, someone suddenly pulled Wuqi's trousers a few times. Feng Ho looked up and stared at Wuqi. "Boy, come back to your senses," he cried. "This is the Emperor's traveling light. If you saw the chariot of millions of deities following behind him when he was conquering the world, wouldn't you be scared out of your wits?" Feng Ho jumped up and kicked Wuqi in the shin, then stroked his long white beard and said with a smile, "Hurry up, I'll teach you the fiend's slaying sword formation, so you can go and have a drink with those old immortals." TSK, the Emperor has gone to see Empress Hua. I don't know when he will come back, so I could take the chance to slack off. Hee, is your brain working well? If not, I don't know when you will be able to learn it. Wuqi's brain worked very well. His innate chaotic divine soul was comparable in nature to the immortal soul of a primordial expert, although it was not as strong. However, he had devoured so many evil spirits and soul fragments that his divine sense was much stronger than those peak-level gold immortals. Therefore, Wuqi's brain worked very well. Basically, anything he saw would be immediately comprehended by him. However, the fiend's slaying sword formation was a secret formation that the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan used to kill the rebellious Qiyu clan in ancient times. It was filled with endless mysteries, and was even more complicated than the so-called cosmic star formation. The cosmic star formation only used tens of thousands of stars in the universe, but the fiend's slaying sword formation not only used the stars, but also took into account the changes of the natural energies of earth, water, fire, wind, and countless other factors, such as the terrain and underground veins. It was an indefinite sword formation. The more factors one used to form the formation, the stronger it would be. If one could fuse all the great Taos of the universe into the sword formation, it would have the power to break the chaos and destroy a world. In other words, if one fused the great Tao of the universe into the sword formation, the sword energy would be able to shatter the stars. If one fused the great Tao of the universe into the sword formation, they would be able to manifest the power of the four elements and form the true forms of the sacred beasts of the four directions to attack others. If one could fuse space and time into the sword formation, they would be able to control time and shatter the void at will. If one could fuse the terrain of the earth veins into the formation, they would be able to play with the world at will. Apart from these natural heavenly Taos, one could also fuse countless living beings such as humans, deities, immortals, ghosts, and many others into the formation to form it. The foundation of such a huge and complicated sword formation was the 108 Kunwu swords. The complexity of the fiend's slaying sword formation was beyond Wuqi's expectation, as it could manifest almost all the great Taos of the entire universe with the Kunwu swords. Even with his vast divine sense and Feng Ho's teachings, it took him 7 days and 7 nights just to memorize the most basic and original formation diagram of the sword formation. He could not make any calculations or make any changes. A vast amount of mysterious information filled Wuqi's divine soul. Wuqi felt like a fat man who had eaten too much. His vision darkened, and sweat kept breaking out all over his body. His divine soul was so congested that he even forgot his own name. It was a terrible formation that could not be set up and operated without attaining the realm of primordial. It was an all-encompassing formation that basically incorporated all the mysteries of formations in the universe. Compared to the mysteries of formations that Wuxia had learned from the Scroll of Stealing, the Fiend Slaying Sword formation was a tree growing from the tree root, a tree that included almost all the changes of formations. As long as Wuxia could fully understand the Fiend Slaying Sword formation, he dared not say what would happen in the future, but at least all the formations in the universe would not be able to stop him. Streams of green light wheeled and danced in the square in front of the gate of Xianxia Palace. Following Wuqi's will, the 108 Kunwu swords were drawing the energies of 5 elements to form the formation, following the most basic changes of the sword formation. Kunwu swords could not be controlled with the magic power of immortals. If an immortal dared to touch them with his immortal power, they would immediately be attacked with all their might. Only those who had practiced the mystic arts of the human race could control the swords with their divine will or pangu, sacred energy. Now, Wuqi was shrouded in purple mist, extending out of his body like an octopus. Holding the Kunwu swords in his hand, he drew the energies of 5 elements to form one screen of light after another around him. Gradually, the true forms of 5 elements began to emerge around Wuqi. Countless blades and swords, large patches of dense green trees, lofty mountains, torrential lava, and rolling oceans. All of them rushed out of the air amidst the rumbling of wind and thunder, mutually reinforcing and restraining each other around Wuqi. Each of the Kunwu swords was as light as a goose feather, and their green blades were completely transparent, as if they were cast from crystal. Each of their lines followed the great Tao of heaven and earth. Their length corresponded to the 360 degrees of the universe, and their width corresponded to the 24 solar terms. Under Wuqi's control, the Kunwu swords glowed faintly as they streaked through the air, each of which looked like a trace of the great Tao, giving off a mysterious and beautiful allure that made one's divine soul want to be immersed in it. But only Wuqi, who was controlling the Kunwu swords, knew how heavy they became after the Pangu's sacred energy was injected into them. The more Pangu sacred energy was injected into them, the heavier they became. With Wuqi's current cultivation base, each of the Kunwu swords he controlled weighed hundreds of millions of tons, several times heavier than an ordinary star in an outer heavenly realm. Such a marvelous sword did not need its sharpness at all. Its weight alone could crush an enemy to pieces. Wuqi could not help but feel sad for Qiyu, who was killed by the Kunwu swords. With the cultivation base of the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan, how heavy must the Kunwu swords he controlled be? Qiyu must have been in great pain when he was struck by a sword like that, right? Like fish swimming in a clear stream, the Kunwu swords wheeled back and forth around Wuqi with the energies of the 5 elements, gradually activating the power of heaven and earth. Wave after wave of incomparably sharp sword intent spread out in all directions, sharp and suffocating, forcing Feng Ho and the few ancient immortals who were watching Wuqi practicing the sword formation in the square to step back. After teaching Wuqi the profound knowledge of the Fiend Slaying Sword formation for a few days, Feng Ho squatted on the head of a blue tiger and watched with a smile as Wuqi gradually practiced the sword formation from rusty to proficient. He nodded lightly, then whispered to the few ancient immortals around him, "My emperor really has a good eye for talent. None of those lads on Xianyuan Peak could inherit my emperor's Tao of military formation, but this lad is not bad. He can really master the sword formation." The few ancient immortals nodded and smiled as well. They looked at Wuqi, then at a group of deity generals who were flaunting their prowess at the edge of the square, comparing their muscles with each other, and could not help but sigh at the same time. Apart from these violent men, the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan also had many talented men. For example, Crown Prince Chongqing was a handsome and talented man of his time. But these people were not interested in the Tao of military formation, because the Fiend Slaying Sword formation was actually taught to Wuqi, an outsider. After immersing himself in the sword formation for half a month, Wuqi finally took a deep breath and drew back the purple energy around him. Kunwu's swords, which had been hovering around Wuqi like fish, entered Wuqi's body along with the purple energy, hiding in his acupoints and allowing him to nourish them with his own blood essence. While Wuqi was nourishing them with his blood essence, they were also absorbing the natural energy between heaven and earth, feeding back extremely pure energy to strengthen Wuqi's fleshly body and divine soul. Kunwu's swords were not just weapons of killing. After taking them into his body, Wuqi immediately sensed the great benefits they brought him. Even the Pangu sacred energy in him had become much purer after being purified by them. Feng Ho, who had been watching Wuqi perform the sword formation, jumped down from the green tiger's head. He took small steps and came before Wuqi, then asked with a smile, "I've taught you the sword formation, but how well you use it in practice will depend on your own ability. Well, there's nothing for you to do here, so hurry up and do what you need to do." A few ancient immortals had already brought out tables and wooden stools with smiles on their faces and placed wine jars and side dishes on them. Obviously, they were going to have a good drink with Feng Ho. While talking to Wuqi, Feng Ho kept turning his head to look at the few ancient immortals. Obviously, his mind was not on Wuqi at all. Shaking his numb head, Wuqi blinked his dry eyelids, then bowed respectfully to Feng Ho and said, "Thank you for your advice, old mister." Feng Ho waved his hand impatiently and said, "Go away, don't talk so much. Just remember what His Majesty wants you to do, and don't mess it up." Feng Ho swallowed a mouthful of saliva and stared at the wine jars taken out by the few ancient immortals. Wuqi smiled and bowed to Feng Ho again, then walked out of Xianyuan Peak accompanied by a few Chiyu clansmen. His divine soul was still filled with the endless mysteries of the fiend-slaying sword formation, but Wuqi's heart was filled with joy. During this trip to Xianyuan Peak, Wuqi had gained too many things. The Yellow Emperor had given him the Kunwu swords and taught him the fiend-slaying sword formation. What did this mean? Wuqi was a little complacent. Not many people in Yu's imperial court could enjoy such treatment, could they? With a belly full of joy, Wuqi left Xianyuan Peak and hurried to the East Sea province with his divine ability. Chapter 781. While Wuqi was studying the sword formation on Xianyuan Peak, Princess Zhang Lu was facing a crisis. Both Liu Bang and King Xianxia had taken a fancy to Princess Zhang Lu, but neither of them was a man who would give in easily, and they were both ruthless and resolute men. Therefore, Liu Bang immediately unleashed the sky-veiling flag of chaos and swung it down at Princess Zhang Lu. As the flag flashed, the void above Princess Zhang Lu and the others suddenly turned pitch black. All the natural energy was absorbed by the flag, and in an instant, the space around them turned into a vacuum, with even the air being sucked away. An invisible restrictive force had locked everyone's body tightly, like iron chains. In the next moment, a shadowy shadow was seen thrusting towards Princess Zhang Li's head like a long whip. It was the sky-veiling flag of primordial chaos that was absorbing the spirit chi of heaven and earth and imprisoning everyone's bodies. It was the flagpole of the sky-veiling flag of primordial chaos that was turning into a steel whip and lashing down. The flag was the spirit treasure of the Emperor of the Celestial Court, a spirit artifact of chaos. Even though Liu Bang could not control it at will, it still possessed a terrible power that could frighten even ghosts and deities away. A loud noise rang out as a dark curtain of light was torn open in the void, through which countless streaks of colorful light could be seen streaking across like shooting stars. Princess Zhang Lu snorted. She looked up at the sky and pointed a finger at it. Suddenly, a great sheet of white gold energy burst out of the five-color divine light, condensing into a living silver lotus flower over her head, wrapping it in a five-colored light as it flew toward the flagpole. The innate gold and silver lotus had been refined by Princess Zhang Lu day and night, and now it was completely under her control, allowing her to unleash 100% of its power. Although the sky veiling flag of chaos was a spirit artifact of chaos, it was not in the hands of its master. Therefore, Liu Bang could only unleash less than 1/10,000th of its power. The two extraordinary treasures collided with each other. The cloud under Princess Zhang Li's feet suddenly dispersed, and her body was sent flying down for hundreds of feet before she finally stabilized her body. A vast and inexhaustible force followed the connection between her divine soul and the silver lotus and struck towards her divine soul. But in the blink of an eye, it was sliced into pieces by countless sharp auras. Wave after wave of spiritual power continuously attacked Princess Zhang Li's sea of consciousness, but the spiritual power that was cut apart was fragmented. Princess Zhang Li's sea of consciousness was vast and tough, and firmly withstood this wave of attack. Meanwhile, the sky veiling flag of chaos was sent flying tens of miles into the air, its pole trembling and letting out a deep cry. Following the faint connection between Liu Bang and the sky veiling flag of chaos, a great sheet of gray divine power wrapped in dozens of gleaming white blades and slashed toward Liu Bang. Shrill cracking noises kept ringing out as the invisible restrictive spells used by Liu Bang and King Xianxia to cover their tracks were torn to shreds by the extremely sharp gold element energies. Countless beams of cold light flashed in front of their eyes, frightening them into flying into the sky with all their attendants. Miserable howls rang through the sky as King Xianxia and Liu Bang's attendants were torn to pieces by the blades condensed of gold element energies. Wherever the bright blades passed, all the immortal items and magical treasures were sliced flat. Even the upper-grade heaven immortal items wielded by a few female immortals around Liu Bang were sliced in half like tofu, and these beautiful female immortals were also cut in half at the waist. The gray divine power transformed into tiny tornadoes and rose into the sky, quickly enveloping Liu Bang, King Xianxia, and the others. Suddenly, a great plume of black flame sprayed out of King Xianxia's body. He grunted under his breath as two streams of blood gushed out of his nostrils. He locked his hands into an incantation gesture and recited an incantation under his breath, silently expelling the divine power of the god of Scourge that had invaded his body. From time to time, bumps the size of fists popped out of his skin and flowed like living creatures. King Xianxia trembled violently, not daring to be careless. He used the power of the ghost god he worshipped to fight against the divine power of the god of Scourge. But the military officers who came with him did not have the same cultivation base as King Xianxia. Several of them, whose cultivation bases had reached the realm of the second Pango heaven, had blood of a strange color spray out of their 7 orifices at the same time. Then, all kinds of strange ailments emerged in their internal organs. Strange ailments such as knots in their intestines, shortness of breath in their lungs, and sagging livers swarmed over them, causing them to break out in cold sweat and fall to the ground, unable to move. Liu Bang was so frightened that he gave a strange cry and cried out, "This is not good. We need to get out of here now. Why does that girl have an innate treasure as well?" Before Liu Bang, who had transformed into a stream of light and was flying up into the sky, could finish his words, a huge meteor suddenly emerged hundreds of feet over his head. The meteor, composed entirely of high-density metal, came smashing down at great speed and smashed heavily on Liu Bang's head. Liu Bang howled miserably as the top of his skull was smashed to a pulp. Blood and brain matter sprayed out in all directions, and half of his body was almost shattered by the meteor. It was unknown what kind of cultivation technique Liu Bang had practiced, but when the meteor smashed half of his body to pieces, there were wisps of starlight drifting down from the void, quickly mixing with the blood and minced flesh that sprayed out of Liu Bang's mouth, outlining the shattered half of his body. A powerful stream of star power rushed into Liu Bang's body, mixed with an extremely strong aura of life. Liu Bang's body recovered quickly, and he gave a strange cry as he hurriedly leaped to the side. The meteor that had almost killed Liu Bang fell heavily to the ground and smashed into the bodies of King Xianxia and the few military officers who came with him, whose bodies had been invaded by the god of Scourge's power. The earth shook violently, and the land 1,000 miles in circumference collapsed abruptly. The meteor plunged more than 1,000 miles deep into the ground, and lava and poisonous flames gushed out of the ground at the same time. King Xianxia and the other military officers had strong, fleshly bodies, but they were still alive after being smashed into the ground by the meteor and burned by the lava and poisonous flames for a long time. Howling, they struggled to their feet and returned to King Xianxia's side. In the distance, Princess Zhongli's eyes shone with a strong 7-colored light. Like 2 searchlights, they tore through thousands of miles of space in a flash and shone on Liu Bang and King Xianxia. Princess Zhongli gave a cold snort. With a gentle flip of her hand, the tens of thousands of mountains in her interstitial world began to sway together, each sending half of their energy to Princess Zhongli. The shadow of a mountain quickly took shape in her small, fair palm. Then, Princess Zhongli beckoned at the silver lotus over her head. A great stream of silver light flew out of the petals of the lotus and fused into the shadow of the mountain. A cold laugh rang out as Princess Zhongli waved her hand. The fist-sized mountain spun into the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next moment, the mountain reappeared over King Xianxia's head and smashed down toward his head with a strong gust of wind. Princess Zhongli had created her own interstitial world and possessed the ability to manipulate the power of the world. This was the main reason why she was able to unleash such a mighty power, even though she had just stepped into the realm of Gold Immortals. As for other Gold Immortals, even if they were peak-level Gold Immortals, if they had not created their own interstitial world, their overall strength would never be as strong as Princess Zhongli, even if their immortal energy was thousands of times stronger than Princess Zhongli's. The tens of thousands of mountains in her interstitial world were looted by Princess Zhongli and Wuxia from Myriad Immortals Planet and other planets. These mountains had sent half of their energy to Princess Zhongli, so the mountain she had condensed was equivalent to tens of thousands of huge mountains smashing down at the same time. In particular, she had injected a large amount of golden heptachi into the hill. This hill was not only heavy to the extreme, but also sharp to the extreme. When King Xianxia heard a gust of wind coming from the top of his head, he hurriedly looked up and saw a fist-sized, translucent mountain smashing down on his head. A deafening boom rang out as a column of flame towered into the sky from the top of King Xianxia's head, sending a great amount of blood flying hundreds of miles away. King Xianxia's tall body was smashed deep into the ground, enveloped by the poisonous magma, and burned violently. A palm-sized piece of skull on his forehead was smashed into pieces. The terrifying force rushed into his skull and almost crushed his brain. King Xianxia let out a miserable howl. Princess Zhongli's attack was so terrible that even though his fleshly body had reached the 8 stars realm of the second Panga heaven, his head was nearly smashed by Princess Zhongli's attack. He was different from Liu Bang. Liu Bang could save his life with an immortal magic, but if King Xianxia's head was smashed, he would die on the spot, and a wisp of his soul would have to enter transmigration and be reincarnated. Drenched in sweat, King Xianxia howled as he shot up into the sky from the magma. Behind him, a round bone talisman, tens of feet in circumference, shone with a dazzling light and quickly formed a small door of light. Together with a few captains who came with him, King Xianxia smashed into the door and disappeared without a trace. The door of light quickly disintegrated into streams of light and dissipated. Seeing that King Xianxia had fled with the help of the talisman, Liu Bang cursed in exasperation. Ignoring the fate of the beautiful fairies around him, he fled into the distance like a stray dog. The hill that had severely wounded King Xianxia spun up into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived at Liu Bang's back. As the hill pressed down, a plume of black smoke rose from Liu Bang's body. The sky-veiling flag of chaos transformed into a thick black mist and wrapped around Liu Bang. No matter how the hill smashed Liu Bang a dozen times, it still could not hurt Liu Bang. Princess Zhang Li's breath had run out. She scolded in a low voice, then opened her mouth and sucked the hill back from thousands of miles away. Then, she grabbed the hill and pulled it back into her interstitial world. The power of the earth energy veins quickly returned to the mountains, and for a moment, a rumbling noise rang out from Princess Zhang Li's body, sounding extremely frightening. Yu Mu, who was fighting with Yu Mu and others, frowned. He glanced into the distance and cursed in a low voice, "Don't meddle in these muddy waters." The soul of Yinglong fell, whistling down from above. Yu Mu had planned to capture Princess Zhang Lu alive with the soul of Yinglong. But when he saw that Princess Zhang Lu actually possessed such a divine ability and magic power, which allowed her to force King Xianxia and Liu Bang to flee in panic with just the overall strength of a gold immortal, everyone present had witnessed it with their own eyes. Hesitantly, Yu Mu beckoned at the soul of Yinglong and summoned it back into the space above his head. He was not sure if he could withstand the blow from the hill, especially since he had the body of an immortal, which was definitely not as strong as King Xianxia's. All his abilities were based on the gourd, and he did not have any other immortal items with him. With a cold snort, Yu Mu steered the gourd and was about to flee. But how could Princess Zhang Lu allow him to do that? Countless fine beams of silver light shot out of the silver lotus over her head, turning into a rain of swords that rained down on Yu Mu's head. "Yu Mu, you old thief, die!" Princess Zhang Lu said with a cold snort. While Princess Zhang Lu was chasing after Yu Mu relentlessly, a cold snort suddenly came from the void, and in the next moment, a huge black hand came pressing down from above. When everyone looked up quickly, they saw a deity standing 100 miles tall in the sky, standing on two black flood dragons and thrusting his palm down angrily. Chapter 782. With a cold snort, the god, who stood 100 miles tall and whose skin was as dark as coal, and who stood on two black flood dragons, had his huge palm pressing down on everyone. He did not care who was right or wrong, and his attack included everyone down below. The huge palm compressed the air, and a thick layer of white wind emerged in the palm. Amidst a deep, muffled whistle, the air around them became as hard as steel, making it difficult for them to breathe. Yu Miao looked up at the god, then roared furiously. "Which great emperor's ancient god are you? How dare you invade the territory of the Yu?" Amidst the roar, a plume of white smoke rose thousands of feet high from the top of Yu Miao's head, on top of which hovered a ferocious ghost head. The ghost head's eyes were wide open, gleaming with a cold gleam as it fixed its gaze on the god's huge palm. The speed of the palm, which was falling like Mount Tai, became extremely slow, pressing down almost inch by inch. The god snorted in surprise, while Yu Miao's body trembled. The tremendous pressure made his blood and energy surge, and his face turned purplish red. The god did not answer Yu Miao's question. He just laughed evilly, and the two flood dragons under his feet gave a strange cry. Suddenly, the ground around them collapsed, forming a bottomless pit tens of thousands of miles in circumference. Even the dozens of nearby cities disappeared without a trace. Thick water vapor turned into a black mist and sprayed out of the pit. Dark clouds wheeled around the crowd, and in the blink of an eye, the whole world was enveloped. The temperature in the surroundings plummeted, and the water vapor in the dark clouds gradually condensed into frost. Large sheets of snowflakes fell from the sky, and when they touched the bodies of the people, they immediately turned into white cold air and squeezed into their bodies, freezing their skin and muscles. The soldiers sent by GAO and the private soldiers of Yu Clan were shivering in the cold, and some soldiers with weaker cultivation bases shivered and even fainted. The sound of teeth chattering could be heard everywhere. Some of the fainted soldiers were covered with a thin layer of ice, and as their body temperature dropped rapidly, they soon lost all signs of life. Their life force was gradually draining from their bodies, and they were about to be frozen to death. The soul-living dragon was wheeling around Yu Miao, Yu Mu, and the others. Ing dragons were the gods of water, so the surrounding water vapor and ice did not affect them much. On top of that, Yu Miao's gourd kept spewing out high-temperature flames, driving away the occasional wisps of cold air that occasionally seeped into the cave. Yu Mu looked up at the giant god and cried out, "My lord, I have no enmity with you. Whether you're seeking revenge or doing something else, could you please allow me to leave with these juniors?" Slowly pressing his palm down inch by inch, the god snorted coldly and said, "How do I know if you have no enmity with me? Today, everyone here obediently surrender, and I'll let you live for a few more days. Whoever dares to act recklessly, don't blame me for being ruthless." The huge palm pressing down on the crowd was wrapped in a layer of strong water, and the force pressing down suddenly increased by a few times. Yu Miao's body trembled, and the white mist above his head shrank by more than half. The ferocious ghost head became weak, and the cold gleam shooting out of its eyes gradually faded away. It seemed that Yu Miao had lost the strength to hold on any longer. The three elders of the Yu clan, who were close to the realm of supreme oracles, struck at the same time. Black, white, and green lights burst out of their bodies, turning into 3 beams of light that shot straight into the sky. Vaguely, the figures of all kinds of ghosts and deities could be seen looming in the beams of light. "Is my lord unreasonable?" cried the 3 elders in unison. The god frowned and thought for a while. Then he stopped and said slowly, "Reason with me? What is reasonable? Do you have imprisoned so many divine beasts of my emperor and killed their children for no reason? What reason do I have?" With a cold snort, the god pressed his right hand down again. Yu Miao and the 3 elders joined hands, but they could hardly stop his palm from pressing down. A few beams of light were crushed and creaked noisily, while Yu Miao and the others trembled violently and broke out in cold sweat. This god was not a newborn god like the ones Wuxia had killed in those years, but a real ancient god who had survived from the ancient times. Those newborn gods had not even fully formed their bodies, let alone master the laws of heaven and earth that they were born with, forming their golden bodies and mastering their real power. When they were born, they were nothing but wisps of energy and did not even have a human form. Their overall strength was so weak that even the wind could melt them. When they formed their bodies, they would be able to walk around like a living person and possess the strength equal to that of an ordinary cultivator or even a heaven immortal. When they formed their golden bodies, it would prove that they had mastered the laws of heaven and earth that they owned and would possess the overall strength equal to that of a gold immortal. After attaining the overall strength of a gold immortal, the overall strength of a god would basically reach its limit. If they wanted to improve their overall strength, they could only rely on a long period of time to gradually comprehend the laws of heaven and earth that they were born with and derive stronger laws from them. For example, among the gods who were born with the laws of fire, some gods might only possess an ordinary law of fire, but the so-called superhuman aptitude and excellent bloodline possess the laws of innate fire, such as the divine flame of order and the divine flame of void. The gods who mastered ordinary flames could at most cause a forest fire to hurt mortals. But the gods who mastered the power of innate divine flames could threaten existences like primordial immortals with just a casual strike. As time went by, their mastery of the laws became more and more thorough, and their power naturally grew stronger and stronger. In addition to tapping into the power of the laws, gods could also constantly strengthen their bodies to accommodate more divine power, and thus become stronger and stronger. In the ancient times, the most powerful gods who had fallen in the war against human beings were tens of thousands of miles tall, and the divine power in their bodies was almost inexhaustible. Even if they compressed their bodies, their divine bodies could still be hundreds of miles long. Therefore, experienced people could tell the power of a god from the size of his body at a glance. The god hovering above them now was 100 miles tall, with strange black ripples flowing on the surface of his skin, and the void around him was swaying. Clearly, he had compressed his body with a mystic art, which was why he could maintain a body that was 100 miles long. In other words, his true divine body was far longer than 100 miles, and a god of this height could never be one of those newborn gods. He could only be a formidable existence left behind in the ancient times. Such a god might not be as powerful as a primordial immortal in terms of divine power, but in terms of the power represented by the laws of heaven and earth, even ordinary primordial immortals could not compare with them. Immortals borrowed the power of heaven and earth, but gods themselves were part of the laws of heaven and earth, their true forms condensed by the laws of heaven and earth. Their mastery of power was beyond the imagination of ordinary immortals. The enormous pressure emanated by the palm made you moo and the others sweat profusely. But the temperature kept dropping as the dark mist lingered in the air. Their sweat quickly turned into ice, and soon the four of them were wrapped in ice. Large sheets of snowflakes kept falling from the sky, and every snowflake that fell on them turned into wisps of cold air, drilling into their bodies and gradually freezing them. Yu Miao began to recite an incantation. He wanted to summon the ghosts and deities they worshipped to fight against the ancient god. He had heard about the ancient god imprisoning the divine beasts and killing their children. Wasn't that what Wuxia had done? Now that Wuxia was missing, the backers of those divine beasts had come to him. No matter why they had the confidence to invade to use territory to vent their anger, this ancient god had undoubtedly found the right place. Princess Zhonglu was Wuqi's woman, and Yu Miao was close to Wuqi as well. This ancient god had found the right person to cause them trouble. The question was, how did he know that it was Wuqi who had done that? And how did he find Princess Zhonglu and Yu Miao so accurately? Yu Miao's incantation turned into a deep rumble of thunder and spread out in all directions, but it was frozen by the cold air and soon dissipated in the air. A soft, cold energy sealed off the surrounding void, and the power of Yu Miao's incantation could not penetrate it. Since he could not summon the ghosts and deities he worshipped, he naturally could not get his power to fight against the enemy. A soft cry rang out as the silver lotus flower hovering above Princess Zhonglu unleashed countless silver lights, which transformed into flying swords and slashed toward the ancient god. However, the ancient god's body rippled with endless layers of water light. The flying sword pierced through layer after layer of water ripples. Each layer of water ripples dimmed the light of the flying sword. As a result, when it was still several feet away from the ancient god's body, the flying sword completely dissipated. The golden heptachi was swallowed up by the black water ripples, but it increased the power of the water ripples. The ancient god gave a hideous grin and murmured in a low voice, "This place has been completely sealed off by some black water fiend formation. No one will answer your call to heaven and earth. Hee, just wait for your death. Girl, I can't believe you have awakened your ancient bloodline. Hee, come back with me, and the child you and I will give birth to will surely be a mighty god." Princess Zhang Li's face flickered. The silver lotus flower was the most powerful magical artifact she had, but even it could not defeat the ancient god. Gold element gave birth to water, and the energy of gold element did not pose too much of a threat to this ancient god, who was obviously born from the law of water. Instead, the energy of gold element would be used to evolve into innate water and increase his power. The tens of thousands of miles wide crater revealed by the collapse of the earth had turned into a vast black ocean. Dense water vapor rose from the surface of the water and condensed into thousands of huge flags hovering in the air. As the flags fluttered slowly, countless bone-piercing snowflakes sprinkled down from the sky and stuck to the bodies of the people. A cracking noise rang out as the armors of the few captains sent by Gao standing next to Princess Zhonglu were shattered. Shivering, They fell to the ground and were gradually covered by layers of ice. Princess Zhang Lu arched her brows. The silver lotus flower emitted a large sheet of five-colored light and enveloped them. But in the face of the endless snowflakes, the light was eroded layer by the cold air and grew dimmer. Princess Zhang Lu felt helpless. Seeing that Yu Miao and the others were suffocating under the pressure, she could only reach out a hand and make a grabbing gesture, enveloping Yu Miao and the others in the five-colored light. The elders of Yu Clan, their private army, and the army sent by Gao were all protected by Princess Zhang Lu with her divine ability, which saved them from being frozen to death on the spot. The ancient god saw that Princess Zhang Lu had protected the people, and that he was in to use blessed land, but he did not panic at all. Instead, he slowly operated the formation and summoned countless snowflakes to envelop the people. The land, tens of thousands of miles in circumference, was enveloped by a dense layer of water vapor, so no one could see what was happening inside. Occasionally, the ancient god would let out a deep laugh, which was filled with endless complacency and expectation. Chapter 783. Oha! The muscles in Wu Qi's legs twitched as a powerful fluctuation of the earth veins rushed up to his head with a loud rumble. The scorching Pangu, sacred energy, washed his body, making him sweat profusely. A large amount of Pangu, sacred energy, had fused with his fleshly body, expelling the waste produced by his metabolism. A rumble echoed out from the earth veins as Wu Qi's body flashed and tore through the void, flying 10 billion miles away in the blink of an eye. His body was boiling hot, and his blood vessels and meridians were stretched to their fullest. Surging energy was circulating in his body. Nearly half of the remains of the ancient immortals in his interstitial world had been refined, and 30% of the enormous willpower from Buddha Fudu had been digested by his divine soul. Stimulated by the Pangu, sacred energy, both his fleshly body and magic power were growing rapidly. Wu Qi felt as if he had grown a pair of wings on his back, making him feel as if he was about to fly. Like 108 perpetual motion machines, the Kunwu swords rapidly extracted the Pangu, sacred energy, gushing out of the earth veins, purified them, and injected them into Wu Qi's body. The speed at which a single Kunwu sword extracted the Pangu sacred energy was several times faster than Wu Qi's own cultivation. With 108 Kunwu swords working at the same time, Wu Qi's cultivation base skyrocketed. Wisps of green light shot out of 108 vital meridians on his body, and the dragon-like Pangu, sacred energy, was sucked into his body. Wherever Wu Qi passed, there was no more purple energy within 10,000 miles of him. It was a terrifying sight. It had taken Wu Qi more than a month to reach the land of Sacred Emperor, but it only took him 7 days to return to Zhong Province. With a long roar, Wu Qi rushed past Zhongning City. His divine sense swept across the city, and he was immediately alerted by the unusual changes in Yu Clan's mansion. A few oracles from the Yu Clan and Liangzhu were talking about the recent changes, and it was only then that Wu Qi learned that the visit of Princess Zhang Lu had caused Yu Miao and Yu Mu to fall out with each other and split the Yu Clan in Zhong Province. Now, Princess Zhang Lu was working with Yu Mu and the others to hunt Yu Miao and his companions all over the world. Zixian is quite capable. In this way, if I go out, I won't have to worry about my foundation being unstable. Wu Qi laughed out loud. He stopped and took out a jade talisman from his sleeve, which was used to contact Princess Zhang Lu. With a point of his finger, a beam of light shot into the talisman. But after the time it took to drink a cup of tea, there was no movement from the talisman. Wu Qi was shocked. This talisman was refined by him after he had the cultivation of a golden immortal. Even if they were 1,000,000,000,000 miles apart, he could quickly contact Princess Zhang Lu. Now, the talismans didn't respond at all. From time to time, wisps of gold element energy would soar into the sky from the dark cloud, accompanied by a muffled, thunderous zither tune. Wuxia recognized the gold element energy in the zither tune. They were the attacks unleashed by Princess Zhang, Li's silver lotus, and immortal zither. On that dark cloud, 100 miles tall god sat cross-legged in a puff of dark mist. Two ferocious black flood dragons hovered around him, breathing large streams of cold mist into the dark cloud down below from time to time. The god's hands were locked into a strange incantation gesture, turning the natural energy in the surroundings into a dreadful cold air and sealing off all directions. His body was covered with a thick layer of ice. Obviously, he was the culprit who caused the world of ice and snow. Wuxia sent his divine will into the dark cloud, but the cold air made his divine will feel very uncomfortable, and he could not see what was hiding in the dark cloud. The fact that the dark cloud could isolate Wuxia's divine will show that it was the main reason why he could not contact Princess Zhanglu. Snorting coldly, Wuxia transformed into a bolt of lightning and darted towards the dark cloud. At the same time, he spread his divine will out like a huge net, trying to find out why the god had invaded the territory of the Yu. But no army of the Yu had gone to fight against him. With a glance, Wuxia immediately found a small group of heavily armored elite soldiers stationed at the edge of the province, about 1,000 miles away. Occasionally, some patrolling soldiers from nearby provinces would approach the border of this province, but the soldiers stationed at the border would immediately drive them away. The official tokens in their hands seemed to have great authority, as none of the patrolling soldiers from other provinces dared to disobey their orders. As for the messengers sent out by the local officials of this province, Wuxia had also found their whereabouts. In some remote valleys, he found a large number of chopped corpses, all wearing the robes of low-grade officials of the Yu, or armors. Obviously, there were messengers sent out to inform the higher-grade officials of the changes in this place. However, the soldiers stationed at the border had intercepted and killed them. That was why the god could set up a formation to trap Princess Zhanglu and her companions without any scruples. "Bastard!" cursed Wuxia in a low voice. Obviously, someone in the Yu had colluded with the god and was helping him cover up the news. Quickly spreading his divine sense toward the god, Wuxia's divine sense swept across the land like a comb. All of a sudden, Wuxia found a splendid field headquarters on the top of a mountain about 100,000 miles away from the god. King Xianxia and Liu Bang were sitting under a huge flagpole, drinking and chatting with each other. A few expert chefs were removing various precious ingredients from the bodies of some struggling and roaring demon immortals, cooking delicious dishes for King Xianxia and Liu Bang on the spot. A few demon immortals who had reverted to their original forms were left on the hillside, roaring hoarsely as they twisted and struggled on the ground. But how could they move when their cultivation bases were destroyed and most of their organs were taken away and cooked? "It's you again, King Xianxia." Wuxia gritted his teeth in anger. His divine sense turned into a thin needle and plunged into the tent behind King Xianxia, only to find that Lord Longyang was sitting behind the table in the tent, handling all kinds of official documents for King Xianxia. Wuxia was taken aback for a moment, and then a surge of anger rushed straight to his head. He did not care about the relationship between Lord Longyang and King Xianxia, but as Wuxia's ally, Lord Longyang had made an agreement to help each other. Yet, when King Xianxia plotted against Wuxia and Princess Zhanglu, Lord Longyang seemed to be calm and did not show any reaction. This made Wuxia feel betrayed. Grinning coldly, Wuxia stomped his feet on the ground, causing a huge underground energy vein to twitch. Abruptly, his body tore through the void and appeared over the god's head hundreds of millions of miles away. With a clear cry, beams of green light shot out from 12 of his vital meridians, and 12 transparent kunwu swords flew out soundlessly, each as light as a goose feather. All the Pangu, sacred energy in his body was injected into the swords, which immediately made them extremely heavy. With a wave of his hand, Wuxia poured a great amount of earth element energy from the void into the swords. The 12 swords formed a small sword formation, emitting the unique aura of a towering mountain as they slashed down at the god. Using the 12 swords to form a small fiend slaying sword formation, using earth element energy as the core driving force, and using the will of earth restraining water to attack the god who was obviously born of the law of water. There was no doubt that Wu Qi's understanding of the fiend slaying sword formation had reached a certain level. As the Kunwu swords fell, the god looked up in horror at the green sword beam coming down from above and cried out in a hoarse voice, Is this Kunwu's sword?" Clearly in a panic, the god raised both hands to block the sword beam. A miserable howl rang out as the incomparably sharp and heavy Kunwu sword cut off the god's arm from the shoulders like a sharp knife cutting through tofu. The momentum of the swords did not dissipate, and they went straight into the god's body. The 12 Kunwu swords pierced through his waist and abdomen, smashed his internal organs like a hot knife through butter, and came out from the bottom of his abdomen. The earth element energy invaded the god's body, suppressed the rich water energy in him, destroyed his body, and even began to shake the core of his divine body, the law of heaven and earth that was his origin. Countless cracks of various sizes appeared on the god's body, from which billowing black water gushed out of them with loud rumbling noises. For a moment, it was as if dozens of rivers were gushing out of his body at the same time. It was a very strange scene. Every drop of black water was the god's divine power. Even though his body was now 100 miles tall and his true form was 10,000 miles long, he could not withstand such a consumption. The god let out a terrified curse, then hurriedly transformed into a black wave and rushed up into the sky. But as the 12 Kunwu swords spun slightly, hundreds of small yellow mountains immediately appeared in the sky. These mountains were all condensed of earth element energy and driven by the fiend's slaying sword formation, which gave them endless magical effects. Each of them emanated a strong suction force, constantly drawing large amounts of black water from the god's body and rapidly consuming his divine power and life force. At last, the god could not hold back the horror in his heart. He roared, opened his mouth, and spat out a pitch-black trident, thrusting it at Wuxia. Chapter 784. At the top of the mountain, King Xianxia and Liu Bang were drinking together. Wiping the wine stain from the corner of his mouth, Liu Bang stroked the long leg of the fairy standing next to him, narrowed his eyes, and said with a smile, "I wonder how long it will take that Gong Huang to capture that group of people. I've trapped them with the formation for days, but why hasn't anything happened yet?" King Xianxia smiled faintly and shook his head indifferently. "No matter how long it will take him, as long as Gong Huang kills Yu Miao and his companions, then sends him to wreak havoc in other places, it will be a done deal. Whether Gong Huang can return alive in the end, or he is killed by the other experts of the Yu, the result will not make any difference." Sighing, King Xianxia looked up the sky and suddenly asked in a cold voice, "Is that old hag still not willing to lower her head and admit defeat?" Liu Bang narrowed his eyes, also looking up at the sky, and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, you're a cautious man. She is the creator of the human race, and now she has the myriad spirit cauldron in her hand. Every year, the newborn human souls are all under her control." While chuckling, Liu Bang toyed with the slender and tender body of the fairy standing next to him and said in a flat voice, "She has been worshipped by the human race for so many years, and she is used to being in a high and mighty position. It will be difficult for her to agree to our plan in a short time. After all, with her identity, it is very difficult to make her lower her head. TSK, if the plan succeeds, as long as I can get a little share of the great virtues, it will be enough for me to break through the realm of primordial, won't it?" Liu Bang laughed complacently, while King Xianxia squinted at the sky and did not say a word. When Liu Bang saw the look on King Xianxia's face, He laughed as well. Don't worry, Your Highness. Although Your Highness is not the only candidate, with my help, there is still a great chance that Your Highness will sit on the throne in the future. When that time comes, even I will have to address you as Your Majesty. King Xianxia snorted unhappily, twitching his mouth sulkily. He picked up the cup and took a gulp of wine. He grumbled in a low voice, "That's not what you said when you found me and my father." Liu Bang narrowed his eyes and smiled, completely ignoring King Xianxia's words. King Xianxia grumbled, but when he saw that Liu Bang was indifferent and did not say anything, he could only take another sip of wine sulkily. Just as the two of them were secretly calculating in their hearts, a mournful howl suddenly came from afar. The two of them jumped up in shock and cast their secret techniques to look in that direction, just in time to see Wuxia chopping off both of Gong Huang's arms. The green sword light shot into Gong Huang's body, churning his internal organs into mush before spurting out from his abdomen. Black water gushed out of Gong Huang's body, rolling and spreading wildly across the land. In just the space of a few breaths, the black water that sprayed out of Gong Huang's body had spread hundreds of thousands of miles. Black waves that were tens of thousands of feet high rolled over and slammed heavily on the lofty mountain where King Xianxia and Liu Bang were drinking and having fun. The tremendous impact shook the top of the mountain, causing many female immortals to cry out in alarm, and some even fell to the ground in embarrassment. Liu Bang and King Xianxia looked at each other in horror. Liu Bang gave Wuxia a look, who was controlling the sword formation to trap and kill Gong Huang, and said with a dry laugh, "That Tan Lang is still able to come back after being sucked into the void? Aye, never mind, the matter here is almost over. It would be best if Gong Huang is dead. I still have important matters to attend to. Ha ha, time to go." Pointing a finger at the sky-veiling flag of chaos, Liu Bang stepped on a dark cloud and sped away, wrapping the female immortals in it. King Xianxia pondered for a moment, then suddenly laughed coldly. He sat back in his seat and said in a low voice, "I'll be watching from here. Do you think that Tan Lang, a mere marquis of a province, dares to do anything to me?" Someone called back the soldiers on the border, opened the border, and spread the news that Gong Huang has killed the entire Yi clan and hundreds of millions of innocent people. King Xianxia clapped his hands lightly and said in a cold voice, "Lord Longyang, send an official letter to Gong, the Flame Emperor's subordinate, and ask him why he didn't control his subordinates and allowed him to stir up trouble into you. Complain to His Majesty, and tell him that the human race is the descendant of Yin Emperor. Why is his subordinate killing so many innocent people?" Narrowing his eyes and smiling, King Xianxia glanced at Liu Bang, who was fleeing on a dark cloud, and said coldly, "I can't believe you can come up with such a messy plan. Hee, all the emperors are involved, and you're trying to throw the world into chaos." On the other side, Wuxia controlled the fiend's slaying sword formation and condensed hundreds of mountains with earth element energy to suppress Gong Huang. Sword beams rained down like raindrops, each containing a powerful earth element energy, causing great damage to Gong Huang's body. The earth element energy accumulated in Gong Huang's body was like a blocked canal, making it difficult for him to circulate his divine power, and his resistance grew weaker and weaker. On top of that, both of Gong Huang's arms were cut off by Wuxia, so he could only chant an incantation to control the water vapor in the air and turn it into waves to protect himself. How could he have the strength to fight back? The trident he spat out of his mouth was a very powerful weapon, a natal divine artifact that had accompanied him since he was born. But it was useless against Wuxia. 12 small yellow mountains had trapped it, and 3 Kunwu swords were wheeling around it. The heavy pressure made it impossible for the trident to move, so how could it threaten Wuxia? The sword beams kept hacking at Gong Huang's body. All of a sudden, he let out a miserable shriek as both of his legs were cut off. As soon as his legs touched the ground, they immediately turned into huge waves that spread out in all directions. For a moment, The water within a radius of 1,000,000 miles was 30 miles deep. Gongong Huang's legs had turned into a vast ocean, wreaking havoc in all directions, drowning countless living beings. Gongong Huang shrieked in pain. He stared at Wuxia and snapped. "I am a general under the command of the water god, Gongong. Do you really dare to kill me?" Wuxia looked at Gongong Huang coldly. He unleashed a stream of purple mist, causing the two Kunwu swords to fall from the sky. Two beams of green light slashed at the necks of Gongong Huang's flood dragons. Blood sprayed out, and the huge dragon heads were thrown dozens of miles away. The miserable shrieks of the flood dragons shook the water below, raising waves that were more than 100 miles high. Amidst the dark mist, several thousand black flags fluttering in the air exploded with a deafening boom. A silver lotus flower unleashed a ring of silver light that measured tens of miles in circumference, shielding Princess Zhang Lu and the others as they soared into the sky and broke out of the formation. With the power of the formation, Gongong Huang had trapped Princess Zhang Lu and her companions. But the silver lotus was an innate treasure, and Princess Zhang Lu was proficient in the interpromotion and restraint of the 5 elements. Apart from a little bit of energy being worn away by the formation, Princess Zhang Lu and her companions were unharmed. Seeing Wuxia chasing after Gongong Huang with the sword beams, Princess Zhang Lu let out a cry of joy. She put away the silver lotus and flew into Wuxia's arms like a bird returning to its nest. Wuxia laughed and kissed her in front of Yu Miao and the others, sucking hard on Princess Zhang Li's red lips. Wuxia waved his hands, and the 9 Kunwu swords fell down in the direction of the 9 palaces, cutting Gongong Huang's body in 2. Terrified, Gongong Huang transformed his body into a wave of water, turning the 2 halves of his body into 2 water balls and merging them inwards. He was about to use a mystic art to merge his body back into one. But the Kunwu swords were divine artifacts, and the severed body had lost most of its vitality. No matter how hard Gongong Huang tried, he could not put his broken body back together. He threw his head back and gave a long howl, then bellowed, "Damn you! You've slaughtered my divine beasts, and now you're trying to kill me. I'll definitely." Wuxia did not give Gongong Huang a chance to curse him. These ancient gods were the embodiment of the laws of heaven and earth, and their curses before they died contained a terrible power that could affect the great Tao of heaven and earth. If he was not careful, he could be severely wounded by their curses. Wuxia pointed a finger out, and the 12 Kunwu swords shot out at the same time, piercing through Gongong Huang's 7 orifices and all the vital parts of his upper body. Earth element energy burst out of him, exploding him into countless water bubbles that splattered in all directions. Then he struck out with his sword and cut the wailing trident into 2. After killing Gongong Huang with the help of the Kunwu swords and fiend-slaying sword formation, Wuxia looked coldly at Yu Miao and his companions. Nestled in Wuxia's arms, Princess Zhang Lu quickly explained Yu Miao's background. Wuxia sneered. The Kunwu sword spun rapidly, trapping Yu Miao and his companions in a wall of green sword beams. As the water that Gongong Huang had transformed into was sucked into the sword beams, they turned pale black in an instant and began to emit a bone-piercing cold air. Yu Miao's gourd could shoot out flaming flying swords to hurt people, so Wuxia had attached the water element energy to the sword beams to attack him. By using water to suppress fire, he could weaken the power of Yu Miao's gourd to the greatest extent. A strong cold air spread in all directions and struck at Yu Miao's precious gourd. The collision of water and fire produced muffled thunderclaps, and from time to time, water vapor and sparks flew out in all directions. Yu Miao's body trembled. He sensed an aura stronger than his from Wuxia, and the aura emanating from the 12 Kunwu swords under Wuxia's control made him shudder with fear. He gave Wuxia a terrified look, gritted his teeth, and growled, "It's either you or me today. Remember this, Yu Miao. You've plotted to seize the foundation of Yu Clan in Zhong Province, and I'll fight you to the death. If I'm spared today, you'd better be vigilant at all times in the future." Yu Miao was a ruthless and decisive man. After shouting a few words, he spat a mouthful of blood on his precious gourd. In the blink of an eye, the fire gourd expanded to a few miles in size, and a vast amount of flame burst out of it. Wisps of destructive aura kept rushing out of the gourd, pushing Yu Miao and the others back in a flurry. Wuxia was taken aback. This old fellow actually detonated his natal magical artifact. Judging from its quality, the fire gourd was at least an innate spirit artifact, and if it were to explode, the force would be enough to destroy an entire province. Not daring to be careless, Wuqi grabbed Princess Zhonglu and brought the dark celestial tower, whistling up from the top of his head, pulling Yu Miao and the others into it. Then, together with Princess Zhonglu, they broke through the void and rushed to the top of the lofty mountain where King Xianxia was. Grinning hideously, Yu Miao controlled the gourd, which had already entered the countdown to self-detonation, and chased after Wuqi. Amidst King Xiangxia's sonorous and almost mad curses, Wuqi came to his side, and then the deadly fire gourd smashed straight into the mountain. A beam of red light soared into the sky, and Yu Miao had detonated his natal magical artifact. The red light, raging flames, and countless sword beams shot out in all directions. For a moment, the world turned crimson and nothing could be seen. Chapter 785. Yu Miao's prime magical artifact, the Fire Gourd, was obtained by him in a desolate mountain somewhere on Panga continent, which had just expanded after absorbing the primal energy, after he had abandoned his human body to cultivate the immortal Tao in secret. The mountain had just been born from the chaos, and contained the great Tao of primordial. It was condensed from the energy of 5 metals, and beneath it was a poisonous cave of earth fire, which gave birth to a wisp of innate fire energy. Nourished by the energy of fire and metal, a gourd vine sprouted behind the mountain, with a fire gourd growing on it. Yu Miao obtained the opportunity, and the fire gourd was taken away by another itinerant immortal. After obtaining the gourd, he refined it day and night with his blood essence and nascent divinity, nourishing and growing the wisp of innate fire energy in it. Meanwhile, the wisp of innate killing energy in the gourd transformed into countless flying swords, tempered by the power of fire energy day and night, making them extraordinarily sharp and ferocious. When fighting an enemy, even an ordinary gold immortal would be burned to ashes with just a single flame. But when the flying swords flew out of the gourd, no one except an upper grade or supreme grade gold immortal artifact could withstand a single blow from them. Yu Miao was scared out of his wits when he saw Wu Qi's divine weapon, the Kunwu swords, and saw Wu Qi was able to lay out the fiend's slaying sword formation, the legendary sword formation of the human race's patriarch. That was why he decided to detonate his natal magical artifact at all costs, hoping that he, Yu Miao, and the other juniors could escape. The gourd was thrown out and locked onto Wu Qi's self-detonation, while Yu Miao broke through the void and fled in panic with Yu Miao and the others. Following Wu Qi, the fire gourd flew tens of thousands of miles away, hitting the mountaintop where King Xianxia was hiding, and exploded with a deafening boom, releasing the wisp of innate fire energy, the boundless killing energy, and the energy of 5 metals in the gourd. Poor King Xianxia, who was sitting on a mountaintop with a large group of attendants and generals just a moment ago, thought Wu Qi would not dare to do anything to him, even if he found him. So, when Liu Bang sneaked away, he stayed calmly, waiting to embarrass Wu Qi later. But he never dreamed that Yu Miao would be so desperate. The natal magical artifact of an immortal was so important, and yet he exploded it just like that. On the other hand, Wu Qi was extremely cunning. He had brought the fire gourd and come straight to him. Initially, the self-explosion had nothing to do with him, but now Wu Qi had dragged him into it. As he stared blankly at the huge fire gourd smashing down, King Xianxia cried out in alarm. He was about to ask the generals around him to react, but it was too late. The shell of the fire gourd, condensed purely of innate fire energy, burst into flames and spread in all directions, while the wisp of innate fire energy, the boundless killing energy, and the energy of 5 metals in it burst out with a boom. For a moment, the area tens of thousands of miles around was restored to its primordial state by the terrible force of the explosion. Apart from the innate 5 elements, there was no other natural energy. All the mountains, hills, flowers, trees, rivers, lakes, and seas, birds and beasts, everything within tens of thousands of miles was melted into nothingness. All the beings born of acquired natural energy were devoured by the innate fire energy and gold energy at the same time. The two innate energies enveloped, devoured, and destroyed everything. As far as the eye could see, there was only red and white light. King Xianxia roared. He had no time to care about the lives of his trusted generals and generals behind him. A beam of red light shot up into the sky from the top of his head, and the soul of Wuxia, one of the 9 sons of the dragon, emerged. With a dragon head and a turtle body, Wuxia was over 100,000 feet long, unleashing a thick black curtain of light that enveloped King Xianxia. Wuxia saw it coming. By luring the exploding fire gourd to King Xianxia, he immediately produced all 108 Kunwu swords and formed a sword formation to protect the people around him. Dark Ean's celestial tower flew out whistling, emitting beams of starlight that fused into the sword formation. The fiend's slaying sword formation was all-encompassing, and it had the ability to derive the universe and create the power of chaos. After the 108,000 innate stars Wuxia obtained from the kaleidoscopic star core transformed into starlight and fused into the sword formation, the Kunwu swords immediately transformed into countless dazzling starlight that flowed in all directions like fireflies, defending the void around Wuxia and the others like an impregnable fortress. The raging fire energy and gold energy from the outside world could not invade at all. The fire gourd exploded, unleashing innate fire energy that could burn everything in the world. The wisp of innate killing energy and the energy essence of the 5 metals transformed into countless white beams of light that streaked across the sky. When the innate fire energy touched the acquired objects, they immediately turned into wisps of smoke and drifted away, while King Xianxia's trusted generals and tens of thousands of soldiers were pierced through by the white beams of light. Their bodies were riddled with sieves, and they howled miserably as they were torn into the tiniest particles by the killing energy. The red light and white smoke blanketed tens of thousands of miles in circumference. Fortunately, the structure of Panga continent was very different from that of the outer heavenly realms. Every rock on Panga continent was thousands of times stronger and heavier than that of the outer heavenly realms, and even the structure of the space around it was much more stable than that of outer heavenly realms. The explosion of an innate spirit artifact could only affect a radius of tens of thousands of miles, and its terrible explosive force was gradually absorbed and melted by Panga continent. The raging fire and gold gas turned into red and white smoke and were sucked into Panga continent, no longer as destructive as they were when the explosion occurred. If it were in outer heavenly realms, the explosion of such an innate spirit artifact was enough to destroy a vast area where dozens of stars were located. But on Panga continent, the destructive force was compressed to the minimum. Wuxia was protected by the sword formation and the law of stars, so he did not feel tired at all. Although he was at the center of the explosion, the power of Kunwu swords and the sword formation was so great that the explosion could not even shake the sword beam he unleashed, let alone hurt Wuxia. King Xianxia, on the other hand, was overjoyed. His heart was bleeding as he watched his trusted subordinates die tragically. The generals that accompanied him were all retainers that he had served for generations. They were all carefully selected geniuses that had grown up together with him. Basically, they had been in the same boat ever since they were young. Not to mention the relationship between a ruler and a subject. They had even developed a brotherly bond. Although King Xianxia was harsh and ruthless, He could not help but feel a heartache when he saw these trusted subordinates, who had followed him for hundreds of years and whose cultivation bases were above the second Panga heaven, turned into smoke in a raging flame, or were pierced through by countless white beams of light and riddled with holes. The thick light barrier unleashed by the soul of Wuxia could only protect him alone, and even so, it was melting in the flame and shaking under the impact of the white beams of light. Each of the white beams of light transformed from the innate killing energy, and the energy essence of 5 metals had an amazing penetrating power. Although the soul of Wuxia, which King Xianxia had fused with when he was young, had the cultivation base of a peak-level gold immortal, it was just a bee-soul after all, not Wuxia himself. Even though Wuxia was famous for his strength among the 9 sons of the dragon, he could only barely self-detonate. Every white beam of light that slammed into the defensive barrier shook King Xianxia's internal organs violently. When he saw his trusted generals die tragically in the flame, he felt a sharp pain in his heart and could not help but shed tears. "Tanlang, you vile man, I swear I'll kill you." Flustered and exasperated, King Xianxia spun around and glared at Wuxia, who was less than 1,000 feet away from him. Through the thick layer of flaming clouds, Wuxia's face became hazy and vague. King Xianxia clenched his jaws and pointed a finger at Wuxia. A trickle of blood slowly trickled down the corner of his mouth, and his face was twisted like a devil's. Amidst the deafening rumble that sounded as if the heaven and the earth were toppling, Wuxia heard King Xianxia's roar. He chuckled, pointed at King Xianxia, and made a gesture of cutting his neck. "Now that things have come to this, do you think I'll let you live?" he said coldly. Wuxia clearly remembered how Liu Bang and King Xianxia had thrown him into the boundless void with the sky-veiling flag of chaos. If not for Prince Chongqing's guidance in the Ghost Realm, who knew where he would have drifted to? Without detailed coordinates, ordinary immortals would never be able to escape once they were sucked into the boundless void. It was true that Liu Bang was ruthless, but without King Xianxia's help, Liu Bang would not have dared to attack the Marquis of the Yu outside Yuxiong Plain. Grinning coldly, Wuxia murmured something to Princess Zhang Lu in a low voice. Princess Zhang Lu smiled faintly as the 5-color divine ray behind her suddenly waved. A muffled rumble rang out as it ripped apart the raging innate flame between Wuxia and King Xianxia, wiping out the thousands of metal energy essences that were piercing through the air at high speed. Laughing wildly, Wuxia opened his mouth. The blood centipede sword, an innate spirit artifact, transformed into a red centipede-shaped sword beam that was less than a foot long and shot straight toward King Xianxia's forehead. Then, the natural phenomena medallion rose into the sky with a strong light, and a vast cloud of smoke that was wrapped in all kinds of twisting mountains and rivers that looked like a painting came whistling out. It arrived before the blood centipede sword and smashed onto the black light screen unleashed by the soul of Wuxia. The natural phenomena medallion was a supreme magical artifact personally crafted by the sacred emperor, Xianxia, and possessed an extremely terrifying power. The smoke emitted by the natural phenomena medallion tore open a small gap about an inch wide in the black light screen, through which the blood centipede sword flashed. In King Xianxia's horrified and incredulous eyes, the sword pierced through his forehead, destroyed his soul, and came out from the back of his head. "How dare you kill me?" Those were King Xianxia's last words in the world. Wuxia laughed grimly and said, "Killing you is nothing more than killing a chicken. I hate bastards like you who betray me and hook up with outsiders the most." As the sword beam flashed, Wuxia retracted the blood centipede sword. The soul of Wuxia threw its head back and hissed sadly. Just as it was about to transform into a beam of black light and flee into transmigration, Eo Buzin leaped out greedily from Wuxia's sleeve, opened his mouth, and swallowed the soul of Wuxia, who was caught off guard. The soul of a peak-level gold immortal, a great tonic. Eo Buzin's eyes were brimming with tears of excitement. Is there such a good thing waiting for Lao Tzu in the world? Wonderful. With this soul, Lao Tzu can restore at least 1% of his cultivation base in his previous life. Wuxia stared at A.O. Buzen in horror. This fellow had once again revealed his secret. If the soul of a peak-level gold immortal could only restore 1% of his cultivation base, then before he was skinned and made into a storage ring, he had already, without the protection of the soul of Wuxia, King Xianxia's body was exposed to the flame produced by the self-explosion of the fire gourd. His strong, fleshly body, which had been tempered 1,000 times, lasted less than 3 seconds in the flame before it was quickly turned into a wisp of smoke and dissipated. King Xianxia of the Yu is dead. Suddenly, Wu Qi cried out, "Somebody, send an urgent document to His Majesty at once. Yu Miao from the Yu clan of Zhong province has rebelled, and he has joined hands with Yu Miao and other rebels to kill King Xianxia. I, Tanlang, the Marquis of East Sea Province, request His Majesty to arrest Yu Miao and his accomplices in the territory of the Yu. Yu Miao and his companions were the scapegoats for what had happened." You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.